Alright, real quick, I want to test my audio. So, up close, further away. Test. See how that sounds first. Audio. So, up close, further away. Test. See how that sounds first. So, up close, further away. Test. See how that sounds first. Okay, that doesn't sound too bad. So for those of you that are watching this live, first of all, thank you. Subscribe if you're new, drop a like if you enjoy this. I do want to say, before I even start anything, that this video in particular is probably better watched in like a course format, if you will, in like a step-by-step way. So if you are watching this live, I honestly wouldn't recommend watching the entire thing all the way through, because you're just going to be overwhelmed, because this is probably going to take a few hours, to be honest. So just be prepared for that. But once this is done, I'll be able to edit it into shorter pieces, at least for YouTube Kick. I can't really do that. You guys are kind of stuck with the way it is. But over on YouTube, I'll edit it down and put it into a course, so it's in proper segments and stuff, so you're not watching hours of content all in one sitting, because you will get pretty overwhelmed with this. And that's assuming I can do this all in one take, without having to, like, I don't know, without my throat swelling up or like just being super exhausted like halfway through and having to like take a little power nap or something, to be honest. I wanted to start this earlier in the day, but I was getting everything ready. So we're doing it now. I just hope I can make it all the way through in one sitting. If I can't, then I'll have to retry it again and again until I get it right. Because let's be honest, okay? This entire thing is like 125 pages long, right? It's taken me 3 weeks to make this. So understandably, making this all the way through in one sitting is not going to be easy. There's going to be a lot of times where I might mess up a little bit, or maybe I just completely forget about something. But that's the joy of this being live, I suppose, because I can't just record this normally. My computer is too slow to actually record videos, and I also don't have the storage space to have those videos on my computer in the first place, let alone a software that doesn't lag to let me edit it and then download that, which is even more storage. So we're doing this the only way I can do this, and we're just gonna have to make it work, basically, all live. So there may be times where I just need to take a break for a little bit, come back to it. We'll see what happens here. I've done no vocal warm-ups or anything. I haven't trained my my voice for this, which is something you have to do if you're a content creator, or you're doing speeches, or you're just talking for like longer than an hour or two. You do have to like warm up your voice a little bit to like avoid damage, and also just to sound better. But the fact that this is taking me 3 weeks, I'm not going to take a week to just prepare my voice for this, unfortunately. So whatever happens, happens. Hopefully I'm not like coughing a lot or something. That won't be good. I'm just going to test my audio one more time now that I've talking for a little bit. That sentence didn't sound right, but that's fine. We're not here for an English lesson. A lot or something. That won't be good. I'm just going to test my audio one more time now that I've It's probably me myself when I do this, and also just to sound better. Just don't hear me breathing the whole time. But the fact that this is taking me 3 weeks, I'm not going to take a week to just prepare my voice for this, unfortunately. So
Honestly, the audio doesn't sound
whatever
that
happens, happens.
What about my breathing? Does my breathing pick up?
That sentence didn't sound right, but that's fine. We're not here for an English lesson. A lot or something. That won't be good. I'm just gonna test my audio one more time now that I've.
Coughing is definitely loud. I
I
definitely need to like
when I do this, and
mute
also
myself.
sound
Okay, the voices are gonna
the
collide with each other. That's gonna give me a stroke if I listen to that for too long. We don't want that. But yeah, like I was saying, anyone who's watching this live, just bear with me here, okay? You know, if I could just record this normally, it'd be a lot smoother. I'd be able to like, you know, edit out parts and, you know, add my cool animations and whatnot and transitions and all that and cut out all the nonsense that doesn't need to be in here. But I can't do that at the moment, so I'll do what I can after it's done. Like I said, I'm going to cut it up into smaller pieces so it could be consumed easier, if you will. And then I'll do my best to cut out, like, smaller moments that don't really matter, if possible, because YouTube's editing is not very, like, second specific. It's more like, here's 5 seconds of something, and just kind of work around that or whatever. But yeah, regardless, I'm excited for this. Unless I can't even make it through, like, 5 pages without feeling like I need to pass out. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I can't predict the future, obviously, but we'll see what happens. I got some water. I'll refill the water if I need to. You know, like I said, if I need to take a moment, I'll do that. We'll see what happens. And everyone over on Kick, you're just going to have to kind of deal with this being live, unfortunately. So, I do want to make, like, I don't know if you guys know what School is, like with a K, School. It's like a learning platform that creators can, like, create lessons on, basically. So it'd be like a YouTube course style of content, but you like work your way through it at your own pace, and there's like a community tab so you can like talk to other people doing the same thing, and you know, there's also like a payment option if I wanted to sell certain things in the future as well. So I may or may not look into that, because once this video is made, I can use it for whatever, whenever, essentially, which would be good. But I feel like it might be easier to do it on a platform like that's meant for that. You know, like obviously it's created on YouTube and you'd be watching YouTube videos through the platform, but I don't know. Just something I might look into in the future. Considering this first one's free. And it's been 3 weeks that it took me to make this. Okay? 125 pages for completely free. You know? If I did that for the next like 3 years and I didn't sell anything, that'd be kind of crazy, to be honest. So we'll see what happens in the future, because obviously this is going to be the bronze to platinum guide video, if you will, and then we're going to go into like diamond, grandmaster, celestial, and whatnot, because those are all different lessons that need to be learned. I think everything up to this point plus diamond is probably going to be the most information you need to know. Everything after diamond is more like fixing your mistakes here and there and just like learning techniques and whatnot. So, and then we'll dive into like each character specifically. But again, this one's free, so don't even worry about it. You know, just want to show what I'm capable of, if you will, and how much effort I'm willing to put into something. And it just helps me with the business side of things as well. So I'm gonna have to like train people at some point if this all goes well. So this will kind of help me with that as well. Anyway, that's all I really want to say at the beginning here. Is just, you know, whatever happens kind of happens. I'm just gonna have to work with it. And yeah, hopefully I can do this all in one sitting and one take. If not, I'll try again another time. Hopefully we can get this all finished by the weekend.
if possible. That is the goal here. That gives us like 3 days, basically. Well, today, the rest of today, I should say, and then the next 2 days. So if we can't do it all in one take, perfectly fine. Let's try again the next day, sort of thing. Because I'm already feeling it a little bit. It's only been like 10 minutes. I'm already scared. How do you start yet? Damn. Also, for the first part of this, you're going to be, reading this with me, basically, but afterwards, when I get into like character stuff, I'm going to switch over to looking at it on my computer. I'm hoping that doesn't mess with the quality of the video at all, because my computer is very slow, and it doesn't like it when I open anything else that isn't the video thing. But I kind of figured hopefully like a PDF reader is light enough for me to be able to make the video and read at the same time, because if I try to go back and forth the entire time, it would not be good. And I tried to write a lot of this down, but after like 8 hours of that, I was like, what am I doing? Why am I writing this down when I could just read it instead, Like, I'm typing it all out. There's no reason to type it all out and write it down. There was really no point in doing that. So I kind of wasted time doing that, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Anyway, hopefully this goes well. I hope the title's okay. I hope the description's okay and everything. Because I want this to be seen by people. If I have to, like, make thumbnail changes and title adjustments, like, I'm gonna do what I can to make this work video performance-wise. Because we need this to do good, If this gets seen by, like, 2 people, that's not gonna be good. But, I mean, like, a few hundred people, that's better than nothing at the end of the day. Thousands of people would be even better. I doubt we can hit those numbers right now, to be honest, but hopefully everything within my power after this is actually done. And, making those smaller versions are going to help drive traffic to it, I hope. And, yeah. I don't know if there's anything else for me to really talk about before we get into it. Just trying to think if there is anything. I don't think there is. How long is this first section? There's 7 chapters in this, by the way, so just be prepared for that. Chapter 5 is when we actually get into the game, so we'll probably take a break around chapter 5 for like a few minutes, probably, maybe, depending on how long that takes. Or like chapter 6, between 5 to 6. We can probably take a little break, depending on how long it takes to get there. Because chapter 6 is the big one, where I go into the basics of each individual character, which is gonna take up the most time. Honestly, that might be a couple hours on its own. To be honest, that's the meat of this thing, The rest of it is just, it's everything you need to know. But like I said, chapter 6 is the biggest section of this whole thing. It's gonna take the longest. And then chapter 7 was just kind of what I added last minute. Just some like last minute advice and whatnot. I'll probably mention that at the start or something. I don't know. I did this all in order, right? So like my intro was created before anything else was created, aside from like the page count at the start of this thing. I added that because I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of pages, man. And here I was being like, oh, it'd be cool to like print this out and read it properly. But yeah, no, not one is that one. Damn, not one is that many pages. That is way too many pages, dude. That's a whole ass book right there. Well, like half of a book. This is basically gonna be just one big ass textbook. That's insane. No wonder why it took me 3 weeks. Anyways. But yeah, the intro itself, I don't know how well this is gonna go. I might add some flavor in there if I think about it. And yeah, that's all I really want to say at the start of this. You guys watching this live, you're the only one that's gonna hear this part. So, if you got anything to say it now, I guess. I don't remember if I put this in Chapter 7 or not, but I will take recommendations in the future on, like, what you want to learn specifically, Like, it's good to know everything, but it's, like, if you already know a lot, but, like, something specific you need to, like, to learn, then, I'm open to that. I have a team in Marvel Rivals as well for people that are genuinely wanting to do good and win tournaments. So if that's something up your alley, you could look into that as well. Excuse me. And that's really about it at the start of this. I might make a Discord server or something at some point. I don't know. Discord is kind of on thin ice at the moment. So it might be another one of those companies where I'm just like, yep, I've had my time and I'm gone now, like I am with Twitch. I hope not, but if you look into it, some shit's been going on, so I kind of don't want to like encourage them for what they're doing, honestly. And yeah. So to anyone watching this pre-game, basically, I guess you can call it the pre-show. Just thank you. Honestly, I don't know if you're watching over on YouTube, or if you're watching on Kick, or if I somehow get this onto TikTok. I don't know how I would even do that, but just thank you from the bottom of my heart, honestly, for just being here. Even if this is like a topic you're not interested in, just thank you for tuning in when you did. I appreciate it. Please subscribe if you are new, or follow me on Kick if you are new over there. You guys can show support with Super Chat over on YouTube as well, because I am not making any money right now from anything at all. That includes I don't have a part-time job or anything. This is my job right now, the job that doesn't pay. So, I'd be grateful if you want to show support for that. And for those of you that are coming for the lesson itself, please just drop a like if this helps you at all, if you learned anything at all from this. Most of you probably are going to know a lot of this stuff already, because this is bronze to platinum after all. This is literally the basics, okay? Everything in here is like everything you should already know, or things you do need to know before you even consider anything else, Like, if your settings are just bad, then, yeah, you're stuck in gold for a reason, Or, for example, Groot walls. Maybe you didn't know that you can throw a spore bomb at your Groot walls, and the Groot walls will damage enemies, It's little things like that. You gotta know the basics before you try anything else, basically. So, the fact that the basics are 125 pages is crazy. And I completely understand why some people are stuck at, the low ranks. Okay, I completely get it. Well, I was going to say it's not your fault, but I mean, if you genuinely don't know enough to be, average or above, then, I mean, it kind of is your fault a little bit. But we'll get into that another time. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say at the start of this. I'm already having to clear my throat, not a good sign. Like I said, I'll refill my water and stuff if I have to. Anytime I need to take a moment, I can just cut that part out, I think. Which is why I just say, if you're watching this live, I wouldn't recommend it, just because this is going to be paced all in one. But I mean, if you are here regardless, thank you. Appreciate it. Hopefully you go back and watch the chopped down versions. Might make your life a little easier. It's always when I want to talk less when my throat does this, dude. Crazy. Every time. Every single time. I don't know what it is. I don't want to get into it because we need to start this shit before it gets too late, but every time I want to talk for longer than an hour, my throat starts doing this thing, dude. It's crazy. Anyway, I'm yapping too much. Trying to get my throat ready for this. That sounds weird out of context. Um, yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to deal with that for now. Kind of crazy that my throat is already doing this before we even started, but it is what it is, I suppose. Or maybe what I could do is finish this bottle and then fill it back up again. That way everything is ready to go, you know? Hopefully. I'm gonna do that real quick. Give me, I don't know, a minute. Plus a minute to fill this up. And then it should be good. Sorry that this intro is taking so long before we actually get started here, but like I said, this is the pre-game lobby, if you will, you know? We're just here to be here at the moment. But yeah, I'm gonna take a second so I can get my throat ready with some water, and then we'll get into it. You know, get some water for yourself, get a paper and a pen or something. You know, maybe some snacks. I would get some snacks, but it'd be weird if I'm eating in the middle of this, so I can't do that. But you know, and yeah, just be prepared to learn. That's all I can really say. Treat this like a classroom. School sucks. I know. School's the worst, but we're here to learn. We're here to get better. You know, you gotta have that mindset, or else it's not gonna work. You know, if you don't want to learn, then don't be here. Basically, not to be like rude or anything, but just like genuinely. If you don't want to learn, just don't waste your time. You know. Alright, I'm gonna fill this back up. Then we'll get started. If my throat will allow me. Don't know why this happens every time when I want to fucking talk, but it is what it is. Okay, give me a minute or two, and then should be good to go, hopefully. Excuse me, that's not good. That also can't happen either. This would be so much easier if I could just record bits and pieces and just add them together, you know? Like record for 20 minutes, come back to it, record for another 20 minutes, you know? It'd be a lot easier than trying to do, like, a whole ass college, like, just day. Just a day of learning for, like, hours, you know? I'm not a teacher. I mean, I guess I'm not a professional teacher, I should say. I don't have, like, any degrees or anything. But the art of teaching, I enjoy. Something I've been doing since I was, like, 17, 16, I think. Back in the Black Ops 3 days. And it worked. And people liked it. And I'm bringing it back, because I'm an adult now. And now I actually know what I'm talking about. Not that I didn't know what I was talking about when I was 16, but I didn't, like, you know. Most of what I was saying are things that were already said before, just coming from someone else. Back in the day. Anyway, I'm yapping. I'm gonna fill this up, and then give me 2 minutes, and then get into this shit. God, I hope this goes well.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, hold on, actually. Alright, didn't want that to burst out anyone's eardrums. Just gonna take another minute, let the people gather. Since I've been talking about this for a while. And I just hope this performs well. I really do. My channel's in a weird spot. I'm not going to talk about it right now because I could talk about that for a while. But like I said, I'm doing everything in my power to get this to perform the best it can. Alright, I think we're good to go. Famous last words before this all comes crashing down. I think if I just have to clear my throat, we're just going to have to live with that. That's kind of the issue with being on a microphone versus like an actual classroom or something, you know? My voice is just in your ears the whole time, rather than like you're like 5 seats away from me, Unless you're watching me on a TV, I guess. But yeah, you can listen to me podcast style if you want to. Just pay attention at the end of the day, it's all that really matters right now. Is that you just listen to what I'm actually talking about. Take notes when needed. Or when you think you need them, I should say. You know? Just pay attention. That's about it, really. That's all I can really ask of you if you want this to work. Because it won't work if you don't let it. Okay? It's gonna be honest. You have to want to learn this stuff. Alright. I think we're good to go. Like I said, famous last words here, but we'll see what happens. And the FPS might get weird, it might not, I don't know. Like I said, my computer does not like running even just 2 programs at one time. So using the PDF reader well, making the video might not work great, but we'll see what happens. If it's like a few frames, I'm okay with that, but if it's like 10 or more, that might be an issue when we get into the actual in-game section of this, which is Chapter 6. Like I said, that's the longest one. But I can go back and forth between the two, because I think as long as I stay on the video software, it seems to be okay. Then when I go back to the PDF again, it kind of gets a little funky. But like I said, doing the best I can for what I got right now, so it's kind of we're just gonna have to deal with it, Unfortunately, that's just the way it is right now. If I had a better setup, this would be a lot easier, but like I said, I'm not making any money right now, so. Alright, drink a little bit more water. I need to like sip on it continuously rather than just like trying to drink a lot at once. Because it won't actually help me if I drink it too fast. And my throat swelling up, I guess we're just gonna have to deal with that too. So hopefully the audio is okay this far away. I am going to check a third time just to be sure, because this needs to be as close to perfect as possible while also being done in real time, which is asking for a lot. But I just have to make sure that is good from a distance. So hopefully the audio is okay this far away. I am going to check a third time just to be sure. Honestly, it sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty perfect. I think we're good. Mine is the throat clearing. But that's why I wanted to move the mic further away, so that's less apparent. Alright. If my chair would like to stop moving on its own, that'd be great. Again, this also happens every time I try to do something. Can't write this shit, literally. I can't make this up. It's just the way my life is. Unfortunately. Alright. Yeah. We might be good to go. Hopefully. Again, we'll see what happens. If I have to do retakes, I will. You know. More effort on my part, of course, if that has to happen, but it is what it is. Just another minute or so. Just making sure everything is good and I can read everything properly and nothing's gonna break on me. I hope. It's gonna be a lot of words. My eyes are gonna hurt reading all this. I wish there was like a dark mode or something. Because wow, this is not pleasant. Maybe my brightness is just too high. I don't know. I'm not an eye doctor, so I don't know. But yeah, that is that is not pleasant to look at for too long. Is it bad on the computer too? That's not too bad on there. My TV's just the whites are too bright. I'll I'll fix that another time. I don't want to do that right now. But yeah, another minute and then I'm good to go. Alright, let's get into it here. Hope this goes well, dude. Hope this goes well. Time will tell on how this goes.
Let's wait for the screen to catch up so I know that was working. This might be hard to cut out. There we go. Okay. Make sure the ads are off as well. Good. Good to go. Okay. Let's try and do this all in one take here, okay? Hope this goes well. Alright. I climbed from bronze rank to platinum rank in Marvel Rivals in under 10 hours, and today I'm going to share everything I did to get there so you can do the same as well. Please consider subscribing and dropping a comment if this video helps you improve at Marvel Rivals. That lets me know this wasn't all for nothing, and to make more videos teaching others how to improve. This is 125 pages total, by the way, just so you know. Timestamps and chapters will be available so you can skip to certain sections. Please take this in a step-by-step format. If you really want to improve and get better, you have to want to learn. If you can't watch a video for a bit, or read for a bit, then how do you expect to learn? You know, just honestly. But first things first, who even am I? What am I? Where am I, you know? My name is Jack, aka TheTrueAura, or my nickname, Jesus, if you prefer that. I'm on YouTube, Kick, and TikTok at the moment, and I've been making content for 12 years, going on 13. I know that makes me sound old, but I started when I was 12 to 13, so I'm only 25 at the time of making this. But you're not here to hear my life story, but if you are interested in hearing about it, I can make a pinned comment or something. You are here, however, to learn how I went from bronze to platinum in Marvel Rivals in less than 10 hours. So what's my history with Marvel Rivals, you may be asking yourself. And I actually started playing Marvel Rivals when it first came out in December of 2024, aka Season 0. I had a history with the game Overwatch back in high school, which is like a first-person version of this. Then saw Marvel Rivals was a free-to-play hero shooter, so I gave it a try, and I fell in love instantly, if you guys remember that. Naturally, I was looking for a game I could be competitive in, first chance to win some prize money one day, without having a skill gap of years, because at that point, you can't beat the pros. That's like you walking into an MLB game, you are going against people with years of experience, while you know little to nothing. Thankfully, Marvel Rivals seems like a good chance for me to do this, and for the rest of you, the game is only 1 year old by the time of making this, so there is time to catch up with the pros. There's more than enough time for you to learn everything you need to know. If you see this like a year or two from now, it might be a lot harder to catch up, but now's the time. I tried getting into competitive, making it to gold rather quickly in Season 0, using characters like Doctor Strange and the Vanguard and Luna Snow in the Strategist. Truthfully, I am a DPS main when it comes to hero shooters. I like going in, racking up a lot of elims, and looking at my high score feed. However, since Marvel Rivals was brand new, people aren't going to know how to be good yet, so I felt like the best thing I could do, being a fast learner, was to keep everyone alive so they can learn how to get better at the game. Which, well, let's just say I was never able to get out of gold because my teams, rightfully so, were not so good most of the time. When it comes to a hero shooter, it's almost impossible to win a 1v6 fight unless you have a crazy ultimate or something, and with all that effort came burnout. As much as I loved Marvel Rivals and wanted to go pro, it was so new that it was hard to climb the ranks as a solo queue player. I don't have competitive friends. Hit me up if you want to do rank together. So at some point, before Season 1 started, I felt like a hopeless babysitter and questioned if this was even a good path to go down. You know, competitive, trying to win prize money, trying to fix my broken life. You know, is it even doable? Can it be enough? Can I fix my life? Why should I keep trying if there is no hope to guide the way? So I walked away, hoping by the time I come back, people will have gotten better. And now we go into Chapter 2, trying to keep up. Early on in 2025, I started learning how to create an online business step by step. Yes, it takes a lot of time and effort, by the way. I was having a hard time trying to balance making content and also figuring out how to create and run a business. But my flame refuses to go out, even when there is no hope remaining. I came back here and there, playing new modes, but also keeping up with the pros and seasonal updates, so I always have the advice on hand. I don't give up easily, and trying to go pro at Fortnite was seeming impossible. So for a few select seasons, I came back into Marvel Rivals with the goal of trying to get a Lord icon on every hero, which is something few have actually completed by now. It's a bit easier now to do that, um, which is good. That also came with a lot of burnout. Um, I want to learn every character so I can teach them all, and that takes a lot of time I don't get paid for, when I am desperate to make ends meet. Though, through all the stress, I still love playing Marvel Rivals, playing some new heroes when they come out, and keeping up with the information of pros. Look quote here I found too. It's not that important, but I thought it was kind of cool. Overwhelming only wins if you let it. Take control and keep moving forward. Very simple stuff. Chapter 3: A Fire That Never Burns Out. It's the start of 2026 now, and this year to me, or for me rather, is do or die. I need to fix my life before it is too late. So what better time to put maximum effort into the brand new year of Marvel Rivals and do my best to catch up to the pros. Setting days, usually weekends. I want to focus on Marvel Rivals content so I can continue to get better. So that's exactly what I set out to do. Get better. Thankfully, I spent a lot of 2025 keeping up with the pros and keeping up with what the pros were saying in Marvel Rivals, and updates and how to play better. I started 2026 changing my settings to something better while my muscle memory wasn't active, but we will talk about all of that later in this video/document. All you need to know is that I put my all into closing a 1-year gap. Better yet, my new favorite hero in Marvel Rivals came out, that being Deadpool, so it gave me the chance to relearn everything, learn new things, and have fun while doing it. By doing so, I was able to get to Platinum in under 10 hours during Season 6. Now that you know who I am and my history with Marvel Rivals, how exactly was I able to beat such a feat, especially alone? And that takes us into Chapter 4. What even is Marvel Rivals? You should probably know this already. Gonna be honest, but I have to say it anyways. Marvel Rivals is a free-to-play 6v6 team-based PvP hero shooter, where players form squads with iconic Marvel heroes and villains, like from Avengers, X-Men, Guardian of the Galaxy, to battle in destructible environments featuring unique team-up skills that combine character powers for strategic advantages, aiming for objectives in fast-paced, objective-based matches. It blends familiar hero shooter mechanics, similar to Overwatch, with a unique Marvel's twist, focusing on synergies, distinct character kits, and dynamic combat across evolving maps, with classes and roles, that being the Vanguards, the Duelists, and the Strategists roles, and encouraging teamwork. The game is very much about managing your abilities and making good plays and completing objectives. That's all you really need to know about what Marvel Rivals is. So you're probably asking yourself, here as we go into Chapter 5, how do I actually get better? You can learn a lot of things, people can tell you a lot of things, but how do you actually get better? And I'm just going to scroll down to here on this computer version so I can get caught up here. Give me a moment, sorry, this is going to take a second. Oh, at least I can cut this part out though. Okay, here we go. This is where we start getting into the good stuff. We will cover everything you need to learn, know, and master, in what I believe the sequence you should be doing them in. So, obviously, where you should start is your settings, okay? The first thing you should be doing is figuring out what settings are best for you. In the video format, I will go through everything on the screen. In the text format, I will just share screenshots, if I don't forget to. Hopefully I don't forget that. When it comes to settings on both controller and keyboard, there are a few key details you need to know about. First of all, you need to change buttons like you're jumping on all heroes. Do not do hero-specific settings till you know what actually works for you. But change your jumping button to a button that allows you to keep your hand/fingers aiming, because at the end of the day, if you have to stop aiming or doing damage, etc., just to press a button, you will lose more fights than win. On the controller, I recommend setting your jump to your left stick. That way you're able to jump and be harder to hit, but also still be able to hit shots making you a harder target and still pulling your weight, and melee or your ping on your right stick, allowing you to look around while not having to stop doing something. You know, like you're always doing something the entire time. After you worked on some keybinds for every hero, you need to figure out what sensitivity is best for you. Do not, and I literally cannot stress this enough, do not just copy someone else's settings, okay? Do not do that. Some people like to aim slower. Some people like to aim faster. The rule of thumb, have your sensitivity fast enough to be able to turn behind you in one count of Mississippi, which is one Mississippi. That is it. That is literally it. This will allow you to be able to turn around if your team is getting flanked or you're getting dived on, but also allowing you to hit skill shots like a Spider-Man flying around your head. And you can look at what other people are using, like myself, but make changes based on how it feels for you. And I do have something pretty cool I'd like to say that no one else has ever done before in Chapter 7, so at the end of this, talking about some settings. So stick around for the end of that because I feel like that's really important for you to master your settings properly. Since I don't know, like I don't know, I can't tell you the best settings for you because you're different than I am. You know, everyone's different. But yeah, hopefully you find that helpful at the end of this. So we need to talk about aim curves first of all, and I got this this information from TNY on YouTube. I want to call him Tiny, but that just doesn't sound right to me. Unless that is his name, then you know it is what it is. Um, but yeah, let's talk about the aim curves within the game real quick. So the dual zone S curve, which is what I'm using, is your aim sensitivity is mildly adjusted at low and high stick tilts, with a sharper adjustment at mid tilt. Basically saying that if you move your stick further out, you aim quicker in that direction, making your sensitivity dynamic and genuinely hard to get used to, but this does feel very good if you set it up right. Again, this is the one I'm using for most heroes. When I get to hero-specific stuff, I might change it. Classic curve, your stick tilt to progressively boost aim assist. The further you move your stick, the faster your aiming will become. I do not recommend doing that because your sensitivity will never feel stable at any point. And then the exceptional curve, stick tilt progressively sharpens aim sensitivity, same as classic but no smoothing. I don't recommend this one either if I'm being honest with you. And then your linear curve, stick tilt consistently boosts aim sensitivity, so it uses your raw input of your stick movement. In most games this would be a decent choice, but according to TNY, the linear curve setting feels bugged or choppy. And yeah, this is usually the one you want to go for, but in Marvel Rivals specifically, it does feel kind of weird a little bit. But that is something you should start there, realistically. To do this, go into the lower half of the practice range, set up a Ludus Snowbot at a normal speed, moving randomly, say a character as Hela or Punisher, and just mess around with your sensitivities and curves to figure out what feels good to you. Then make adjustments for all heroes, and I will show an example of that in a second here. Want to get adjusted even faster? Try changing the Lunabot for a flying character like Ultron. Once you start getting comfortable after some runs through this, you can make the bots move faster, and you can move them further back, though most of your fights in the game will be closer than 50 meters on average. It's not like you're fighting from across the map the entire time. And just a quick note here, please take your time with this, okay? Some sensitivities might not feel good at first, which they shouldn't, since every game acts differently, but try to make it feel as natural as possible, no matter what that may be for you. You can copy pro player settings for sure, because they have a decent idea on what is working and what is not, but again, make it your own. Make adjustments. Just make sure you can be accurate, but also be able to aim up and behind you within one count of Mississippi, because if you turn around too slow, or can't finish off an Iron Man when they ult, you can't protect yourself or your team. So take the time, see what works for you, try it out. If you consistently are doing bad, change your settings again. If you notice you start getting better and better scores in quick play or the practice ranged bottom layer, then keep it. You can make tweaks once you're comfortable. If you aren't comfortable with your aim, you won't know what to change. It is also important to understand that tech does make a difference. Higher frames, newer controllers / keyboards, grips, etc., etc. But don't stress about that right now. You're wanting to get out of gold, not becoming top 500 overnight. And just to actually, let me talk about this part first. There's custom crosshairs for each character. You can find this document within my document, as well as the guy's YouTube channel. I highly recommend checking this out because these custom crosshairs can help you perform much better per hero, as it makes certain abilities and mindsets easier to understand. For example, Mantis has a weird hitbox with her primary fire, as it shoots a little to the left and off at the center of the screen. So our custom crosshair basically makes it easier to hit your shots, as it directs you to where you need to be aiming. Because if you don't have this, you're missing a lot of shots, and you're like, why aren't these hitting? You know? So it does does make a difference. So let's go into the practice range real quick, and just to show you like why this is important, right? Because some people, you probably haven't been paying much attention to your settings at all. But I'd like to show an example real quick here. I thought I deleted most of these, but I guess not. What's my old score? I think it's this one. This is roughly where I was at like a week or two ago, right? 21 points, 17 eliminations. You get 5 points for a headshot elim, and 1 point for a normal elim. And I was like, okay, I need to adjust my settings. And then it started getting better. And then it started getting better. This used to be my peak. I was like, oh my god, 23 eliminations, 55 points. You know, I started getting really, really good. And then we go to my record so far in the practice range, which I believe is this one. This is the best I have ever done, ever. This is why changing your settings is so important, instead of just trying to get comfortable with something that's not working. 143 points. Again, each elimination that's a headshot is 5 points, or just 1 point if it's not a headshot. And there's out of 39 eliminations. So you can do the math on that. That is basically almost headshotting every bot, basically. So that's the highest score I've ever gotten. Just ever. And that's why practicing your settings is just so important. With mastering those, tweaking those. Like I said, I have something at the end of this in Chapter 7 talking more about that and how I think I have something that no one else is doing that can help you, because it helped me get a score like that. Just to show some proof for that. So I'd like you guys to do the same thing if you struggle a lot with your aim. Just trying to be the best you can be. I'm also gonna turn this on real quick so I can turn the game volume down. Let's do like 50, might be good. I'll just go into the practice range real quick so I can show you what I'm talking about there. So when you want to practice your settings and, you know, trying to figure out sensitivities and controls and all that kind of stuff, were we in a tournament? I don't know. I didn't read that. I'll read that after. That's not important right now. Sorry, I haven't played since the last video when my team got kicked out. Okay, so let's go into the practice range real quick to show you how you can warm up and practice your aim. I do recommend using Hela. You can turn on ability cooldowns if you want to. It'll make it feel more accurate to how it would actually play out for you. But also having infinite ammo is also kind of good. So when you're practicing, this is what I recommend you do, okay? Set up the hero as a Luna. Generate the type random generation range. Set that to short range, because that's where most of your fights are going to play out, in the 10 to 30 meter range. You're not really playing much further than that usually. Static / dynamic, make sure it's turned on to dynamic. The move action, turn this to random. You could have this on advanced combat, so the bots are attacking you, but when it's Lunas, they do tend to heal themselves, and they can also freeze you, so kind of gets annoying. Set the movement speed to just normal speed to start with. And then as you get more used to it, you can turn this up to super fast, which will be a 50% boost in speed, which realistically should be moving faster than most players in the game just ever. So it'll help you get better faster. Set up 3 bots. If you're really struggling, just start with 1, but I recommend doing 3. Because rarely are you just going to be having a 1v1 against someone. Health Restore, this is for you. Leave that on. And then the timer, I recommend 120 seconds, which is like 2 minutes. Or you can set it to just 1 minute, up to you on that. And then music is also up to you. I do recommend 120 seconds on the clock. I make sure this is good. And you just set this machine to start it up. And then what you should do is get used to your aim, you know? Just like track them slowly. You know, you don't have to be super fast at first. But just don't move around or anything. Just like get used to your natural aim. And it's been a few days for me, so I'm not gonna do too well at the moment because I haven't warmed up at all. But this is how you're going to start practicing your settings and what feels good. As you can see, I'm able to aim while jumping still, which is something that will be important. And then my melee also allows me to look around as well, which isn't as important, but some characters do require some combos with your melee. Or like someone like Doctor Strange, for example, is like, you know, using his normal attack is sometimes just not the best option. But yeah, just kind of do this a few times, get used to it, you know, keep track of your score, see if you're performing any better. And then once you get comfortable, you can start moving around a bit. And my advice for that is just kind of mirror your enemy's movements, basically. That'll make it basically easier for you to aim instead of going like against them and whatnot, so your crosshairs like already aligned with them. And yeah, just do this for like, you know, 10 plus minutes every time you play the game, basically. And when you're trying to figure out, you know, the perfect settings for you, you will be spending days in here, okay? I'll be honest. You're going to be spending a lot of time in here, just going back and forth with these bots, learning what's working, what's not working, but just get comfortable with it. You don't have to use Hela necessarily, but this is more like, you know, like a flicking motion. But if you switch it to someone like the Punisher, this will be more of like actually tracking your target to see how accurate you are. Just go through those two. And then you can use someone like Moon Knight, for example, because he's a projectile, to like track that. So just be in here, you know, that's how you're going to be practicing your settings and, you know, what feels good. And when I was saying turn around at one count of Mississippi, and it goes like this, right? 1 Mississippi. If you cannot turn around at one count of that, you're too slow, okay? 1 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi. Literally 1 second. It should not take you longer than 1 second. Because if it is, a Spider-Man's going to take you out. Okay. Now, to be fair, if you're like a really squishy hero, you're probably going to die if you're getting dove on by like a Black Panther or something. But it is good for you to be able to turn around and be like, oh, he's right there, get a shot or two in on him. Even if you do die, that at least gets his health down. And then your team looks behind, hopefully, if you like ping them. And then they can finish him off, basically. So yeah, that is the basics of settings and what you need to do to get better. Again, there's going to be a section at the end of this, guide to help you adjust your settings from like a user preference. So do look forward to that by the end of this, because again, I feel like this is really important and no one's talking about doing this method. So highly recommend it, because this is what I did and it's working. Clearly, this was me not even doing great, and that's already above my average. Anyway, let's go back to
the document here. How we feeling so far? Is everyone still good? We all still alive? Hopefully, because we're not even halfway done yet. We still at the beginning here. And why can't I move? Why can't I move? It crashed. Cool, okay. So that's something that's going to be happening, I guess. It's just going to crash sometimes. That doesn't that doesn't look good when this is live, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, I can't write this. The browser has never crashed before. I get it. It's a lot of pages. It probably doesn't like it. Wow, it is struggling. That is insane. Am I gonna have to close out of this every single time? That's probably okay, actually. Because I don't think we need to go back until Chapter 6, which is the biggest chapter. It is struggling so hard. That is crazy. This is supposed to be next gen, dude, and you're struggling to read a document. Crazy. Okay, so we need to talk about roles, what roles are, what they do, why they're important. So before you think about the character you want to get good with, you need to understand the role that best suits you and your playstyle. Most people want to be DPS because it looks flashy and gets a lot of elims, but Marvel Rivals isn't about who gets the most elims in a certain amount of time. It's about who is better at completing objectives. That is how you win more matches and climb ranks. There is no point in getting 50 eliminations if you lose the match. So, the tanks, otherwise known as Vanguards, this role is for players who want to be in the action. You're normally the front line of your team, relying on good healers to keep you alive, while creating space for your team to push forward. All tanks have some sort of damage blocking ability, which is more times than not their main purpose. Creating space and blocking damage is your goal. Block pathways as Groot, block ults or line of fire with Doctor Strange, or just be annoying to the enemy team as a Penny. Your team needs you, and they need you alive. Without good tanks on your team, you have no way of creating space to get closer to the objective or helping your team stay alive while blocking incoming damage. Tanks should also be protecting their team and their supports if they are being targeted. So you are the front line, but you do have to pay attention to the way your team is. For most tanks, we'll get into probably off tanks and all that kind of stuff in the Diamond video. So your supports, healers, aka strategists, this role is for players who like winning, while not trying to be flashy. Your main purpose is to keep your team alive, especially your tanks and other healers. Because at the end of the day, it's hard to win a fight if your team keeps dying over and over again. Oftentimes, you are the team captain, you call the shots. If your team is behind you, wait for them. If your tank keeps pushing and blowing up within seconds, tell them to fall back. A team cannot win any fight if they can't stay alive. You are arguably the most important role on your team, but with that power comes the enemy team targeting you, like a lot. So keep your team alive and be sure to check your back. And then everyone's favorite for most people, the DPS, the Duelist. This role is for players who like being flashy and looking at high numbers on a scoreboard. Or maybe you just like playing Call of Duty in your free time. Either way, your main purpose is to, deal damage. Some duelists are better at flanking behind the enemy team and taking out their supports, while most duelists should focus on dealing damage to the enemy team or finish off players with low health. After all, you can't win a fight if the enemy team doesn't take any damage. But remember, play your objective. This is more important than how many eliminations you got. Your team can have a total of 20 elims and still win. Okay? So, something I see a lot, especially from streamers, is they can have like a 60 elimination Spider-Man game with like 5 deaths. and they still lose the match, and then they're like, wow, my team sucks, or I carried you guys and we still lost. And then you check their footage, and it's like, you you didn't touch the objective like one time, you didn't stall the objective, you didn't like clear off enemies off the objective. All you did was take out like the same two characters the entire time and not actually provide value for your team. So just do keep that in mind. People think they're carrying, but they're actually kind of throwing, to be honest. Yes, killing the enemy team is good, whittle down their numbers. But again, the objective is the most important thing to winning. If you're not contesting the objective, you're not going to win at all, ever. And you can't just rely on your entire team to do that for you, So get used to that. And then there is technically like a fourth role that isn't official, but this is the flex role. Basically meaning you could just switch between roles. I have rules in there. Can I edit this live right now? I'm not going to do that right now. I'll fix that later. So this is the role I focus on personally. You can pick your character based on what the team is lacking. If you have one support, make it two. Have no tanks, become a tank. Doing this will allow you to fill the gaps of your team. However, it comes with a downside. You will never master a role. You will be able to switch between roles effortlessly, which is great, but you won't know how to play each role perfectly. You are basically the babysitter of your team to try your best to get a win. So basically, the jack of all trades. Good at a lot of things, but the master of nothing kind of thing. So, definitely try and pick a role you prefer rather than trying to cover all the bases, because you will be better at the end of the day if you have something specific that you can fine-tune to use specifically, rather than just trying to fill in the gaps. Having people to fill in the gaps is important, but it's just not as important, So try some characters in these roles to see what fits your playstyle better, and don't worry about characters yet. You're just trying to figure out what role you enjoy the most. And then you can figure out what characters in those classes you want to be good with. So, again, if you are a Vanguard, you are usually the front line of your team. You are in all of the fights. You're usually starting fights. You are just the front line. Everything is on you, basically. And then Strategists are the ones that are healing you and setting up good plays and just trying to keep you alive or like empower you in some way to help you perform better. And then the Duelists are obviously people doing damage or they're flanking to go to like the enemy backline and stuff like that. So just try and figure out like around that what playstyle you prefer the most. Do you want to have more freedom as a duelist, someone like Psylocke or something, where you can just kind of flow around the map at your own pace and be able to get medkits and not really rely on your team at all? Or do you want to be a Vanguard, so you're like in the fight all the time, Completely up to you. And that takes us into the next section. How do matches actually work? I really shouldn't have to tell most of you this, but some people might be brand new to the game and want to get better, so I really will cover everything in detail, step by step, in an order I feel makes the most sense. Again, Marvel Rivals is a 6v6 hero shooter where teams focus on completing objectives. Key word is completing. No one cares if you got 50 eliminations in a match if you never helped to complete the objective. People do, however, care about how well you kept them alive, how well you created space, how well you cleared the objective. Your main goal in every single match is to complete your objective. That is it. That is literally all you need to do. I know, it sounds simple, right? Because it should be. So there's three main modes, at least in competitive, that you're going to be playing in. So we'll just cover those real quick. Domination. Both teams fight to claim the same objective point in the middle of the map. Your main purpose is to claim that point and keep the enemy team off of it, King of the Hill style. It is important to note that you can cause the game to go into overtime counter if the enemy team or your team is at 99% and the opposing team touches the point, allowing the enemy team or your team to make a comeback. Overtime is so important. You can turn an entire match around in that overtime, okay? Those like 10-20 seconds make a big difference, so always try to do that. Always just like, if you can go into overtime, just throw bodies on it until it goes into overtime and then plan afterwards.
Convoy, otherwise known as escort in most other games. Both teams take turns attacking or defending the objective while trying to push it to the goal or stop the opposing team from pushing. Your main purpose is to claim the point and move it along the map as the attacking team, or make sure the enemy team can't make it to the finish line while defending. Just like domination, you can cause the game to go into an overtime counter if both teams are on the objective when time runs out. The team who pushes it the furthest will win the match. And then convergence is basically just a mix of those two, the two other modes, meaning you take turns attacking or defending a single point before it becomes a convoy point, and then that point will move. Probably the most fun one, in my opinion. Okay, let's talk about maps, because that's important too. All of this is important. So maps. This one is a lot harder to explain in a text format, so I recommend watching this part on the video to understand it fully. Every map has pathways. A path to the center. Actually, I should do this in the game, actually. Hold on. I'm going to do this one in the game. This will make it easier to explain. I don't know if I have to go into a full match to be able to do this or not. Oh, I went past it. Okay, there we go. So we damn, can't speak. We will redo this section in a moment here. It's kind of the issue doing this live, you know. It's all happening at once. But I have it on my computer, so I should be able to read it. I hope it's not too buggy or anything. Having this PDF open. I know it doesn't take much to make my computer just crap out, but definitely need that to turn back on too. Actually, what I could do is go into a match of someone. I think I'll do that. It's probably easier. Let's turn this down a bit. Can I just go to one of my matches, probably? I'm not going to try and read anything right now. History. Let's just go to one of my matches real quick. Let's just go here. And let's talk about this real quick. I don't know if I'd be able to show the destruction part of this, but let's just skip ahead. Skip ahead a lot. Seizure warning, by the way. Let's look away if you are prone. Skip ahead, skip ahead, skip ahead. Wait until the doors open. And we're good. Okay. Toggle. Okay, so. Now let's talk about maps. This is, again, one of the... This one is a lot harder to explain in a text format, so I recommend watching this part of the video to understand it fully. So every map has pathways. A path to the center, a path that leads to the other side, aka flanking routes, and maps also have positions. So let's talk about the pathways here, right? Let me just go up. And there's a way to see your map. I don't remember what button that is to do that. Here we go. Okay, this is kind of hard to understand, so I won't do that. I won't do that mode. Okay, so each map has pathways, right? So this is the spawn area on this map in particular, and as you can see, there's 3 pathways on this map at this first area. So you have the middle route, which is going to have the most line of sight for the enemies to see you, and then there's a left and a right flanking route that you can take. And this map is kind of a bit of a bad example because everything here leads to the middle, basically. But then you come to the middle, and then you're like, okay, there's this left side you can use for cover, and whatnot. And each map also has positions. So as you can see, you can be up here, and you can, you know, shoot the enemies from using this cover, or like from this wall over here, or you could be down here using this wall for cover. You know, there's different angles you can be at. You could be like behind here, you know, behind here. You could be up there. You could be like right here if you really wanted to be. You know, multiple positions for you to be in, which is good for the attacking team as well, because as you can see, this will go right here is on the high ground of the point here. So she's able to see the whole team, but then she could just go behind this and get protected, basically. Some positions are higher up on a ledge, forcing the enemy to look up at you, or lower positions allowing you to hide from enemy sight. Most, if not all, maps have an out-of-bounds area where players will be eliminated upon falling into. I think this might be one of the maps that doesn't have that, aside from this, obviously. So if there was like a really good Spider-Man or something and you were on this point, he could just like jump from up there, pick you up, and then throw you off the map, and you will get eliminated for that. Sometimes there's like little smaller sections, like a little hole in the ground that you can fall into. This map is a bad example of that because there's not actually that many spots you can fall into, to be honest. But you get the picture. Making use of heroes like Jeff to swallow a lot of enemies, then throw them out of the map, causing them to be eliminated. Make sure to not fall in yourself during stressful situations. And all maps also have destruction. There is a button that you can press that will highlight these breakable spots, allowing you to create small openings to hit the enemy or make lines of sight so the enemy can't hide, or even collapsing a bridge or building so the enemy has less options against your team. Now this one is important. For most maps, again, this one's not really the best example of this. But I believe this bridge right here can be broken. So if someone's up here, you could break this bridge and like force them down, basically. But if she's up here, you can't really break that necessarily. Again, this map is just not a good example of that. Like these walls don't break, you know. But you just kind of have to play around. You can press that button, see what's opens up or not. Because like let's say for example, I could what could I do here? Imagine if this wall was breakable, right? So obviously there's this hole here where you can see people, but then there's that pillar there. So realistically, if you were able to poke a hole into the wall, you could be behind this cover and this cover while still be able to hit your enemies through like a little hole in the wall, basically. Just try to look for spots like that. Take the time to walk around maps, seeing what you can and cannot get onto or into. Playing on high ground as a Moon Knight, for example, is important to his role, since it allows him to deal massive group damage to the enemy team, while also being hard to locate. Again, something like this, right? A Moon Knight could just throw his Ankh into the middle and just hit you and then go back into cover. But then you also have to keep in mind that the enemy is going to catch on to that. They will come from up here, but there's no way for them to come anywhere else. So they can come from these three spots, and that's about it. So your best bet is probably to stay closer to like this side. Because if you're over here, you're in the open, and if you try to run away, they're going to see you running away, but then if you come too far out here, they might just kill you over here as well. So each map has little spots like this for you to pay attention to and to take advantage of. This is something we're going to get into in the Diamond for sure. As you can see, the Squall Girl is just like up here, you know? It's going to be harder for my team to take her out, basically. And then, you know, she probably like comes over here and then like move over here. Like this is a good spot right here, especially for like a Moon Knight, you know? Lots of little stuff like that people don't really pay attention to. In these lower ranks, a lot of you guys are just funneling in from the middle the entire time. And then you're like, wow, we're just getting obliterated. And it's like, yeah, because the whole enemy team is just in the open. You know? And I think this is the one map where I found a shortcut by accident at one time. No, I don't think it is this one. No, it is. There's a shortcut here that I never knew about until I just accidentally did it one time. If you aren't in the spawn room, you can come on this right side here, and you technically, if you do this right, you can skip over this gap into here, and that takes you straight into the point, usually behind the entire enemy team. And that is just something I didn't know existed before, until I Until I just did it randomly. I just like came over here and I just like looked at that, pressed my button to go over there, and I was like, oh, that actually worked. Instead of you have to go all the way over here into the middle and just get shot by absolutely everybody, you know. Instead, you could just go through that back wall over there. And not many people do that. So if you have a way to do that, do that. It's important. It's important to know. It's important to master. I don't think I have to show you destructible walls or anything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can figure that one out on your own, Chief, to be honest. I think this is going to crash again. This is going to crash every time I open it, I think. Alright, we're almost at chapter 6, so yeah, it's almost time for a little break here before we get into the thick of it. Alright? Again, this is just the beginning. Chapter 6 is the meat of this thing. This is going to take us the longest. Alright, just putting that out there. We're on like page 12 of 125, okay? Be prepared for this. Chapter 6 is the biggest one. It's going to take us a while to get through it. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Alright, let me just catch up here. We are on 5-5 right now. Which is right here. Alright. So to end off chapter 5, I think... Yes, okay. So ending off chapter 5, just to touch base on team-up abilities. So in Marvel Rivals, there are team-up abilities that change each season. I don't know why I said it like that. Some being completely overpowered and some making less notable changes. Study up on these. Knowing what teams work great and team-ups work great and why is an important aspect to getting better at Marvel Rivals and climbing ranks. Just never rely on it unless you're playing with a group of friends or something, because more times than not, picking a great team-up ability but using a character you suck at is worse than just picking a character you're actually good with. Same goes if you're wanting to create a team-up ability, but your teammate sucks at playing the character you need. It's better to stick with who you're actually good at most of the time. So don't stress too much about team-up abilities just yet, but definitely know about them. Know that they are a thing, and study up on them, because it's going to be important for Diamond and above. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. Wow, this has been a lot already. I don't have time for this. I want to watch TikToks. I want to play matches and just learn on my own. This is too much for me. And if that's you, good. Okay? You want to get better. Getting better takes a lot of effort. If you can't read for a bit or watch a video explaining things, then how do you plan to learn anything? Okay? It is important that you focus on all of this and take notes. Sure, you could just get lucky, but that's what they say about the lottery too, okay? So focus on what is proven to actually work, because if you're gold or lower, you don't know enough to reinvent the wheel on your own. So cut your ego down a bit, change your mindset to wanting to learn, and make sure you aren't constantly being distracted. More importantly, take your time with this, okay? Do this in a step-by-step order with the way I provide them, and you will get better and climb the ranks, which is the entire reason you are here. If you can't even read or watch for a bit, then you may as well quit now, because there is only a lot more of this ahead of you, okay? I'm just going to be straight up about that. If you couldn't even handle that, just the beginning of this, then stop watching right now. Go do something else. Just get out of here, okay? I will give you a minute or two to do that, okay? And I seriously mean it. If you can't get past this point, don't bother being here. Because there's only a lot more ahead of you. Now's the time. Now's the time to turn your ship around, okay? I'll give you a few minutes to do that. May I'll play like a little like song or two in between this. But yeah, now's your chance, okay? Just saying. Again, I don't want to sound rude or mean or anything, but it's just the truth. If you could not handle getting to this point, you will not get to the end of this. Okay? Chapter 6 is the biggest chapter. There's gonna be like over 100 pages in this thing. We're on page 12, okay? Just making that very clear. So again, if you could not make it past just the beginning of this, turn around, go do something else. I'll give you a few minutes to do that.
Yeah, I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow, call me offensive even though Joe, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love, still gonna die for what I love, still gonna try, I won't give up, still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no. Some injuries, mentally and physically, studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory bad enough to get a C, they'd rather just go leave it be. I know this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words. No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no.
Alright. If you're still here, great. I'm glad you could make it to the biggest section of this whole thing. To everyone that's left, good. You know, they're not gonna get better. And that's on them, okay? That's just on them. So time to talk about everyone's favorite topic. Heroes or villains. This is going to be the biggest section in this entire thing, okay? Chapter 6 is basically this entire thing. So this is the most important. You're going to want to pay the most attention to this. And we're going to go into literally everything. Okay?
So again, take your time with all this and whatnot. So this section is going to be much easier explained in the video version, so I do recommend you watch this section in the video. My best advice, though, while picking characters, try to be good with 2 to 3 in your chosen role. Some characters play better in certain modes or in certain maps, or sometimes you just don't get that one character you really wanted to play. So have several heroes in your pocket at the ready, that way you'll have an option, so you never throw a match being forced to use someone you're terrible with. And with that, we go into the meat of this thing, which is the basics of every single hero. And when I say the basics, I mean like the bare minimum. You need to know this stuff. If you don't know this stuff, you're not going to make it past Platinum, okay? Go be honest. You won't even make it out of Gold, probably. Okay. Again, this is going to be the longest section. It's going to be the hardest section, okay? But we'll make it through. This is the second last chapter here. Biggest one. And then we'll again, doing this in the video format is going to make the most sense. So if you're watching, thank you. If you're reading, thank you as well. It's just a lot easier to actually show this off rather than talking about it. But I did put pictures of all the hero's abilities, the hero picture itself, and then the name of the hero and everything. So you should be able to figure it out. Through the text version, I made it as easy as possible as I could. But again, doing this way will be a lot easier. So first up is going to be Angela. Excuse me, why? Anyway, first up is Angela. Let me just get to a spot here, somewhere like this probably, I'd imagine. Okay. So Angela has the Spear of Icarus, the Axes of Icarus. Her ultimate is Heaven's Retribution. Her shield is Shielded Stance. Her right bumper is Assassin's Charge. Her left bumper is Divine Judgment. I don't know if I have to say all this every time. Her left bumper is also Wingblade Ascent, and her passive is... I don't even know how to say that, so I won't. You see it all there, okay. I'm not going to read this every time, I'll just show this for a few seconds and then talk about it. So Angela is a versatile fighter who can switch between 2 stances, allowing her to serve as a solid front line or a flying brawler. So your main attack is going to be this spear, obviously, but you can use your left bumper to hit the ground and you'll pull out your axes instead, allowing you to do that, and then you can go back up, use your spear again, you know, go back down. It's on cooldown of 8 seconds, just do be aware of that. Angela has a charge passive, which is that gauge you can see in the middle, that empowers the damage of her primary fire, which is the spear. The gauge will increase by flying around or by blocking damage. As you can see, that bar is filling up. And decrease each time she lands a hit with her primary, so it'll go down every time you hit someone. But if you get this fully charged, if I could get it fully charged, it'll turn yellow like that. And hold on. Okay. Her spear can launch enemies up when the passive is fully charged. As you can see, the enemy flies up a little bit and back, versus just kind of standing there. You can also melee after the spear attack to cancel her animation, allowing her to attack faster. It's a bit harder to do, but I mean, technically you can. It doesn't really work too well with that. You get the picture though. Her axes push her closer to the target on the 4th hit, so let's wait for that cooldown. Actually, I should turn this on to make this easier. So, every 4th hit, you basically get dragged to the target. So let me find someone that's moving.
show this off. You basically just jump towards the target, obviously. Assassin's Charge allows her to fly towards and pick up 1 to 2 enemies for a short time, allowing her to pick off targets, which is going to be the right bumper here. So you can fly in. I missed, actually. You fly in, you pick up an enemy, you know, throw them off the map, do whatever. Throw them into your team if they're, you know, able to focus on that. So you can do something like this. Just throw her into your team, or throw them into your team, rather. You can do it like that. And her ultimate creates an area that slows down enemies, or you can activate it again to dive to that area, damaging the enemies. So let's show that off real quick. Throws your spear down, keeps them stuck there, but if you jump down, now they're encased in this area, basically. So that's the way her ultimate works. It's very good. Pull them in, jump in, they can't leave. And that's the basics of Angela. There's not really much more to say about it. The tanks are probably the easiest to explain. But yeah, you just go around, shield yourself, you know, pick up an enemy, throw them, kill them. That's her whole thing. And yes, you can also fly around when that's active as well. You don't have to stay down there. And next up is Captain America.
If we don't stand up for what's right, who will?
So Captain America is a sturdy and mobile diver, best for hit-and-run tactics and capable of shielding himself. His primary fire allows him to launch his shield every 2 punches landed, keeping enemies under pressure. So, every 2 hits, you will throw your shield out, kind of like that, which is represented by that blue bar, so it does stay. Then you just throw your shield, 1, 2, throw your shield, 1, 2, throw your shield. You can actually throw your shield 4 times. I did not write that down. I didn't know that was a thing, actually. Even I'm learning something. Dude, this is crazy. You can throw your shield 4 times, and then go back to beat them up. And now, it doesn't seem like that works if you're punching them. No, you do still throw it, kinda. But yeah, just 2 hits. Then you can throw your shield from a distance. Important to know. His shield allows him to block damage and deflect projectiles, including some ultimates. It cannot block AoE attacks, except for a select few AoE ults, while looking straight down. So his shield blocks damage and sends it back at them as well, as you can see it ricocheting and doing damage. So if you're up close, you can just do that, you know. Boom, boom, shield. It won't let me because my shield's on cooldown, and then you could throw your shield if you had enough time to do that. His shield can be thrown, bouncing off a group of enemies with his left bumper. That'll do the same thing as your, like, getting it blue. You can just throw that. So obviously there's a little bit of combos you can do there. I'll try and show off here. Let's say you get 2 hits. You throw your shield, and then you throw your shield more, get him down, throw your shield again, go back in, block damage, you know, throw your shield. He can attack from range. That's not his main purpose, obviously, but he can attack from range. He also has a bash. Whoops. He has a bash that he can do with the shield. I don't have this written down for some reason. I overlooked this. It's just a shield bash. Goes in one direction. You can't use it upwards or anything. And then he also has his running you can do as well. So if you jump in the air, you can do a little dive like that. So you can do that. You can run, jump up, you know, dive in, throw your shield, basically. And then his ultimate Grants bonus health and movement speed to him and his team if they are, you know, within range, basically. I don't have health bars on, so I can't actually show you that, but that's what his ultimate does, is that effect there. And yeah, that's Captain America. He's actually a bit better than I thought, now that I know that the blue bar isn't 2 shots. And the fact that I learned something doing something I created is kind of crazy, to be honest. But yeah, I didn't actually know you could do that. So yeah, that is Captain America in a nutshell. Next up is feeling a little strange.
Magic is not to be owned, but to be felt, experienced.
Alright, Doctor Strange is a mixed attacker that shines in defense objectives. His primary attack builds up dark magic when hitting a target, which he can use to let out a burst of damage using a maelstrom of madness. He can also animation cancel his primary using his melee, as you can see, like that, and you'll build up this gauge at the bottom there, as you can see. And that allows you to do what wrong button? That allows you to do that with the right bumper, to do a burst of damage. I can do it multiple times because I don't have cooldowns on. And then, yeah, once you use it, it'll let out that burst of energy, basically. His secondary fire is a giant shield that blocks incoming damage, and can block some ultimates as well. As you can see, the health bar is at the top there, and also at the right side of your screen, so you can go in and block damage. This is kind of the playstyle you want to get into, is just shoot, shield is kind of the flow you want to get into that. Doctor Strange has the ability to hover in the air, or bunny hop, and or launch himself in any direction using the left bumper. As you can see, you can sort of float around a little bit, you can go up and down, or you can tap it and give yourself a little bit of a little jump there, like a bigger jump, basically, which combines well with his ultimate, which we'll get into right now. No, we won't. Talk about portals first. He can also open portals, allowing him to make a clutch play or make new lines of sight on enemies. So let's say I'm over here, right, and I know the enemies are over there. So what you could do is you could position this to look at the enemies like that, in like a way they can't get into it, and then you have a whole new line of sight to be able to kill the enemies, and they can't really do anything about it. Or you just make a portal, and then, you know, you can teleport somewhere, like that. You can just go right through it. Now you're over here. You can come back out of it, and now you're on the other side. You know, that is, you want to use that, especially if you're in overtime. You know, you never want to be the last person on your team to die if you're a Doctor Strange, because you can bring your team back into the fight. And his ultimate stuns enemies and projects their souls out of their body, which can damage, which you can damage to take down the targets. So let's show that off. If you go up to an enemy, you do that, their soul leaves their body, and you can damage the soul, and then they also cannot move. So I should do that up here, just show that they stop moving. And then you can burst them, just like that. And now, usually what you want to do, now that you can sort of fly in the air like that, is you want to like get behind the enemies like this and then do it. That way they don't really see you coming. And yeah, that's Doctor Strange in a nutshell. Now, next up is Tank Pool. Deadpool, Tank Pool. This one's going to be a little harder to explain, to be honest, but we'll get into it. Again, just the basic level. We're not getting into like extreme detail about the characters or anything. This is just the stuff you need to know. So, Deadpool, Tank, one of the newest heroes at the time of making this, and is going to be one of the harder ones to explain at a basic level. So, Deadpool is a hybrid ranged and melee character
you can upgrade his abilities as the match continues. Deadpool is in all 3 roles, allowing him to fit into multiple team compositions. Tank Pool has 500 HP and a bubble shield, which is what that is. He also has 2 passive abilities as well. Let's see if these show up here. They do, okay. Healing Factor provides Deadpool with passive healing if he is out of combat for a short time. He can also survive most ultimates at very low HP, enabling him to flee from combat or set up a quick play if he is damaged directly after. This will have a longer cooldown, however. So as you can see, if I take some damage and then I just kind of walk away and stay out of the fight, you start getting some healing. And then passive number 2, Maximum Flare. Deadpool gains style points for healing and damaging and performing combos. This charges his ultimate that will go on a cooldown after being used, making it a unique ultimate that doesn't have the standard gauge, allowing him to build his ultimate quickly and using it multiple times in a fight. However, if he is taken out, he will lose all charge progress and start at the lowest level again, requiring him to stay alive to gain ultimate. If the passes weren't confusing enough, Deadpool has 2 ultimates, depending on which weapon you are holding. As you can see, this is for the gun, this is for the sword. At the time of writing this, Tank Pool should be using his sword ultimate more often than not to pressure the opposing team. So your pistol ultimate, which is the one we're looking at right now, used on a single target that will take damage if they miss any shots, as well as damage over time if it is upgraded, while also granting bonus health and healing over time. So let's just show that off. It's kind of hard to show this one in particular, but basically they're being clustered. They can't see too well, and they will take damage if they miss shots. And then if we go over to the swords, his sword ultimate starts a mini-game that grants a speed boost and healing over time, and recharges his sword dash and grants bonus health. If you finish the minigame, his ultimate gets stronger and lasts longer, and refreshes his healing passive. So we'll show that off. Shows a minigame to get dashes on enemies, or to jump on their head. And when you complete that, you get the jackpot, and that just makes it last longer, makes it stronger. You can also take pictures with left bumper, I didn't mention that. And to end it off at a basic level, Deadpool gains XP from eliminations, which is that yellow bar that's filled up at the bottom there, or from healing and taking pictures on final hit targets. So let me just upgrade something really quick, just so I could show that. It's too late already. He uses this to upgrade his abilities. The XP gain carries over for all Deadpool roles. This is just the basic rundown, so I won't talk about what each upgrade does and which to get first and whatnot in this, bronze to platinum section. So I won't go into what all of these do and why you should be doing certain things. But as you can see, the red bar at the bottom will go up when you get eliminations, or if you get style points, basically. So if you go over here, jump on them, you get points for that. And then if you take a picture, that's also how you get the most amount of XP. And then you use that to upgrade your abilities, basically. And yeah, that is Deadpool. Next up is Emma.
I'm as flawless as they come,
Okay. So Emma Frost is a mid-range Vanguard dealing high damage and has the ability to change into a melee-focused damage reduction diamond form, which is what this is. Her primary attack is a mid-range beam that becomes stronger the more damage is done with it. So you get this beam, and basically the more damage you do, the stronger it becomes. So it will go lower after some time, but once you get this to max, you will do maximum damage, and you just want to try and keep it there as long as you can, and that is how you'll do
the most amount of damage all the time. So before you fill that up, you're not doing a lot of damage, and then it will go back up if you start doing damage again. So just try and keep that up. Her secondary ability creates a diamond shield in front of her that could be placed ahead if held down longer. The shield will stay till it is broken or reclaimed. The shield can also block some ultimates as well. So as you can see, she places a shield down. It'll block the enemies and you can still shoot through it. And it does have health, as you can see. You can reclaim it back, and then it also, the longer you hold it down, the further away it goes. Which you kind of don't want to do unless you're like trying to block a very specific like angle or something. Like if I wanted to block that door, you could do that technically, but this is as far as it goes, which is pretty dang far, you know. But usually you just kind of want to just do it like that, you know. Then you can call it back, place it somewhere else. Psychic Spear allows Emma to shoot a projectile that, once it hits a target, creates a crystal that does damage to the target if the crystal is damaged. I know that sounds kind of confusing, but use your left bumper. It'll do that, and then you can damage this. It'll stay attached to the target. There's no way for me to get up there to show that. And then her diamond form allows her to focus on a melee combat and takes reduced damage with melee focused abilities. So you turn into your diamond form. You have just melee abilities. You have your kick, and then you can grab the enemy as well. But if you do press it again, you will leave diamond form. Just to put that out there, I do that quite often, honestly. Right, just kind of press that without meaning to. So try not to press that unless you mean to. But yeah, that's the diamond form. you just become, you know, harder to take down. And her ultimate creates a cone shape that deals damage over time and brings targets closer the longer they are under the ult's effects. This can also cancel some enemy ultimates as well. So you just create this cone, and the longer they're in there, they'll come closer to you. And that counts as a stun, basically, so they will stop moving if you're able to pull it off. As you can see, he's stopped moving, comes to me, and then he's dead. So yeah, that's Emma. Next up is Groot, and I'm losing my voice already. Gotta remember to drink that water. Okay. Groot is a mid-range Vanguard capable of creating walls to protect his team, or to block enemy fire, or block choke points. His primary fire extends his arm to deal ranged damage. As you can see, he just kind of punches. And this goes pretty far too, you know. I don't have the meters on the ground to show that off. I don't want to walk all the way over there to show that, but you can see the range on it. You don't have to be up in their face like a lot of people think you do. You can be further back. His secondary fire launches a spore bomb that splits into 6 smaller shards upon impact that also deal damage. So let's throw that out. As you can see, it kind of broke apart a little bit. It's kind of hard to show the damage of that. I guess if you miss, you could show the shards. It kind of works. This normal melee attack. Oh wait, he also has a normal melee attack, like that, instead of extending his arms. And his normal melee attack has knockback every 2 hits, which can combo with his primary. So you could do like that, push him back, and then bang. A lot of people don't know that. So usually when you're up against someone close range, you don't actually want to be using this. You know, that's not what you want to do. You want to be using just your regular, push them back a little bit, and then, you know, you can hit him in the air, hit him with a bomb. Groot has the ability
sorry, Groot is able to build walls that knock back or that block enemy view. Players can change the direction of these walls. Sorry, wow, I'm messing this up. Let's start that over. Groot is able to build wooden walls that can block enemy view. Players can change the direction of the walls. Why do I keep doing that? Change the direction the walls are built to even serve as platforms. These interact directly with his passive, Flora Colossus, which grants Groot the ability to awaken the wooden walls if he is nearby them. Wow, I'm really messing this one section up. Which provides extra effects. So let's talk about that real quick. Let's talk about the Ironwood wall first, which is the big wall. As you can see, you can adjust the angle. Not as much on this type of wall, but yeah, it plays down. It'll block enemy fire. Actually, I could show that real quick. So block enemy fire. It has health. You can't see the health though. But Ironwood wall has higher health, 700, and they're longer in width. When awakened, they provide Groot with 40 bonus health per second, up to 250. Groot can only have one of these walls active at a time. So you don't really want to use this for cover. You more of want to like protect this wall. And as you can see, my health is slowly going up when I'm near this wall, and there'll be a radius that shows up. So try not to use this wall as protection. Use it more as like, I don't even know what you can call it, but just protect the wall basically. And it'll give you bonus health. As you can see, my health goes up. Which a lot of people don't know, by the way, which is kind of crazy. And then you can awaken the wall if you throw like spores on it and stuff. This wall is kind of hard to show for that, because I would have to like put that like in you. Actually, I don't think this wall does it. And then his smaller walls, which are right, Thorn Lashes. This is the one that does damage. So again, you can adjust the angles on these. These ones a lot more to use as platforms. So you could, in theory, make like a little like, you know, one of these if you wanted to. Rarely do you ever have to do that, but you can do that. That is a possibility that you can do. And these walls have much lower health at 250 and are shorter in width. When awakened, they deal damage to enemies nearby that are attacked by Groot and his team. Groot can have up to 3 active at a time and can build them continuously by holding the button. Really? Oh, I didn't know that. That's crazy. I've learned 2 things now from this lesson that I created. That's crazy. Oh, that's funny how that works. Okay. Throwing spore bombs directly at the wall, if there is an enemy near it, will cause the wall to lash out multiple times, both to the bomb as well as to the split spores that spawn from it. What that radius is, I don't actually know. So, we'll throw that close to you. Throw this. So that doesn't attack this guy, right? No. So yeah, if you hit an enemy, you see the wall literally is attacking. Again, people don't know this. This is why a lot of Groots aren't good. But the range is very close, so you would like... Oh, can I like retrieve all of these or something? I did. I don't know how I did, but I did. And so usually with these green walls, you'd want these close because they do damage to your target. So the fact you can place 3 of them, you know, you'd want to like, you know, confuse the enemy as much as possible. And the walls will do massive damage to the target. So basically, you want this wall to empower yourself, and I think your team as well. And then you'd place these around to deal damage. If they're in close range. They have to be very close range. And then, you know, when you're ready to move up, you would just take that back, or place down another one, move up, you know, protect this wall as best as you can, and then just kind of rinse and repeat. And now I think what you can do, I'm going to try this real quick, is if you, and I don't know if this is true, but if you place multiple, does it place multiple again? No, that's like a one-time thing. I was going to say, it'd be kind of overpowered if you just like keep two stacking the walls every time. So yeah, you want to go like that, and then, you know, do that basically. And then Groot becomes this massive killing machine that no one understands his true potential. It is crazy. People literally don't know that, okay? People don't know. People don't know this. Okay? Just putting that out there. If you know this right now and you just learned this, you are going to carry as Groot. Trust me. Your life has just changed forever. This is why Groot is banned in like high ranked games. It's not just because he can block off areas and what. Like I could block that door up there if I really wanted to, but I can't fly. They should add a flying thing to this, so I just fly around. Anyway, that's just his walls. That's just his walls. His main thing. It's important to know. And then his ultimate launches vines that pull close. They pull close targets and traps them for a short time. This also deals damage over time. Targets cannot move, but they can still deal damage to you. So, just entraps them. Throw a bomb, you know. This is very good combined with like a Namor ult or Moon Knight ult, because you can throw the enemies into one spot and then use another ultimate. So this ultimate really does combine with a lot of other ultimates. And you can launch it into the air. People don't really think to do that ever, and it's not that important for you to do that. But, you know, let's say if I'm like under these stairs, right? If I were just to do this normally, I would miss that target. But if I aim up a little bit and then do that, I'm still missing because I suck. But, you know, you get the point. You can do it from a distance. Or if you want to get even crazier, if you're just the enemies suck ass, is place some walls, throw this down, throw a bomb down, and you just insta-kill whoever, usually. You're not going to be able to pull that off every time. But I mean, like, if you're in like a enclosed space, like a hallway or something, you can absolutely just like put this behind them so they can't escape, one in front of them, and then just, you know, do that. Important tech, dude. This is Groot. Groot is a 2-star, by the way. If you think a 2-star is complicated, then oh my god. Alright, I got news for you. The tanks are usually more straightforward. You know, Groot is probably one of the harder tanks to learn. Because everything it tells you to do, it doesn't tell you how to do it properly. Anyway, Hulk. Hulk is a close-range Vanguard that shrinks down to his weaker, longer-ranged human form while waiting to become Hulk again, if he has taken too much damage. As you can see, I am just not the Hulk. You have a gun, you have this. You can use this to jump. You're not going to be in this form for very long at any point, so don't really worry about it, okay? Your ultimate builds fast too. It's like D.Va from Overwatch. And then you can turn into Hulk. His weaker form allows him to shoot, like I just showed, since it has knockback ability. His ultimate human form allows him to turn back into the Hulk. And Hulk's primary fire does damage to Hulk's range targets. As you can see, he just kind of punches. He's very punchy. Despite Hulk being a melee-focused kit, he has 2 ranged projectiles. He has Gamma Burst that launches a single projectile that can pierce targets, and Radioactive Lockdown stuns targets for a short time that be used on targets who are on objectives to prevent them from filling their gauge while stunned. So, you know, you could stun them, kill him. And then you could do this one as well. And just to show you that is like, you know, long range. Just like that, and then like that. So you don't have to be fighting from a distance, or from close range the whole time, you know. If you're getting your ass kicked, you could just jump away, turn around, throw one of those out, jump back in, stun them, and then, you know, clean them out, basically. His leap can be used to hang on walls or knock down flying targets. This is his leap You can jump around, and if you hit a flying target, which there is not one, you basically knock them down with you, and then you can use it on walls as well. It's a bit hard nowadays to get that to work properly, to be honest. Unless they actually got rid of that, I don't know. I don't think they did. I think I just suck at doing it. Maybe they did get rid of it, because I can't do that. You get the point. I don't know if I can actually do that anymore, so let me know if that is still a thing or not. Because it doesn't seem like it is anymore. Which is awkward. Is that so awkward? Okay. Indestructible Guard creates a shield bubble around him and close to team members. Damage dealt to these bubbles builds his ult charge, which is going to be his X. Makes a little shield. Damage dealt to that builds up your ult. And then Monster Hulk has his own ultimate as... Okay, I skipped past that. Hold on. Hulk's ultimate temporarily transforms him into Monster Hulk, which gives him more health and enhances his abilities. As you can see, you do more of what you're already good at, basically. You know, aside from your jump stays the same. But when you're in Monster Hulk form, he has his own ultimate as well, allowing him to grab a target, deal massive damage, while also gaining damage reduction while he is active. So as you can see, you can just absolutely destroy somebody, and that'll turn you back into regular Hulk again. And yeah, that's really about it for Hulk. There's not much to really say. Use your bubbles, you know. You go in, do some damage, you know, shield yourself, and then, you know, jump back out again, basically. Is kind of his whole thing. And then, you know, go back in, take him out, you know. Rinse and repeat. Although that wall running or wall hanging thing doesn't actually seem to be a thing anymore, so I might have to take that out. It's like he wants to, or do you have to hold it down? Okay, you have to hold it down when you're on a wall. Gotcha. They didn't get rid of it. I'm just fucking terrible as Hulk, apparently. So if you jump on a wall and then hold it, then you're good. And then you can jump back down. More of your shit. So, obviously, it's hard to use that, because you have to be, like, close to the wall, but, I mean, realistically... The shield guys. People like to call this game Magneto Rivals, because Magneto has been the meta forever and has never left. Because he's the shield guy at the end of the day. So Magneto is a defensive-focused Vanguard with strong offensive powers capable of shielding himself and allies. His primary fire shoots an exploding projectile that deals damage in a small radius. As you can see, it just kind of blows up after a bit. So, you just kind of, you know, could technically shoot the floor as well to get, like, burst damage in an area, but that does a little bit less damage than just hitting them directly. So, try to hit them directly, obviously. But if you're, like, getting overwhelmed, you can shoot the ground as well. His secondary fire shoots a projectile that gets stronger based on the amount of rings on his back, as well as the little purple arrows there at the bottom. So you just shoot out that attack, basically. And yeah, it just gets stronger based on the amount of rings on your back. That builds up as you deal damage and just over time. And it's just used to knock enemies back, basically. Keep them at bay. And it does recharge pretty quickly, too. He has a bubble he can put on himself, and one he can put on teammates. So you can bubble yourself, or bubble your team at the same time. By the way, it's not one or the other. You can do it both. You know, protect your team. And now, I don't have this written down because I didn't put this into just projectile gets stronger. I could be wrong because I didn't write that down, but We'll get into that in the other lessons. His normal shield blocks incoming damage, and it has no health, so it just lasts the duration of it. As you can see, he has like a stamina bar there on the right for his shield, so it doesn't have health. So you can block basically anything with it. It's just limited. And his ultimate charges up a meteor that gets more powerful if charged for a longer from enemy projectiles. However, it will burst if it is charged too much. So as you can see at the bottom there, there's that meter filling up. You have to look at a lot when you're using Magneto, because he has 2 meters. He has the cooldown meter in the middle there, but at the bottom he's got that little charge up, and that is you absorbing the damage. So the more that bottom bar fills up, the more damage you're going to do. But if you absorb too much damage, it will just burst and explode. I don't have a way to show that, because these guys shoot so slowly. But yeah, just basically Kobe, you know. That's all there really is to it, not much else to say. If you're throwing in like a tank or something, or like let's say like the entire enemy team's like in front of me, you would use that. You know, you can raise up, but you just want to like absorb that damage basically. Just absorb as much damage as you can, and then just throw it down. If you have really bad aim, just go up to someone, just do that. You know, like you don't have to be all the way up in space to hit someone if you don't want to be. But basically, just the longer you do it, the stronger it becomes. Well, you gotta know. As long as enemies are actually shooting you. It's not like you have to charge it for long to kill everything, but... And that is Magneto in a nutshell. Next up is Penny. Penny is a ranged Vanguard with self-sustaining abilities and great at defending the team. She can also climb up walls. Briefly, it's not anything crazy, but it's more like you can run up walls rather than climb on walls, because you can't just like stay on the wall. But yeah, no, you can position yourself elsewhere if you just hold your jump button, basically. So her webs grant her and her team bonus speed, bonus health, and healing over time. I know we haven't gotten to the webs yet, but that's important to mention, is that just all webs of any kind grant bonus health and a little speed boost. So, you basically want just webs everywhere, but usually around your team, so you can step on it, get some bonus health. Her primary fire shoots her cannon, which has infinite ammo, so you don't really have to worry about aiming too much. There's no reload time. You shoot forever. So why not just shoot forever, you know? Instead of just being like, oh yeah, there's this guy up here, and you know, you don't want to be doing that. Her secondary fire shoots a web snare that will trap a target if it hits, or create a web on a surface if it doesn't hit a target. This also cancels some ultimates as well, so that's going to be this web here. As you can see, if you miss, it makes a web on the ground that you can also attach to. Or if you hit an enemy, it'll lock them in place. Which is good for flying enemies, because you can bring them down. It works the same way as like Luna's Snowball works, basically. And it recharges pretty quickly, too. There's not a long cooldown on it, so you kind of want to just like spam that as often as possible. Just to stop enemies from moving. And then Arachno Mines, launched by Penny, that can stick to surfaces, becoming invisible if placed on a web. If an enemy gets close to a mine, it will go off, dealing damage. So, you know, you can place these anywhere. As you can see, it'll blow up if an enemy gets close to it. And then if you place it onto a web, it does not go invisible. Invincible. Yeah, okay, totally different things. But yeah, that's the mine. You know how that works, you know. If you know an enemy's gonna come from somewhere, just put some mines down, place a web down, and destroy your enemies. pretty quickly. A bionic spider nest is a stationary deployable that creates a large web around its location and spawns spider drones, which can lock onto targets that step onto the web. Which is going to be this nest right here. As you can see, makes this big area of webs, and then those mines will constantly go towards enemies within its radius. And now I don't think they will go to like other webs. Like if you made a bridge of webs, I don't think that's how that works. Doesn't seem like it. It's kind of hard to tell from this angle though. But yeah, that's how that works, and you can pick it back up again to stop it from breaking, place it back down. You know the thing, and you can protect it, whatnot, throw down some mines. It's Penny. Everyone knows what Penny is, I would assume. And then you can attach like a little rope thing. I didn't mention this in here. Never mind, I did. Cyber Bond shoots at a web that Penny can attach to, pulling her into the web. So that would be just your regular bee. If you shoot a web that you attach to immediately, or you can attach to any other web. And then, you know, if you shoot this onto like a ceiling or something, you can technically just like bounce around. Or like if you're like, oh, I'm getting hurt, I can just go back up, basically. Which is like meta back in Season 0, to be honest. If I could like show the old tech for that. I don't know if it still works. It does. You can kind of like bungee jump your way to make you so insanely hard to hit, but you also become, you know, it also becomes harder for you to hit as well. But in terms of just surviving, this is 100% an option you can do. And her ultimate launch increases her movement speed and allows her to perform a sweeping attack, which launches enemies up and also grants bonus health while running. While running in her ult, she will launch out webs and mines around her. So, as you can see, then you can throw out mines, you can attack with your little arm things. And, yeah. That's really about it. There's not much else I can really say about it. It is what it is. That's really it. That is it for Penny. So, you know, your nest is your main thing. You want to protect that thing at all costs. You know, snare enemies down, stop them from moving, go behind enemies or something like that. You know, place mines down. She's more for like locking down areas more than anything. So like putting these on the objective, but like behind something obviously, so they can't like destroy your spider nest. Or if there's like a hallway, you could like block that off with like mines and stuff. Cover flanks. Or if you're getting dive, this is good anti-dive as well. But enemies can't shoot this and it will break. So just be aware of that. And the big web also does the healing and stuff. Next up is Rogue. Rogue's going to be a tough one, I think. No, this is just the basic level. I don't have to talk about how the ability steal works and stuff. Okay, so Rogue is a durable close-range Vanguard, closing distance between targets with dashing and displacement. Her primary fire performs 2 quick melee attacks, then a slower, more powerful third attack, as you can see. Her secondary fire creates a shield in front of her, blocking damage and increasing the damage of a Southern Brawl on its next use. So, yeah, you just block damage, as a Vanguard should. Fatal Attraction is a short dash that can be activated again to create a zone around her, which deals damage over time and will pull targets to the center after some time. So you go like that, boom, and then you can pull enemies in, dealing damage, and then beat them up. You know, pretty self-explanatory. I mean, I know it looks flashy, but yeah, that's what was the attack called? Fatal Attraction. A Chrono Kick activates a dash that launches targets into the air, enabling a short free flight state. I'm noticing some spelling mistakes in this now that I'm reading all of it. During this free flight state, she gains 2 ranged attacks, activating the ability again to do a dive strike. So, you go into the air, you have some long distance, and then you can close the gap, if you will. Does that make sense? Does this look too complicated? And then you can combine that with your other one, pull them in, and dive in. And it's a lot of combos. Rogue plays very much like a Mortal Kombat game or something, you know? Because you would be like this, pull them in, and jump up, you know. You don't want to hit the ground that fast, because you can do damage from a distance, and then dive in. I'm messing up the combos so bad. Like that, then jump up, boom, boom, dive down. That's the main combo you want to learn how to do. And then ability, the fuck did I just say? Ability absorption performs a dash that pins the target to the ground, restoring some health and absorbing target abilities or stats. Again, we'll go into more detail in this in the higher ranked guides. But basically, you take health and abilities from enemies, and then you could use those abilities if they have one. Again, we're not going to go into detail about this in this guide because it's going to be very complicated to learn all in one sitting. But yeah, that is what that is. And then her ultimate creates a large area around her that deals damage over time and drains enemy ult charge if it's above 80%. This will also absorb stats and buffs from targets in range based on their role. So, like if someone's being buffed, you can take their buff. You know, like a Mantis, like speed boost or like damage boost. And then this does combine with all your other abilities as well, just basically making you unstoppable. To be honest, it is absolutely crazy. It's kind of hard to show on bots since bots don't have ultimate charge to show how that works, but you sort of you get the picture, right? It lasts like 8 seconds, you know. You can do all your regular stuff while in here. And yeah. And that's it for Rogue from a basic standpoint. Again, a lot of combos. You got to play her like a fighting experience rather than a hero shooter. A lot of combos. And we go into Thing, who quite literally is just punch, punch, punch. Right, it's a little more than that though. So, the Thing is a tough, close-range Vanguard that can charge ahead, dealing damage and stunning targets, as well as being immune to, knockback and displacement. His primary attack performs 2 quick melee strikes. As you can see, just a quick little 1-2 punch, you know. A secondary attack charges up a powerful melee strike to targets in front of him, piercing enemies and also granting bonus health while using this attack. So every time you hit an enemy, you'll get bonus health as you use it, and it'll hit multiple enemies as once, as you can see. This is your main attack that you really want to be using. You know, you can throw a few of those in there, but that's really all you want to do is just that. Just keep doing that one punch over and over again until you die, basically. Embedded Leap allows him to leap to allies, granting him and that ally a shield for a short time. As you can see, nice little shield. You can also use this to jump to an enemy, which will give you, like, no shield. But you can do that, basically. Like, if you're far away, you time that right, go in, boom, you know. That way they could just never really get away from you. Is there a way for me to, like, show this from a distance? If I time this right? Make sure I can actually lock onto them first. Okay, yeah, you can go like that. Boom, you know. Yes, the street charge allows him to charge forward, dealing damage and launching targets into the air. When this ability ends, he will smash the ground, creating a seismic zone that also launches targets up and prevents mobility abilities. He also gains bonus health while using this ability, which is this charge right here. You can charge in, and then you'll slam the ground afterwards. Or, let's say you have like a Psylocke or something, someone with crazy mobility. You could just smash the ground like that to stop them from running away from you. But usually you would like charge in, you know, and then do that. Or you go like that as well. And his ultimate smashes the ground and creates a ripple of seismic rock that travels forward and launches targets up, while also stunning them for a short time. So as you can see, just like that. It kind of sucks because they died. They're all dying. But yeah, they're in a little bit of a stun. So you could do that, and then like do that, and then like that, you know. He's not as combo heavy as someone like a rogue, because really you're just doing this the entire time, it's just punching. But if you have like a priority target you need to take down, then yeah, you go like that, and then like smash the ground and whatnot. So, he's not as hard as people think he is. There is a little more to him. He's not just punch, you know? There's a little bit more to it, but it is mostly just you punch enemy. Like monkey brain type of thing. You just hold it down. Basically, it's not really that hard. And next up is Thor. Thor is a bulky, close-range Vanguard. His playstyle revolves around his passive Thor Force, which grants him bonus health depending on the ability he uses, and his primary fire deals damage and replenishes charges of Thor Force per hit on a target. Thor Force is those 3 hammers in the middle of the screen. His secondary fire shoots... his secondary fire is a short-ranged attack that deals damage when hurled and also when returning. So that would be... which one is that? This. No, this. That's his secondary fire. So it deals damage on the way back as well. But yeah, you just throw your hammer at somebody. Kinda not much to say about it. Storm Surge allows him to lunge forward in any direction. With the distance and damage increased the longer it is charged. If Thor hits a target, they will be carried forward, which is this right here. And you can pick up an enemy like that, you know. So you can push them into your back line. Or you can use it to move around as well. And put someone off the edge like that, you know. And Lightning Realm creates a field that deals damage and slows targets. It also restores Thor Force based on target's hit, which is going to be this little bubble here. And it is kind of just on the ground. And this isn't a shield either, so just slows enemies basically. And then Awakening Ruin temporarily enhances his primary attack, turning it into a ranged attack that will cost your full bar of Thor Force, which is the X. That'll give you lightning power. So he can deal damage from range, just that's not like his whole purpose, you know? Because you could do that, you do range damage, then go in, basically. And just use this whenever you need a burst of damage. And his ultimate makes him leap into the air, which creates a field in a large radius around him that deals damage, followed by Thor slamming into the ground, dealing high damage. So as you can see, you go up, it does damage, and then you slam down. And you can go higher up too, as well. I don't think that increases the blast radius of it the higher you go, but yeah, you definitely just want to, you know, go as high as you can when doing that. And yeah, that's Thor. There's not much to really to really talk about, you know? It's more of just the way you combo things, realistically, on how well he plays. Or if there's like an enemy close to an edge or something, you know, you can just push him off. There's someone's flying, you know, you can just fly up, get him, bring him down, then do that, you know? Like a little bit of that, a little bit of that, you know? Not much to really say about Thor. It's more of just, yeah, you gotta put some time into him to really learn his combos a little bit. And I think lastly is Venom. Yeah, we talked about everyone. Last up is Venom. Venom is an extremely resilient close-range Vanguard who is great at diving into the enemy backline. He can web swing and crawl on walls. As you can see, you can crawl on walls like a spider can, and you can swing around with your gross venom tentacles. His primary fire brings out his tendrils that deal damage at a decent range in a burst. So, like this, it's like a 4 burst with infinite ammo. Now the range on it is kind of weird. It's kind of like Groot. Like you don't have to be as close as you think you do. Like look, you can be literally that far away. Like that's a pretty big gap. You don't have to be as close as you'd think you would have to. The secondary fire causes Venom to latch to targets, which are then slowed, and if kept close, will deal damage after a short time, which is going to be this. It'll keep them close. It'll deal damage after a bit. So they basically can't run away when they're like that. So you can kind of guess what you're supposed to do, right? You know, you would fly around, jump in, do this to keep them trapped, and then just do damage. Symbiotic Resilience grants Venom bonus health. The lower his health when using this ability, the more bonus health he will get. This is what will keep you alive. Just forever, really. Which is going to be the right bumper. So if we take some damage here, it's going to take a while. Because these bots don't really... They don't do a lot to you. Okay. Let's just go down to, like, you know, warning. And then you press that. You get bonus health. And this health will last for a bit of time. And then usually what you want to do is, like, swing out of danger afterwards. So you'd, like, go in, heal yourself, and then jump out, basically. Is there a health pack around here? Yes, okay. Frenzy's arrival causes him to dive into the ground, causing damage and launching enemies into the air, which is going to be your little dive hitter. You didn't actually jump into the air, that was a bit weird. So you do that, they get pushed up into the air. And then his ultimate, I think is last. Yep. His ultimate allows Venom to go into the ground, giving him a movement speed boost. After some time, or after re-triggering this ability, he'll pop out of the ground, dealing damage and granting bonus health. The amount of damage dealt is based on how much health the target has. Higher health equals more damage. So, go into the ground, you know, and you pop up, do some damage. The reason why this is important is because I believe you can lock down an enemy so they can't escape and then do that, and then pop up, dealing just like massive damage. Or, you know, you would go into here, dive down, do that, jump in, jump back up, and then basically nothing's going to survive. So, yeah, Venom's great if you know how to use him properly. As a Venom, you should never die, ever, because you can pop your... You basically have 2 health bars, because you can pop your shield, and once you pop your shield, you usually just want to run away somewhere else to get some healing, and then come back into the fight, and do it all over again, basically. Do some damage, and then you're like, oh, I'm low, do some more damage, and then get out of there. That's Venom in a nutshell. And that will finish up the Vanguards. That's just the Vanguards. Alright. We are 1/3 of the way done this. So next up is going to be Strategists. Again, we're just going to take a moment, get some water, do what you gotta do, and then we'll jump into Strategists, do the same thing, take another break. Then we'll go into the Duelist, which is going to be the longest category. Finish that off, take another break probably, and then we should be good to end it off. After that, that should lead us into Chapter 7. But yeah, that is the basics of Vanguards. And to be honest, I think Root is probably the one people need to like focus on the most, because most people don't know that those walls can like attack enemies and stuff. And it does become like a good combination of abilities if you can do it right. Yeah. Everybody just take a few moments, and then we'll come back and move on to the next.
Till I collapse, I'll be moving too fast. Got my foot up on the gas, full throttle till I crash. I'm back with a vengeance. You gon' see me end this. I will be ascending. I don't ever slack. I got my eyes on a prize. What I see for my life, I don't float, no I fly. Do or die, cause you gotta do or die. There ain't no compromise. Get ready for a fight. Do you wanna see what you're made of? What if there was no one to save us? Would you leave it all on the pavement? Would you dye the ground with some stray blood? I just wanna find out my limits. I'ma put everything in it. I'm in this life to win it, and this is just the beginning. Do you want it bad? Do you want it bad? Do you want it bad? I'll fight till I collapse. I'll fight till I collapse. I'll fight till I collapse. My energy is unmatched. I don't get tired, no I don't get gas. I'm back, still working to surpass. Everybody getting past on my way up fast. No slack. So watch out for me now. Everybody in this town will be looking at my crown. I got my knuckles all wrapped. Blood drips from the scabs, bloody fists from the jabs. Do you wanna see what you're made of? What if there was no one to save us? Would you leave it all on the pavement? Would you dye the ground with some stray blood? I just wanna find out my limits. I'ma put everything in it. I'm in this life to win it, and this is just the beginning. Do you want it bad? Do you want it bad? Do you want it bad? I'll fight till I collapse. I'll fight till I collapse. Deep down, I know I'm a fighter. Deep down, I know my desires. Everybody thinks that I'm just a liar. They don't know what I got inside ya. I'm the one to fight fire with fire. I'm the type who never lets me get tired. Mess with me and they never will find ya. Yeah. People tell me I won't get it. They don't know me cause I'm cold winning. Always in the ninth, I closing. It's always in my mind, don't know quitting. I'ma be the one that blows up in it. You gon' be the one that shows up missing. I'ma be the one that knows my mission. You gon' be the one with no ambition. I'ma make you take it all back. You ain't never gonna get me, man, I'm too fast. Call me the juice, that 40-yard dash. Always look forward, no, never look back. I just spit the truth, better listen to my facts. Get me up in the booth and I put them on a blast. When I spit the truth, they all listen to the wrath. Got nothing to lose, so I put the pen to bed. That's what I do, hard work always lasts. And the pain's not an act, no, it hurts real bad. But you have to attack what you want to attract, or you're gonna look back and regret what you lack. Everybody knows that's a fact. Yeah, I just want my words to impact. Yeah, I just want my words to all last. Yeah, not sorry if I put you on blast. They know just what they see on the outside. They don't know just what I'm like on the inside. If you knew what I could do, you'd watch your backside. If you knew what I could do, you'd stay in at night. I'm the type of dude you don't wanna fuck with. I'm the type of dude enough is enough, bitch. I'm the type of dude who never gets complacent. I'm the type of dude who knows he's gonna make it, I'll make it. Escape from my thoughts like a black hole. Can't escape from these thoughts and these assholes. Too many people feeling entitled. Too many people staying idle. Man, I work every day for the title, and I'ma get it, that thought is final. The way I think you could say is primal. Kill it, be killed, I'm your rival. I don't lose, no. I'ma be the one they choose, though. You gon' be the one they lose, though. Way too busy and snooze, bro. I'ma be the one to rise up in it. Never gonna fall, I fight till I get it. Always staying tall, got pride, I'm grinning. I don't really think I'll ever find my limit. And I know that they all wanna hate me, but they see me on the climb, so they wait, see. If I make it, then they just might say, B, you been doing so good, brother K-Lee. I don't wanna hear your words, all the fake shit. Now I want my day one is you been patient. All the same people, never been complacent. We been working hard, man, we on the same shit. I'm not just a sinner, I eat you for dinner. I'm not a beginner, I'll paint you a picture. I got a guitar and they play that shit every day. No, I was not that great, figured out how to play. Learned how to change the beat, learned how to rap and sing. Passion is everything, loved it throughout my teens. 10,000 hours so I could be fucking king. Hand me the ground, I just get out my fucking ring. They know just what they see on the outside. They don't know just what I'm like on the inside. If you knew what I could do, you'd watch your backside. If you knew what I could do, you'd stay in at night. I'm the type of dude you don't wanna fuck with. I'm the type of dude enough is enough, bitch. I'm the type of dude who never gets complacent. I'm the type of dude who knows he's gonna make it, I'll make it.
Alright. Next up we have the Strategists. Starting with Adam. Let's just go back to where we were real quick.
I will gladly be the light. Our foes have arrived.
Alright. Let's get back into it. So, Adam Warlock is a long-range support with high personal damage as well as powerful conditional area of effect burst healing and the ability to share damage among teammates, as well as being capable of reviving multiple allies. So, his passive, Regenerative Cocoon, allows Adam Warlock to respawn from a cocoon in a chosen spot instead of at the spawn room, basically. So, can you hurt me? That guy just hurt me.
I require some aid.
It's going to take a bit to show this off. But as you can see, if I go down, you go into this like ghost state, and then you can cocoon yourself to bring yourself back in.
Our foes.
Alright, cool. As primary fire, quantum magic is a hit scan attack that launches quick energy bolts to damage opponents. So, as you can see, it does big damage. It kind of plays like hell a little bit, you know. Just kind of stay at a distance, deal high damage. His secondary fire, Cosmic Cluster, allows Adam Warlock to charge up his staff and release multiple energy bolts, as you can see. That'll do big burst damage, then you can finish him off like that. Or you can go like that, then do that, you know. You kind of get the picture there, I hope. You're not really going to be using this very often. It's more of like, if a target's not moving much, then you would do that, but usually you just want to do that. Avatar Life Stream is a bouncing healing energy that can affect up to 2 targets. This ability has 2 charges. So, as you can see, you throw out this little ball of healing. It'll heal multiple targets, and then it just kind of ends, and then you can use it again, you know, with the recharge there. So, that's like your main way of healing. It's just not as convenient. Soul Bond creates a link between Adam Warlock and all nearby characters, causing them to share and distribute all damage taken across the bond, which is going to be this one here. As you can see, you're all linked together. You gain a little bit of healing, but the damage will be like shared amongst everyone. And you can also fly when you do that. I wanted to say that till the end, but he flies now, so you can hover when you're doing that. As long as that's active.
I require some aid.
So you can fly around, you know, do your thing. Pretty awesome. And his ultimate ability, his ultimate ability, Chimeric Revival, creates a quantum zone that automatically revives any fallen ally that are within the zone's radius. You can see a little icon on the bottom right there for enemies that can be brought back. So, as long as you're close to your team, and if they're dying, you bring them back, they get a little bit of bonus health. As you can see, those 2 enemies those 2 teammates just died, so you can bring them back. With limited health, mind you, so you probably want to heal them as fast as possible. And then throw out your soul bond to like keep them alive. You know? Pretty straightforward. And he can fly now and hover, thanks to the newest update. So he can fly now. It looks kind of funky, but and then, you know, as soul bond's active, you can also hover around as well. And that doesn't require stamina to do that. You just have to keep that active to be able to fly around. And yeah, that's Adam. I don't use Adam. I don't think I've used Adam one single time ever. But he's pretty cool. I mean, he does high damage. His healing's just not great at all. But I mean, you know, you can make clutch moments, bring your team back if you have like a team wipe and stuff, as long as he's still alive. But you definitely don't want to rely on him alone to heal you. That's the most he can heal with just like 1 burst. You get 2 of those, mind you, but again, it's just not a lot of healing. And yeah, that is Adam. Now we go into Cloak and Dagger, which is 2 characters at once. So we're going to talk about Dagger first. Dagger, with a more traditional healer-oriented, light-themed gameplay, the player will always start matches as Dagger. Cloak, with a more elusive damage and debuff-oriented, darkness-themed gameplay. Her secondary fire, I didn't even talk about her primary fire. Her primary fire, Light Force Dagger, is a quick projectile that bounces on terrain. The ability can both heal allies or damage enemies. It has a semi-tracking feature which will cause the projectile to hit the ally or enemy closest to the aiming reticle. So throw that out, you can heal them, and as you can see there's like a tracking on it as well, or it can bounce off of walls to targets as well. This also works for enemies. The bouncing not as much, I gotta admit. This is mostly for healing, to be honest. But yeah, it has like a lock on, you don't need good aim to be Cloak and Dagger. And that's good for enemies like, you know, around cover, because you can still hit them from a distance like that. Her secondary fire, Dagger Storm, launches a projectile that creates a large bubble of light on impact, providing healing over time. So, as you can see, little bubble that heals. Mostly for you, I'm going to be honest. Like, if you're taking a lot of damage, you kind of just want to throw that down to heal yourself so you can keep healing your team, basically. It's kind of the way you want to use that. You can use it to protect your team, obviously, but usually it's going to be used on you. Light Explosion creates a bright white rectangular spell field that advances in a straight line along the casting path, healing all allies caught by it. This ability also provides a 15% health bonus from all sources for 4 seconds while healing allies, which is going to be that wall right there. They just died, so it's going to take a second. As you can see, you can shoot it through your team to heal them up. Do a little bit of burst healing on them. And they will gain more healing as well. So if someone's like about to die, you want to throw that out and then heal them as fast as possible. Throw that out, heal them as fast as possible. And then once the white like outline goes away, that's how you know this is not active anymore. And then Shadow Embrace allows Dagger to switch into Cloak, as you can see. And their ultimate, Eternal Bond, has both Cloak and Dagger perform 4 rapid spinning dashes along the ground, leaving a persistent energy that simultaneously heals allies and damages enemies that step into it. So you just do that, and it creates like a trail in the ground, as you can see, that will heal allies and damage enemies. Which is pretty good. And then Cloak's primary fire, Dark Forest Cloak, is a channeled energy beam that deals high continuous damage. So, just like that. Just use this beam. It has pretty long range, too. That is the max distance there. Secondary fire, Dark Teleportation, creates a large energy field around Cloak that temporarily phases him and all nearby allies, making them invisible to enemies and immune to all damage and ground control effects. Cloak and his allies also gain a movement speed boost while within the energy field. So let's say like Iron Man's about to ult or something, you can like do this, protect your team, and it will help your team go invisible. I can't show that because it doesn't work for them. But yeah, you know, if you're about to die, just do this. Get out of dodge, basically. You can use it on your teammates too, keep them alive as well. And then Terror Cape, which visually appears similar to Dagger's Veil of Light Force, creates a dark purple rectangular spell field that advances in a straight line along the casting path, obstructing enemy vision. This ability also inflicts enemies with the vulnerability debuff, which amplifies all damage taken by 20% for 3 seconds, which is going to be that, and they will take increased damage when you do that. So if your team is with you, you basically want to throw that in so your team does more damage, especially if you're like brawling with your team. That's a good way to get more damage. It does not heal though, just be aware of that. So you could like switch, heal, and then like blind them basically. Or you could do like double healing. Or double that. The debuff does not stack as far as I'm aware. So you can't have like a 40% damage increase on them. But just like with the Dagger's version, there is going to be like an outline on them, so you know it's active. And yeah, you can just keep them under that. And then his ultimate is the same as Controlling Dagger, with the same attributes. So just the same ultimate. It's going to be the same regardless of who you're using. And yeah, this Cloak and Dagger, pretty straightforward. If in the right hands, can be absolutely devastating. Or if you just suck at aiming, because you don't really need to aim very much. You know, there's not much to it. And yeah, that is Cloak and Dagger. Next up is Deadpool. Again.
Honestly, I'm just here for the chimichangas.
Again, gonna be kind of hard to explain, but Deadpool Heal Pool is one of the newest characters, or sorry, heroes, as of the time of making this, and is going to be one of the hardest ones to explain at a basic level. Deadpool is a hybrid ranged melee character who can upgrade his abilities, and as the match continues, Deadpool is in all 3 roles, allowing him to fit into multiple team compositions. Heal Pool has 250 HP and can throw his hero icon to deal damage with a boomerang-style attack that heals allies or damages enemies. When upgraded, this will be rethrown 2 more times before blowing up, which is going to be this, as you can see. Or it will heal teammates, and then if we just get some XP here and level up Deadpool. If we upgrade this, it will throw out 3 times. So 1, 2, and then 3, and then it'll blow up. And then this also works for healing your team as well. As you can see, the explosion does a little bit of healing as well. Deadpool has 2 passives, the same passives from Tank Pool. Passive 1, Healing Factor, provides Deadpool with passive healing if he is out of combat for a short time. He can also survive most ultimates at very low HP, enabling him to flee from combat or set up a quick play if he is not damaged directly after. This will have a longer cooldown, however. And Passive 2, Maximum Flare. Deadpool gains style points for healing and damaging and performing combos. This charges up his ultimate that will go on a cooldown after being used, making it a unique ultimate that doesn't have the standard gauge, allowing him to build his ultimate quickly and using it multiple times in a fight. However, if he is taken out, he will lose all charge progress and start at the lowest level again, requiring him to stay alive to gain ult charge. And again, if his passives weren't confusing enough, Deadpool has 2 ultimates, depending on which weapon you are using. At the time of writing this, Heal Pool should be using his sword ultimate more often than not to give him a healing circle around him, which gets stronger with a jackpot. But his pistol ultimate also does healing each time the target misses a shot. So we'll go ahead and show the pistol ultimate here. As you can see, you get the circle around you that will do healing each time the enemy misses a shot, basically. Or you can play your swords, and this will give you that circle around you of healing. And then if you can complete your challenge, this will basically be amplified to keep everyone alive. So you definitely want to be using that more. His pistol ultimate, used on a single target, that damage if they miss a shot, as well as damage over time if it's upgraded, while also granting bonus health and healing over time. And his sword ultimate starts a minigame that grants a speed boost and healing over time and recharges his sword dash and grants him bonus health. If you finish the minigame, his ultimate gets stronger and lasts longer and refreshes his healing passive. And to end it off, the explanation at a basic level, Deadpool gains XP from eliminations, healing, and taking pictures or on final hit targets that he uses to upgrade his abilities. The XP gained carries over for all Deadpool roles. This is just the basic rundown, so I won't talk about which upgrades to get first in the bronze supply item section. But yeah, these are the upgrades you can get. For some reason, I never talked about his right bumper, which is just like a healing circle. I don't know why I didn't talk about that. My bad.
Victory.
I didn't talk about that on Tank Pool either, where he shoots faster. Oops. Alright, next up is Gambit.
Gonna have to play X-Men and Team if I want to win this one.
Alright. Losing my voice. We're like halfway done. Gambit is an agile resource-based support that can match damage output with healing output, utility, and debuffs. In turn, for longer cooldowns, he can support his team by destroying enemy positioning and increase survival through cleansing and negative effects. His kit revolves around his Sleight of Hand resource, which can be consumed to grant temporary passive bonuses, as well as combined with different card inputs to activate empowerment abilities. Sounds confusing, I know. His primary fire of kinetic cards throws a short spread of 3 projectiles that explode on contact, dealing damage while healing allies. As you can see, that'll heal allies and damage enemies. His secondary fire, Bayou Bash, creates a burst of energy in front of Gambit that damages enemies and heals allies within the blast radius. This attack can also self-heal, so that's going to be your little slam down that'll heal enemies, or heal teammates rather, and damage enemies, and then if you take damage you can use it to heal yourself as well. As you can see. Just kind of keep them alive forever. And then Cajun Charge is a basic short distance dash forward that briefly enables big easy impact when using Bayou Bash immediately after the dash. So as you can see, you can dash around in any direction that you so choose. But then if you use your slam after dashing, you'll do this little spin that will deal damage but also heal allies as well. So you're kind of just always like healing or damaging no matter what you're doing, basically. And then Big Easy Impact. Big Easy Impact assumes a charge. Why am I dying? From Bayou Bash and causes Gambit to dash a longer distance, creating 3 small explosions that damage enemies and heal allies as he travels, which is that little attack there. Okay, now we get into the more complicated stuff. Healing Hearts consumes a stack of Sleight of Hand to grant healing over time to self for 6 seconds, and enables either Bridge Boost, which is a flush, or Purifying Pickup, which is a raise at the cost of another stack. Which is going to be this. This is you pulling out that deck, and then you have those two abilities you can use. So, Bridge Boost is great for healing sustain, while Purifying Pickup is an extremely powerful counter to stuns and debuffs. Bridge Boost launches a targeted healing projectile to an ally that bounces onto other nearby allies up to 6 times. It also amplifies the healing proceed for 4 seconds. And that's it. I don't know why I said that like there was more. So this will just bounce between teammates to heal them. And they will get more healing afterwards as well. Kind of like Cloak's. Cloak, I guess. Cloak's Cloak. And then Purifying Pickup throws a swarm of projectiles all around Gambit that heals allies and cleanses negative effects upon impact. Allies can be purified up to 2 times per cast, while Gambit can only be affected once, which is going to be that right there. So if like your team is being stunned or something by like Doctor Strange, you can just do that to cancel that out. Only twice though per cast. So you see that like little yellow around them. Then he has the other deck, which is the Breaking Spades. Consumes a stack of Sleight of Hand to grant a damage boost to self for 6 damage, and enables either Explosive Trick, which is a flush, or a Binding Barrage, which is a raise at the cost of another stack. So there's going to be this little dark one here. You do more damage. You don't do more healing, though. Neither with this deck, the hard deck, you also don't get like bonus healing for that, which some people seem to not really know about. But yeah, with just having this deck active, you do bonus damage. And then Explosive Trick can be used for its debuffs, while Binding Barrage is great for driving back enemies. Explosive Trick launches an explosive projectile that inflicts healing reduction for 4 seconds upon impact, which is going to be your flush. So that'll basically throw out like an explosion, and they will get reduced healing. They're not getting healed, so I can't show that. And then Binding Barrage throws a spread of a total of 10 explosive projectiles forward that also knock back enemies, and that's going to be your raise, and that'll knock enemies back, as well as just do a big burst of damage in front of you. So you don't need like good aim really for that. And yeah, that's more of to like push enemies further away from you. Usually you just want to throw like your ball down, which is your flush, to deal less healing, basically, so they can't get healed. So you just throw that down. Or you prioritize keeping your teammates alive, or if they get stunned, you can do that, which is your raise. It's kind of complicated, but basically left, you want to use most often, and then right, you want to be using most often. Just kind of get that muscle memory, and you should be good. Right, left. Just remember that. You're going to have to do left, sometimes, and right. Don't get me wrong, but right, left. That's what you want to master that, okay? Trust me, Gambit's like the king of this game right now, so you want to get used to that. And his ultimate, which is like one of the best ultimates in the entire game, and this is why Gambit is always banned. I love Gambit though, now that I'm using him, to be honest, is Rage and Royal Flesh can be activated to target Gambit himself and allies within line of sight to summon aces at their position, providing an instant burst of healing and cleansing negative effects upon activation. While the aces are active, targets gain healing over time, 50% increased movement speed, an increase to their jump height. It also deals an additional burst of 20% bonus damage to enemies upon being hit, and allies charge their ultimate 30% faster. This is so extremely powerful and carries games even in high-ranked play. Trust me, this thing is completely insane. It's so busted. And you can still use like your normal abilities when you're in this as well. So, I don't want to talk about metas in this, but if you want to win a lot of games and maybe you have like a duo with somebody, have a Loki. Gambit and Loki carry the entire season right now, okay? Just gonna put that out there. Because the thing with Gambit and Loki is, if Gambit uses his ultimate, this will, help his teammates gain ultimate faster, and if that's a Loki, once your ultimate runs out, Loki can copy your ultimate to use it on you, and now you're getting the boost for your ult charge to get it faster, and then you just keep repeating that over and over until you win, to be honest. So, yeah, Gambit's correct. He's probably going to be buffed in nerfed in Season 7, just because this game right now is Gambit Rivals, to be honest. Gambit Loki Rivals. If you're not going to play Gambit, ban Loki. If you are going to play Gambit but don't have a Loki, make sure you ban Loki. Because if the enemy team knows about Gambit Loki, then you're screwed. And if you're going up against another Gambit on the enemy team, you want to wait until they use their ultimate first, so you have the advantage for the next fight. So you kind of have to play around that a little bit. It's kind of whoever uses this ultimate first. If there's 2 Gambits on the playing field, will usually lose the fight, depending on when you use it. But yeah, needless to say, Gambit is a character that you should learn right now if you want to win more games, and just to be cracked at this game, and people will love you. And again,
the cards are not as confusing as you think, okay? Left, left, you want to use that the most, and then right, right, and that'll give them reduced healing, okay? Just remember that. If you're getting stunned, then you can do right. If you're in danger, then you can use, you know, but just left, left, right, right. Just remember that, okay? It's not, I can't make it any more easier to understand for you than that. And I feel like I explained a 4-star difficulty hero pretty damn well, so it's not as complicated as it may seem. Alright, an Invisible Woman is an elusive mid-range support capable of turning invisible while healing and shielding her team and disrupting the enemy. Has slightly higher max health compared to other strategists. Her passive, Covert Advance, automatically turns her invisible if she hasn't attacked or been damaged for 5 seconds. So, as you can see, after 5 seconds or so, we'll go invisible. And now nothing can see us, aside from our team, obviously. And she can also double jump, which automatically turns her invisible as well, unless you are taking damage already. So, if you're getting low on health, you could just like do that and then, you know, jump back, and they can't find you. As long as you haven't taken damage. If they're already damaging you, you're not going to get away from them. Her primary fire, Orb Projection, quickly shoots small energy spheres that deal damage to enemies and heal allies. This ability has piercing properties and will affect all heroes within range. The orb will return to Invisible Woman once reaching maximum distance, dealing damage and healing on the way back. This attack is not affected by damage fall-off. Your range is limited though, you know, not by a lot, mind you, but, you know, like that is like almost too far. That's too far. Your range is pretty crazy, but like there is a limit. But yeah, there's no fall-off at all, so you can keep your maximum distance at all times, no matter what. And it also pierces as well, so it'll go through people, so you can heal and damage at the same time. Her secondary fire, Guardian Shield, creates a medium-sized energy barrier directly in front of the selected ally or herself, healing the ally and slowing enemies in the range of 25%. Guardian Shield has 250 health and has infinite duration until destroyed or reclaimed. If it's reclaimed, the shield health will quickly replenish if previously damaged. The shield can be reclaimed without breaking her invisibility. Enemies that pass through the shield are slowed by 30%. I know, that's a lot for simply a shield. Okay? But yeah, that's the shield. You can reclaim it, you can protect, you can throw it on yourself as well. And this will block some ultimates and stuff too, like it is just a normal shield, just with less health. And if you recall it before it breaks, it will recharge health quicker. And it will work when you're invisible as well. You know, you can reclaim it and then place it down, go back invisible again. You get the picture, right? You know? It's mostly used on yourself, to be honest, to keep yourself alive, since you don't have any form of like self-healing at all, aside from being invisible, I suppose. But Psionic Vortex is a projectile that creates an energy field that pulls enemies in while dealing continuous damage and slowing them by 50%. The vortex will form if it hits an enemy or the scenario. That's supposed to say scenery, or the like walls and stuff. I don't know why this says scenario. But the player can press the button again after firing the projectile to erupt the vortex earlier. The slow is only applied if enemies are near the center of the vortex. If this ability hits a flying enemy, they'll fall down to the ground and can't fly upwards until they leave the vortex radius, which is this thing. That is the vortex. So you can explode it sooner, or you can send it further away. Totally up to you. You can hit an enemy directly, and they can't really move as much when they're in there. This does not deal any healing. Just you Cloak and Dagger players kind of get this confused because it looks the same, but you get no healing from it.
And again, you know, it can knock down flyers as well. I don't have a flyer around here to really show that to you, but... And then force physics allow Invisible Woman to push or pull opponents through psychotic energy while dealing damage, which is going to be this one here. You can pull them closer or you can push them away. It would be good if they could stay alive for me. There you go. Not much to say about it. Doesn't work on teammates, as you can see. It's good for stopping some ultimates though, like if there's like a Scarlet Witch or something, you can push her away. Or like an Iron Fist, you know, you can push him away, you know, stuff like that. Or if you have a like a brawl composition, you can pull the enemies in, you know, bring them closer. It really depends on what you're doing. This is good for like the objectives though. Like let's say this guy's capping the objective right now. Okay, this guy then. You can just push him off the objective if it's like in overtime. Just kind of like keep him away. And then her ultimate, Invisible Boundary, creates a large force field that renders all allies inside invisible to enemies, while inside the force field, allies gain a large healing over time effect. Excuse me. Enemies that pass through the field will be slowed by 55% and become invisible to their own teammates that are outside of the force field after images of the enemies can be briefly seen by their own team outside of the force field, which is this thing right here. And that it will heal people over time. And then you're also invisible. I can't literally show that because it doesn't work like that, but you're invisible to the enemies, basically. If I had an enemy Invisible Woman doing that, it'd make more sense, but yeah, that's Invisible Woman in a nutshell. Not much to really much else I could say about it, honestly. She's really good if you know how to use her right, you know? I guess that's true for any character. I feel like any character can be good for the most part. Her healing's good because it has piercing on it. Just remember that this vortex is not healing, okay? This is pure damage. This does no healing. That doesn't heal, okay? If you see this with this in the middle, don't go near it. It does damage. You can pull enemies into it too. Or you can push enemies like, you know, like that. Push them into it, you know? But yeah, that's Invisible Woman. Now we're going on to Mr. Jeff. Everyone's favorite terrorist. in game. He's not really versatile support. Sorry, Jeff the Land Shark is a versatile support with high healing output for both single target and area of effect healing, while also boosting high mobility. A simple to use kit that makes him fit into any team composition. His passive, Oblivious Cuteness, gives him 50% damage reduction against critical hits. So if enemies are headshotting you, you take less damage from that. His primary fire, Joyful Splash, is a continuous, long-range stream of water that heals allies and damages enemies. This ability has infinite range and can hit multiple allies that are in his path. As you can see, this is how you heal most of the time, and you can heal from anywhere. And it does great damage, because like you can just sit back and just spray this into your team, and just do this. It's really all you have to do as a Jeff, and you'll be getting a lot of eliminations and stuff like that just for spraying them down. It's kind of crazy. It's not like the most healing ever, you know, like enemies might die. Or, sorry, teammates might die if they're getting, like, focused by the enemy, but the fact that it just has infinite range is just super crazy, and you can be literally anywhere and use this. So, try and be, like, as far away as possible when using that, realistically. Because, like, you're going to have, like, the front line, you know, your normal, and then your back line. But then you're going to have, like, the way back line, you know? Like, no one's ever going to go for you because you're just so far away from the fight the entire time. But if someone does go for you, there is no real protection for you. His secondary fire, Aqua Burst, is a projectile that deals damage in a radius, being effective to hit multiple enemies closer together. Direct hits will knock enemies back slightly. So let's just show that off. As you can see, it'll knock them back. I can't really show the burst damage, but like if you hit the floor, you know, you do a little burst of damage around them. So, you know, pretty self-explanatory, not much to really say about it. This does not do healing, by the way, so don't think it does, please. Healing Bubble is a spherical projectile that travels in an arc, providing healing over time to allies in a small area around its radius. The ability can be shot. The ability can be shot. The ability can be shot from long distances and will bounce once when hitting walls or ceilings, allowing Jeff's healing to reach allies out of his line of sight. The bubbles persist on the map for 180 seconds until it is picked up, even if Jeff is KO'd. Up to 3 bubbles can be placed on the map at once. This allows the bubbles to be placed strategically around the map, especially near objectives and choke points, and serve as on-demand healing packs for the ally team. The ability also provides a 50% healing bonus from all sources, and a 60% increase to movement speed for 4 seconds while healing his allies. So, that's the bubble. It bounces. You know, it does healing. You get a speed boost on yourself, and it doesn't do damage. Okay, just make that obvious. You can have up to 3 of them. They can stay around. You know, people can come back to them even if you die. It's mostly for burst healing because you get bonus healing after that. So they get a burst of healing over time, and then just more healing from every other source, basically. So technically, if they pick up 2 bubbles, the second bubble will have more healing than the first one. Kinda. Not like by a lot, but it's there. But yeah, you know, what you could do is put these on, like, health packs. So if someone's, like, about to die, they could just pick up both. And now they're just on, like, full health again. Or if someone's chasing you, you could do that. And then, you know, go under the surface and keep that momentum going, basically. Instead of being all slow. And Hide and Seek is the ability I just used. Is a mobility tool that has Jeff diving underground, with only his fin exposed, vastly decreasing the size of his hitbox. While submerged, Jeff gains 60% increased movement speed, self-healing over time, and immunity to all forms of crowd control. And he can climb on walls. This extra speed stacks with the bonus from his healing bubble. So yeah, you can use it to go up walls as well. If you pop out, you will just fall off. It's not like you can stay on a wall like Spider-Man or Venom. But yeah, you can use it to go up walls, climb walls. And like I said, you know, if you want to move super fast, you just do that. You can be one of the fastest moving characters in the entire game, as long as you stay in the effects of the underground, plus a bubble. And you really are just hard to hit. Some attacks just can't even hit you at all, to be honest. Especially if they're like crowd control. And his ultimate, It's Jeff, allows him to swallow both enemies and allies in a massive radius, while inside Jeff, enemies take damage over time, while allies heal over time. When first activated, Jeff vanishes from the battlefield, and the player has 6 seconds to choose where he will attack. The area from where Jeff disappears creates a large pool of healing water that lasts for 8 seconds and affects any allies who step onto it. Overhealing is converted into temporary bonus health for allies eaten, which is something a lot of people don't know about. Okay? That's that pool. As soon as you go under, you make this pool. And this pool will do healing. And then you can, you know, pick up enemies and do your thing as Jeff, as a Jeff does. That's just Jeff shit, you know? That is why everyone hates him. Because he could just kidnap your entire team. And there's nothing they can really do about it. Or throw you off the map, but I am not close enough to do that. It's more about this healing pool that what people need to pay attention to is that. because that creates the healing. And I feel like a lot of people just look at that and they're like, okay, the ground's blue now, you know? But yeah, that's Jeff. Everyone hates him because of this. And like I said, you can heal teammates as well if they're in here. I don't really have a way to show that, but yeah. A lot of people that are Jeff, they will just pick you up and be like, oh, I have teammates, and they just put you back into the middle of the fight instead of, you know, picking you up. Looking at, you know, your ally bars there, but like waiting a few seconds, you know? They're like, they're not gonna die immediately. You should heal them up first for a few seconds and then spit them out. And don't spit them directly into the enemy either. I hate that. Jeff players that do that, you're the worst, okay? If you literally save me from like an ultimate or something and then you spit me at the enemies, dude, like what are we doing, you know? Why are we doing that? But yeah, that's Jeff. It's not hard to be a Jeff, and Jeff can be good all the time. Even in like top 500, Jeff can be good. He's not like the best at what he does, but if utilized properly, he can be pretty unstoppable. And you can just, you know, kidnap the person that's doing really good on the enemy team and just make sure they're never fighting ever. You know? Anyway, that's Jeff. Everyone loves Jeff, dude. Unless you don't, then you despise Jeff's existence. I like Jeff, though. Jeff's great. And Loki, someone I mentioned earlier. Loki is elusive and deceptive strategist capable of conjuring illusions of himself to distract enemies while also healing allies. Loki's core gameplay revolves around his doppelganger ability, which allows the player to project illusions of Loki in the targeted area. This ability has 2 charges, and up to 2 illusions can be placed at once. As you can see, there's more of me now. Wow, crazy how that works. His primary fire, Mystical Missile, is what they used to call me back in high school. Shoots an energy projectile that deals damage to enemies and heals allies. As you can, well, he's dead now, so you can't. But he does damage, or he can heal. Pretty straightforward, right? Not much to really say about it. His secondary fire, Deception, creates an illusion where Loki is standing while granting invisibility. While invisible, Loki gains healing over time. Loki can remain invisible indefinitely until attacking, reloading, and using Devious Exchange or creating a doppelganger will not break his invisibility. So basically, if you attack, you'll go invisible. But you can reload. You can place more of these guys down as well, which I'm going to be honest, I didn't actually know that until right now. That is the 3rd thing I've learned from myself. That is crazy. That it's just a weird world that I live in, that I can just do that. Okay, cool. Loki's melee, which is this, is a backstab. Has him pulling a knife and performing a quick thrust. It is unique as it'll deal extra damage if he hits an enemy from behind. It's the only melee to do that. So as you can see, that is the normal damage, but then if you hit him from the front, it does like a little less. It's not great. It's not like it's double the damage, basically. Double of a small amount, you know. But yeah, just does more damage if you sneak up on someone. So you can like be invisible, so they can't see you, and then just, you know, do that. Devious Exchange allows Loki to swap places with any of the illusions of his choice within range. This ability makes Loki incredibly slippery and hard to pin down if properly used. As you can see, you can just teleport around, you know, do some damage, do some healing, teleport back, you know. Usually you want like a Loki somewhere like else away from the fight, so you can just go out of the fight whenever. And then you just kind of, you know, make sure you just have one near you, basically.
You just teleport over here, you know, blah blah blah, do your thing, and you can teleport back up. Or like behind a wall or something, you know? Regeneration Domain conjures a ruined stone in the air that creates a magical field around Loki and his illusions that provide high healing per second in a radius around them. The magical field also converts 30% of all damage taken into direct healing to allies. So if you're getting attacked, just stay inside the circle. This ability is incredibly powerful and can provide clutch healing against very powerful attacks, including ultimates, by the way. So, basically, we place some of these down, they're taking damage, and then, you know, place down your runes, it'll do a lot of damage, or sorry, a lot of healing, and then the more damage you're taking, the more healing you will provide as well. Which, if you're against a good team, they will just know not to hit you anymore, basically, if you're inside of this thing. They will instead hit the rocks. But you can't move around inside of it, you know? You have to be tied to one spot or anything. If you go invisible, you know, you can just pop that as well. And then his ultimate, God of Mischief, allows Loki to transform into any hero in the match, either ally or enemy, for 15 seconds. While Loki transforms into a hero from the enemy team, his name tag and team color will change to the opposite player and team. If the Loki player attacks, this reverses back to the player's actual name and team color. While shapeshifted, Loki gains access to all of the target hero abilities, including their ultimate, which will be at 100% charge. This is why the Loki and Gambit team-up is so fucking crazy. Because you just do that, and now I have your ultimate, and I can just do stuff you do. You have to know characters, you know, you have to know like what you're getting yourself into, but usually you want to use that on like a support ultimate, or I don't know, let's say the enemy's all grouped up, but your Moon Knight doesn't have an ult, you can like go behind your Moon Knight, take his ult, and like use that. There's a lot of thinking involved. I'm gonna be honest, okay? If you want to play Loki, as soon as you have these placed down, and you're just like healing your team, the rest of your entire time as you are alive, you're just thinking about who you can use your ultimate on, and like what the best time that would be to use it, and like, you know, that's like all you're thinking about the entire match, is just whose ultimate can you use at what time, instead of being like, oh, you know, let me go up here or whatever. You're not really focused on that kind of thing. And it is important to mention that your doppelgangers will shoot wherever you are aiming. To an extent, obviously, you know. If you're like behind a wall or something, they're not going to be able to shoot behind a wall, but they will be shooting where you are looking, as long as they can get to that range. So like if I have you, and you're just like over here, you know, as you can see, he's not gonna be able to shoot through anything because he's just kind of stuck there. But yeah, that's Loki. A lot of thinking involved the entire time. Your brain never is going to shut off. If you're playing Loki, you're just thinking the entire time on when to use your ultimate to get play, basically. Usually if there's a Gambit, always get Gambit no matter what. Just know you can't stack a Gambit ult. Like if two Gambits are ulting at the same time, that's not going to do like double the effects of a Gambit ult. But yeah, that's why Gambit and Loki is so powerful right now, and will probably be that way for a long time. If you play Loki well enough, you can absolutely dominate and carry lobbies just on your own. Alright, next up is Luna, and then who else do we have? Oh, Ultron, Rocket, Mantis. And then I think that's it. We're almost done.
Superpowers are amazing.
We're almost done here.
The ice effects look great on stage.
We're over halfway. We're at the halfway point through this entire thing. Again, Chapter 6, the chapter we're in right now, is going to be the longest.
we still have to go through DPS and everything to talk about the basics. And then Chapter 7 is just some notes of mention, and then that really cool thing I talked about at the start to help get your settings basically perfect, because my shit is perfect now. Anyway, Luna is a long-range strategist with with high healing output, capable of enhancing those abilities and having access to a powerful area of effect, restoration, has slightly higher max health compared to other strategists. Luna Snow is the only strategist in the game with two key passives. I need to stop slurring shit together. Cryo Heart grants her a small heal over time for 3 seconds whenever she casts Ice Hearts or Absolute Zero. And then Smoothgate grants Luna Snow 60% increased movement speed and grants her a 100% increased jump height after she moves forward for 0.5 seconds. So as you can see, you can skate around, you get back to the fight faster. You have big jump as well. Pretty straightforward. And then if you use your abilities, you gain healing over time, basically. Her primary fire, Light and Dark Ice, shoots 3 frost shards per round that deal damage to enemies and heal allies. As you can see. Whoops. As you can see. This does have piercing on it as well, so you can just, heal through enemies. Let me see if I can... You can technically damage through it as well, kinda. Her secondary fire, Absolute Zero, shoots a large block of ice that deals damage on impact and freezes enemies for 2.7 seconds. This is a versatile tool that can be used for defense to avoid dives, or for offensive plays to pin down a key target. This ability can even interrupt ultimates. Like Scarlet Witch, for example, you can just throw this on her and she will stop her ultimate. But yeah, it freezes enemies in place, and they will stay frozen until they are shot, as you can see. So, it's good if you're getting dived on or something. Usually for ultimates, though, you want to save this for ultimates. If you have really good reaction time, let's say like a Scarlet Witch is that flower pot, right? Just coming around the corner. You can just throw this. And now the ultimate is over and nothing happened, You can just shut down a lot of ultimates as long as you use this properly, So sort of get used to the way this works. It shoots a lot faster than it did back in Season 0. So it's a lot easier to hit it. But just basically practice this because you are going to need it when you least expect it, to be honest. And then Ice Arts temporarily enhances her primary fire for 6 seconds, shooting 5 shards of ice instead of 3 for increased power. These projectiles have piercing properties, able to both damage enemies and heal allies caught in the straight line trajectory, which is this. As you can see, more damage, more healing. It's in a straight line. Not much to say about it. Oh, and you get healing. You heal yourself when you use that as well. I should probably show that real quick. As you can see, I took some damage. Use this. Now I'm all ready to go. You basically want to use this as often as possible, because it just does such good damage, honestly. And then Share the Stage has Luna Snow placing a buff called TheTrueAura, which converts all healing she does to other characters to the other characters. Hold on, why did I word this so weird? All healing she does to other characters to the target of this buff. Okay, no, that wasn't worded right. So if Luna Snow directly heals the target with TheTrueAura, they gain 30% increased healing from her abilities. This is a versatile healing tool that can be placed on key targets, such as Vanguards or other strategists, or placed on mobile heroes such as Spider-Man or Iron Man. This can be placed on herself as well with number 1 idol, which will increase her damage and healing from abilities. So you can place it on yourself, you'll do more healing and more damage. Or you can place it on an ally, and they will kind of just gain healing no matter what.
and you also heal them 4 more. So there's lots of uses for this ability, to be able to put it on yourself, to be able to put it on teammates, you know. There's kind of lots of ways you could use this, and it really all depends. Like, if you have a really good Spider-Man, you probably want to leave this on him so you can just kind of do his thing. Or if you have a Vanguard that's taking way too much damage, you just throw that on. You can heal them for more. Throw it on yourself, then do this. You'll do just massive healing and massive damage. You know, it's really just about timing and the way you use it. But this will make or break your game as a Luna. You got to use that ability properly. And then her ultimate, Fate of Both Worlds, has Luna Snow begin dancing while providing one of 2 different effects that can be toggled: healing or damage boost. This ability lasts for 10 seconds and affects all allies within the radius around her, which is this. As you can see, there's a radius. It will heal people, or you can do more damage. I can't really show that. It's kind of hard to show that because I haven't damaged him. You get the picture though. There's more damage. The healing dance provides a massive healing per second and bonus health. In addition, she also heals all allies in a single time per cast for a large amount. This is the most powerful healing ability in the game, being a clutch in moments where the team is getting bombarded by enemy fire. It can change the course of the battle, being especially useful to contest objectives, since her entire team will be very hard to take down, even with focused fire. And then the damage boost provides 40% increased damage from all sources, and Luna Snow also gains 40% increased movement speed during the dance as well. And then Luna Snow also becomes immune to all forms of crowd control while dancing. So, again, this is very much of what are you looking to do at the time? Are you looking for damage? Are you looking for healing? Are you looking to just spam the shit out of it? It's much like your Snowflake, you know. It's all about when you need to be using it properly. Something I'm not going to be able to teach you in this lesson specifically, because this is just the basics. But just understand that, like, the Snowflake and the Ultimate are very important, and it's just going to take some getting used to. And your second last, I think? We're almost at the end here for our supports. We still have to go through DPS as well. I'm losing my voice. We're almost done. Almost there. Now, Mantis is a long-range support with high sustained healing, capable of also providing buffs to herself and her allies. On top of high personal damage output, Mantis's core gameplay revolves around her life orb mechanic, which fuels her heals and buffs. She has access to a maximum of 4 life orbs, with 1 being regenerated every 3 seconds. Her passive, Nature's Favor, provides Mantis with 40% increased movement speed whenever she is not damaged for 3 seconds. In addition, whenever Mantis consumes life orbs, she also gains a self-heal over time for 8 seconds. Her primary fire, Life Energy Blast, launches a fast-moving thorn projectile to deal damage. This ability is not affected by damage falloff. Landing critical hits with this ability instantly generates 1 life orb. And this does not do healing. This is just pure damage, by the way. So, this attack is weird, though. I mentioned this in the settings part, but as you can see, my crosshair is not on the enemy, and that's a headshot, right? But if I aim it on the enemy, that's a headshot. If I aim it over here, that's not a headshot. You know? You can kind of see the way the aim's weird. That's why I mentioned the crosshairs can be super important. Because if you just aim this, like this left section at their head, it will basically always be a critical hit versus just doing it normally. The accuracy has gotten a bit better over time. Like, they have done a little bit of something to change it, but usually you just want to aim towards that left side.
when you're like up close, like more up close, it's hard to talk about. It's just a really weird aim mechanic that I mentioned. Her secondary fire, Healing Flower, places a heal over time effect on her targeted ally to last for 8 seconds. Upon casting, the target also gains an instant health of 55, or sorry, instant heal of 55 health. This ability consumes 1 life orb, so as you can see, that'll do healing over time, and it shows up on the right. And then allied Inspiration grants a 12% damage boost on her targeted ally, which lasts for 8 seconds. This ability consumes 1 life orb, so this will, be the Inspire. They deal bonus damage. And then you can also have both of them on at once, so you can have healing and damage output on, one person. And yeah, that's her main shtick. Natural Anger grants Mantis a 12% damage boost that lasts for 8 seconds. This ability consumes 1 life orb, which can be this. You get a damage boost. Which is great. Mantis is kind of a little overpowered sometimes. Spore Slumber has Mantis lobbing a projectile that explodes in an AoE, putting one opponent caught within it to sleep. It deals 10 damage and creates an illusion behind her. Behind her target that could be shot by the enemy team to wake the target up. Enemies hit by the ability will be stunned for 3.5 seconds or until they take damage. Kind of like Luna Snow's Snowball. You just put the enemy to sleep, and if they shoot that, then they'll wake up, basically. And now it is important to mention that once you immediately throw it down, you can hit the enemy and they won't wake up. But it has to be like instant, as soon as you throw it down, because if you wait, they'll wake up. But if you use it, sorry, I'm messing this up here. If you use it and then hit, like quickly, without them dying, this is hard to show off. Throw it, sleep, hit, and they will still be stunned. Just keep that in mind. It's a good combo to get used to, because if you hit them twice, they're going to wake up. So you can do a little burst of damage on them, if you time it properly. Like that. And then her ultimate, Soul Regenerous, right? Yeah. Has Mantis enveloped by an aura that provides healing over time and increased movement speed. This ability lasts for 8 seconds and affects all allies within the radius around her, as well as Mantis herself. In addition, she also heals all allies in range of the ability for 200 health upon use. If her allies are at full health, 70% of the excess healing is converted into bonus health until the ultimate is over. The over-healing can only give each player up to 100 extra health. Mantis also benefits from the speed boost, healing, and over-health, making her much harder to take down. As you can see here. And yeah, that's it for Mantis. She's not a good healer on her own. Like, obviously, I can't keep this guy alive just on my own. But it's good. Like, it's good healing over time if you have another healer. But usually, you want to like heal and empower someone at the same time. Whatever they're aiming at, put them to sleep, make it like easier for them. And then, whenever you need to do some damage, you just empower yourself, basically. Just remember that her firing is weird. Like, some of those are hitting, some of those are not hitting, you know? So the custom crosshair thing does help. Aim towards the left side, basically. And just remember that your normal attack doesn't heal. This does no healing. But yeah, that's Mantis. And I think to end us off is Rocket, I think is the only one left. No, still got Ultron. Man, my throat's gonna be so dead after this. Not good. We're almost done though. DPS, and then final chapter, and then we're good. Okay, so Runkit is a long-range support with high mobility and a very versatile kit, being capable of providing sustained healing and damage, as well as being able to revive allies and buff their damage. His short height allows him to more effectively find cover behind walls and other obstacles. He can run up walls freely at increased movement speed. This is his best escape tool against dives and grants Rocket Raccoon incredible mobility. It is also very useful in helping Rocket reposition on the map to find vantage points. As you can see, you can run up walls, then you can like slow fall. His primary fire bombard mode uses his custom-built rifle to rapidly fire bullets. This ability has one of the highest rate of fires in the game, as you can see. Now it is important to mention that this is technically hit scan, but it's like delayed by a little bit. So like there's going to be a trail that you have to like lead, which is like the only character to have that, I'm pretty sure.
Put them down so they stay down.
Like it is hit scan, but it's like it's delayed. I don't know how else to really say it, but you have to lead your shots if the target's moving.
Those guys are about to shoot.
Because if you just leave it on him, you're just not going to hit all your shots. But if you lead it, there's a fucking wall in the way. Anyway, you get the point. His secondary fire repair mode uses his custom-built rifle to launch bouncing yellow spheres that provide healing over time to allies within his radius. The projectiles will ricochet off any surface upon contact, including walls and ceilings, with a maximum of 10 bounces. Rocket can also use the spheres to heal himself with halved efficiency. If the spheres touch an ally directly, it'll provide a small burst of instant healing. As you can see, it'll bounce around as well, doing like healing over time. But if you hit them directly, they get a burst of healing plus the healing over time. And it doesn't have to be directly on them either. You can be like a little bit away from them. It'll sort of like travel through everybody.
Guys are about to shoot at us.
But yeah, you basically just spam this down the entire time. Just heal everybody. It's kind of his whole thing.
Patch you up.
His BRB, Battle Rebirth Beacon, which is this,
Patch here. Pay up.
has Rocket Raccoon deploying a stationary gadget on the targeted location that revives a fallen ally once within a large radius around it. Resurrected allies will appear at the beacon's location at full health. Upon reviving an ally, the beacon disappears and goes on a cooldown. While active, the beacon periodically generates armor packs and rocket jet packs every 3 seconds, shooting them randomly within its radius. The armor packs grant 25% bonus health. The rocket jetpack grants players a super jump that launches them high in the air upon pressing the jump button in midair. The beacon has 150 health and lasts for 300 seconds. If the player presses the button again, the beacon will be reclaimed and the cooldown will be reduced based on the beacon's remaining health. Players can drop the beacon before the match starts to give the whole team armor packs and rocket jump packs. Collected packs will persist even if the player controlling Rocket reclaims the beacon or switches to another character. Allies can see if they are within the revive radius of the beacon by the visible icon above their health bars. So, yeah, as you can see, you throw that down, it'll start shooting little armor packs that you can pick up. This guy just got revived, so now it's not going to work anymore. It doesn't show you the radius though. You just kind of have to know by the icon on the screen. And it also shoots
This is a nice spot.
jump boost
Those guys
packs
are
that
about
I'm
to shoot at
trying
us.
to show if they would allow me to. It just keeps reviving people, dude.
This is a nice spot.
Give me a jump boost. Is it random? Who knows? Stop reviving. Oh my god.
This is a nice spot.
I don't think it's gonna let me show it. You might just have to figure that out on your own. Yeah, you're gonna have to figure that out on your own because I can't show that. But yeah. Jetpack dash has rocket quickly propelling himself forward. This ability will move him towards any direction of the aiming reticle, granting him flexible mobility, as you can see. And then you can slow fall as well.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
But you can combine this with running up a wall, you know. Hold on, let me try and do this right. Jump off a wall, slow fall, you can rocket back up. Or you can just like stay on the wall as well if you're slow falling. Run back up the wall, slow fall. Just kind of keep doing that, you know. It becomes a lot harder to take down if you do it properly. It's good for healing as well. Just keep running up walls, never being hit by anything. So just try and get into that sort of mentality that you can just sort of just kind of do that, you know. You become a lot harder to take down if you're just constantly on walls. If you get, you know, too in danger, you just dash away. And then his ultimate Sia, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, has rocket deploy a stationary gadget that grants a 25% damage boost and 100% bonus health. Bonus health per second to all linked allies within its radius. The Amplifier has 800 health and lasts for 12 seconds. The bonus health has a cap of 150. Players can track if they're within the effect's radius by the visible energy thread connecting them to the amplifier. As you can see, just place that down. It'll do healing and increase damage. And you can heal as well when you're in this. And it's just great. It's a good time. It's a good time. And lastly, we have Ultron. So Ultron is a long-range support with high damage output and capable of flying, as well providing passive healing in an area for his allies. Continuous free flight, granting him a high ground advantage to strike his foes, while simultaneously aiding the team. His primary fire is a hit scan attack with high rate of fire that deals continuous damage per round and a burst of energy at the end. As you can see. So you could just like do a little bit of damage, but if you stay on target, it does a lot. You cannot do headshots with this, and this does not heal. Okay, this does not heal. Imperative Patch summons a drone on a targeted ally that provides healing over time to them and all allies within the displayed radius. Players can track how many allies are being healed by the number next to the icon that appears at the ally being followed by the drone, as well as the visible radius of the drone effect, which is also visible to other teammates. This ability has no cooldown nor duration and can be swapped freely between allies. The drone cannot be targeted by enemies and it cannot be destroyed. The players assigned with the drone receive higher healing per second as well. So it'll heal them over time, kind of like Mantis, but they also get healing, or like more healing as well. And it will heal all everyone within this radius, including yourself as well. So you kind of want to stay within your little bubble the entire time, essentially. And it just stays forever until they die or you go too far away. The secondary fire, Imperative Firewall, grants Ultron bonus health, as well as to allies within a small radius around him. This ability affects the ally assigned with Imperative Patch and all allies within the radius, which is going to be this. So, literally just more health, basically. Dynamic Flight causes Ultron to perform a quick dash in the selected direction, and he gains a 40% movement speed for 8 seconds.
This gives Ultron a great reposition or disengage tool to avoid fire or divers. So, as you can see, you move a little bit faster, you can dodge around, you know, kind of do your thing. It's nothing too special. And then his ultimate, Rage of Ultron, summons various Ultron drones that bombard alongside Ultron for 9 seconds in a small area. This ability simultaneously deals damage to enemies and heals allies. Ultron becomes unstoppable and gains a small self-healing effect during the entire duration. Ultron can use dynamic flight while channeling his ultimate. As you can see, you can fly around. This will heal as well. It's just pretty overpowered, honestly. So you use it to dash, and you just do a lot of damage or a lot of healing, basically. And I feel like most people don't know about the healing, I'm gonna be honest with you. Most people probably don't know that this heals. Because I've never seen an Ultron ever use this on my team. Just like aiming it at the team. And with that out of the way, that is going to be it for the Strategists. Which just leaves the Duelist category, the biggest category left. And then just some like final notes of mention at the end. And then that's it. And then it's over. Then you survived this entire thing. Which is great. This is taking forever already, but I already told you it was gonna take a few hours to make it through this entire thing in one sitting, so. But we're moving into the second last section, so we'll just take a few moments, you know, do what you gotta do, I'll do what I gotta do, and then we'll come back to finish this last section here, and then we will talk about the final things in Chapter 7, and then that is it. That will be the end of it. So, hopefully you're still with me so far. I know this is a lot of information to take in, you know, 125 pages of information to take in, multiple hours of information to take in. But just keep in mind, this is the basics, okay? Like, everyone has to know this stuff if you want to get better. Or, like, do tournaments worth real-life money, you know? It's not supposed to be easy. This is just the basics alone. Alright? It's only going to get more complicated from here on out after the basics are done. So, just do be aware for that. If you're, like, enjoying this and you want to, you know, do the other lessons in the future, just know that it's going to be even more complicated than this is, basically. So, yeah. You're literally gonna get a PhD in Marvel Rivals, dude. It's crazy. The basics are already so much to take in. Anyway, everybody take, you know, 5-10 minutes, whatever, and then we'll be back with the Duelist section. Then we'll take another break, probably a shorter one after that, and then that's it. So, I'll see you all in a little bit.
Love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. Don't be scared. Stepping up, don't be scared. I'm so gone, no I'm never turning back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad. Cause I've been to hell and back, you don't wanna make me mad. I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Stepping up, don't be scared.
I don't ever slow up.
I'm working, I wanna be great, yeah. Working, I wanna be paid, yeah. Every decision I made, yeah. I ain't ever been afraid, nah. I'm always trying new things, yeah. That's how you grow and succeed, yeah. Man, you just gotta believe, yeah. So listen up while I proceed, yeah. Want a couple $100 grand, like, yeah. Got a couple hundred plans, like, yeah. Man, I do it for the fans, like, yeah. I don't do it for the gram, no. Do it for the gram, no. Do it for the gram, oh, nah. I don't do it for the camera, I just do it cause I love it. Do it cause I want it. I can never get enough, yeah. Don't judge so quickly. Yeah, we've all been guilty. And this life's real tricky. Just keep your head down with me. I've been making tracks so I feel okay. I've been making tracks so I feel this way. Make them back to back or I'd go insane. Every single week it resets my brain. I will not retreat from doing my thing. Rap, track, rock, love it all the same. Don't judge me cause I play the game. Understand art always has to change. I do not wanna be put in a box. Without this music I know I'd be lost. I want my music to finally take off. If you hate on me you don't know me at all. Keep my head down, I don't have no regrets. Everybody gets so crazy upset. Sometimes it's better to think and reset. You never know when you'll take your last breath, yeah. Don't judge so quickly. Yeah, we've all been guilty. And this life's real tricky. Just keep your head down with me. I wanna party like Gatsby. I want a girl call me daddy. I want a personal cabby driving me all around Cali. I want a place in the valley. I want a hook that is catchy. I want my life to be classy. Man, I just wanna be happy. I've been like rolling and loving my stuff. I've been like going and plays in the club. I keep on growing, they see me come up. I keep on showing them why they in love. Nobody knowing just how we came up. If we keep going, we're blowing it up. We keep on rolling, it's never enough. We in the zone, yeah, they falling for us, yeah. Don't judge so quickly. Yeah, we've all been guilty. And this life's real tricky. Just keep your head down with me. I'm sipping on some juice. feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is bad, and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You're gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away, And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something, then all you really need is hope. Take a look in the mirror, are you seeing some fear? You hear the voice in your ear, can you start to see clear? Are the bad thoughts near? Or can you be where your feet are when you stand right here and say no? I'm never gonna give up, I'm never gonna slow. The one that doesn't give up, never loses to a foe. The one that could show to myself I could go all the way to the top, can't stop me. I'm a soldier, always closer till it's over. Older, but I'm bolder, moving forward, motor, never slower. Good to know ya, don't go make me drop my shoulder. You need to believe you can achieve everything that you dream. Everything that you need is in the air that you breathe. It's in the mind that you feed, it's in the time that you bleed. Every second of life is another blessing to me. And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. Let's go. It's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drought and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself, don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell, take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail you'll be fine, get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven, this life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope. Let's get it. It's you against the world, better figure out fast who the hell you could trust if you wanna make it past all the fakes and the lust. Better figure out fast. Nah, this ain't what you want, you don't want it that bad. Can you give up all your stuff? Pay attention to the facts and forget the media. Figure out your own path. Can you figure out love, or do you feel wrath? Can you hone that feeling and create an impact? Go get it, if you wanna go get it. Get with it, ain't nobody gon' give it your ticket. Gonna take a quick minute, don't quit it. Figure out your own limit, life is a test of best. Make progress, figure out what is next and carve a path. Yes, no, they never second guess. Take a chance, no regret. If you wanna take a breath, give your blood and your sweat on. When everything just breaks from all of your mistakes, don't let yourself feel down. Don't let yourself just drown. Only when you've lost everything are you free to do anything. Only when you've lost everything are you free to do anything. Only when you've lost everything are you free to do anything. And then when you lost everything you lose the chance. And when everything is gone and you're feeling all alone, don't let life get you down. sick nut, I like a quick buck. Wanna know what? I'm about to blow up. Caffeine in my cup, not lean in the blood. On the scene like a flood, and I've been through the mud. No, I can't get enough, like a challenge, make it tough. No, it's not a bluff, cause I live for this stuff. And I take off the gloves just to break on my knucks. When I'm down on my luck, pick myself back up. Heavy hitter, and you know I'm not a quitter. No beginner, gonna be a steady winner. Maybe sinner, every time I rhyme is killer. What's a dinner? About to be the breadwinner. No cake, cause it's not my birthday. It's a work day, every day's a Thursday. Man, I'm thirsty for the grind and wordplay. You can't hurt me, cause I already hurt me. When everything just breaks from all of your mistakes, don't let yourself feel down. Don't let yourself just drown. Only when you've lost everything are you free to do anything. Only when you've lost everything are you free to do anything. Only when you've lost everything are you free to do anything. And then when you lost everything you lose the chance. And when everything is gone and you're feeling all alone, don't let life get you down. You could figure it out. And when everything is gone and you're feeling all alone, don't let life get you down. You could figure it out.
Alright, I am 100% starting to lose my voice a little bit. That's okay, we're in the second last section here. So we'll talk about Duelist, and then after that, Chapter 7, short and sweet, final notes to mention, and then that's it. Then it's done. So, we're officially over the halfway point now. This is the longest character section, to be fair, so this might take a little bit, but we're almost done. We're almost done. And first up is going to be Black Panther. Let me just get over to where I was again. No healing this time, so I won't stay near those guys. Alright, let's get right into it. So, Black Panther is an agile, melee-focused duelist who specializes in darting around the battlefield through high-speed dash attacks, and executing vulnerable targets, capable of getting in and out of combat while dishing out high amounts of damage. Compared to other duelists. His passive, Panther's Cunning, allows him to deal 20% more damage when below 100 health, so just keep that in mind. Almost all of his attacks apply Vibranium on his targets, which can be used to refresh the cooldown on his ability and also provide him bonus health. His primary fire, Vibranium Claws, deal damage in quick succession. This combined with his higher speed allows him to stick to targets efficiently. So, just, normal claw attacks. You can stay towards enemies with your high movement speed. His secondary fire, Spear Toss, is a high-velocity projectile thrown in an arc that creates an area of effective blast that applies one Vibranium mark to hit enemies. This is Black Panther's main way to apply the mark from safe distances, and is often used as a way to either poke enemies before attacking or dispatch low-health targets trying to flee. So you throw that down. It does a little explosion on the ground as well. If you're running on a wall, you can jump off, throw that down,
kind of like his main distance attack. I forgot to turn this back on. And yeah, that applies 1 Vibranium Mark to hit targets. Spirit Rend and Spinning Kick are 2 mobility skills that deal damage. So that's going to be your kick. Well, it's not really much of a kick, as more so like a lunge. But then you have like your spin dash thing. So you can use these to like get out of fights and stuff if need be. But for the main point, you know, you're throwing these down, you're dashing in, you know, doing whatever. So it's very much about just like marking an enemy and then, you know, going in and doing some damage, then like backing out basically. So it's a lot of just that motion. You gotta get used to being able to like flick around like that. But yeah, I mean, he can be good. He's a little overwhelming nowadays, but, you know, if you're a good Black Panther, you can, you know, make some good combos with things. I'm not too good. Jump off the wall, you can double jump. Pretty straightforward. And then his ultimate, Bass Descent, summons a giant spectral panther that lunges forward, covering a huge area while applying vibranium marks to enemies' head and simultaneously refreshing the cooldowns, the cooldown of Spirit Rend. So this is ultimate. Whoops. That's his ult, you know, just big panther guy comes out. It doesn't do the most damage you've ever seen, but it's good, you know. You make it work. And yeah, that's really all there literally is to say about Black Panther. Not much to say. If we go back to that real quick, almost all of his attacks apply Vibranium Mark on his target, which can be used to refresh the cooldowns of his abilities and also provide him with bonus health. As you can see down there with the bonus health. So yeah, you just apply marks, go for the target, refresh your cooldown, and repeat. Very straightforward. Next up is Black Widow, another pretty straightforward character here. A nimble assassin. Black Widow is a nimble assassin and sniper who can operate efficiently in both close and long distance combat. Black Widow can switch between her melee and range modes freely. You can see her primary ranged fire, red broom rifle, is a single shot that deals high damage, as you can see. Does a lot. Our secondary fire activates Straight Shooter, which enters a first-person zoomed view to land more precise shots, which are not affected by damage distance fall-off, so you can, you know, there's no damage fall-off. If the player is currently in her melee mode, she will switch automatically to the rifle when activating the secondary fire, as you can see. And yeah, there's no damage fall-off, so use this as far away as you'd like to. It does basically the same amount of damage as like her normal fire does, just no damage fall-off, basically. Her melee Widow's Bite Baton has her dual-wielding batons to quickly strike at enemies in close range, as you can see. Nothing more to it. Edge Dancer is a low-range kick that knocks enemies back in the air. The player can press it again upon a successful hit to grapple towards the same or different target for a follow-up kick, as you can see, and then you can grapple to them to do it again, basically. It's good if you can use it properly. It's mostly for getting enemies away from you, but you can rope in another target afterwards to bring them closer. Fleet Foot grants her increased movement speed and access to a higher jump, which aids in her repositioning on the battlefield and also to outrun opponents. Just kind of like Captain America, you just run, You can jump high, you know. It's kind of your main mode of transportation, if you will.
Widow's fight. I spy some bad guys.
And then her ultimate, Electroplasma Explosion, deals high damage in a large radius, leaves enemies vulnerable for a short duration, and also leaves pools of red plasma on the ground that slows enemies, reducing their movement speed by 55%. This is one of the highest slowing percentages in the game, as you can see.
Looking for a new challenge.
It's weird that it puts you in first person though, to be honest. It's kind of random. But yeah, it's cool. There's not much else to say about Black Widow. She's a sniper. Technically, one of the weakest characters in the game at the moment. But still does, like, provide good damage. I mean, like, that's a solid headshot, you know? To, like, a support or something. Like, that's pretty decent damage for what is one of the weakest characters in the game. Just gonna be honest about that. And next up is Blade, who's a little underwhelming at the moment. Blade is a versatile duelist that primarily focuses on attacking at close range and has extra abilities to cover distance. From medium range, he can quickly charge up his attack style to deal damage and apply debuffs. He has higher max health compared to other duelists. Blade is able to switch between two primary fire weapons. Astral Sword, Astral Sword is a combo melee attack that deals moderate damage with a fast attack speed, as you can see. And then Hunter's Shotgun shoots a slug projectile, dealing more damage at medium range, as it splits into shrapnel, after surpassing an 8-meter distance. Rather than being a shotgun, this weapon is more akin to a hand cannon that is less effective at close or long range, which is kind of weird, you know? You would think you would want to be up close, but that does, like, the least amount of damage. But if you're, like, kind of far away, that does more damage. But if you're too far away, then, like, it doesn't do as much. It's weird. It's a weird weapon, to be honest. It's hard to get used to. You have to know, like, the proper distance, because up close it just is not going to do what you want it to. So it is more used, like it says, like a hand cannon from a distance, rather than you would think like a shotgun, until they're too far, obviously. So his shotgun's a little weird. His secondary fire, Scarlet Shroud, allows Blade to parry with his sword and grants him 80% damage reduction from the front by consuming energy from a resource meter. Blade also gains immunity to stuns during the first 0.4 seconds of the parry, allowing him to counter efforts to shut down his attacks. For every 200 damage that is blocked, Blade regains 1 charge of Dry Walker Dash. Let's go ahead and show that real quick. As you can see, via block damage. Cool. Dry Walker Dash is a traversal attack that has a different effect depending on which weapon Blade is using when he collides with an enemy. If his sword is equipped, Blade will perform a Whirlwind Slash attack that deals rapid damage and applies a healing reduction. Wrong thing. Whoops. As you can see. And then, if a shotgun is equipped, Blade will knock back an enemy and shoot a follow-up shot that knocks enemies and slows them. As you can see. It's kind of weird, to be honest. But it does slow them down. So, I mean, a good combo is to do that and then go into your sword, basically. We'll talk about that in a second here. Bloodline Awakening allows Blade to toggle a boosted state where he can increase movement speed, suffers from reduced healing received, and is forced to use his sword. While in this state, he can build up a meter that increases his attack speed with every attack he lands with his sword. His sword attacks also gain lifesteal,
and Blade is able to perform a whirlwind slash for additional damage after every cycle of slashes. While the automatic whirlwind slash does not charge the attack speed meter, the whirlwind slash from Drywalker Dash is able to apply stacks with each hit. This sounds kind of confusing, but it just makes you stronger and faster, as you can see. And it will increase after some time. But yeah, only when you're using the sword. If you swap back to your pistol, you know, nothing really happens. The meter is capped at 10 hits to reach the maximum attack speed boost. When at this amount, Blade's strengths become extremely swift to take down targets with great ease. The meter also decays over time and can only be refilled by landing hits with the sword. Again, you know, fills it up. 10 hits total. And then, yeah, you can just keep doing this if you wanted to. It's pretty crazy if you're able to get max. You're not going to get max often, though. I'm honest, but it can be good. Blade is also able to see enemies at critical health through walls while he is in the awakened state, allowing him to locate and pick up weakened opponents. I am not sure how I'm going to show that. I don't know how I'm going to show that. How am I supposed to show that? Like that. That how he like glows yellow like that, because he's on low health. Not as useful as someone like Daredevil, who's next. And his ultimate, 1000-fold slash, charges up a dash attack that deals damage upon impact, and then a barrage of slashes within attack range shortly afterward. Enemies hit by the dash are also inflicted with reduced healing, received for 4 seconds. The player can quickly use the ultimate to close close to their feet to deal a burst of high damage to opponents at close range without dashing behind them, allowing you to track your opponents easier. Let's go ahead and show that off. As you can see, this is pretty overpowered if you can use it properly. But yeah, the way the charge is just the meter, honestly, you know. So like, you shouldn't activate it manually, you should just wait for it to finish, and then do that. Instead of like doing it immediately, you won't go as far, as you can see. But if we make it go all the way, we go much further. And it does massive damage, it is completely insane. But yeah, just wait and then dash. So, press it, but like don't press anything else basically. Or you can use it at your feet as well to do just big burst damage on like a single target. And yeah, it's crazy if you use it properly. His ultimate's pretty busted. Alright, next up is Daredevil. It's gonna be a bit harder. A combo-oriented duelist. Sorry, hold on. Daredevil is a combo-oriented duelist with great potential for mobility and excellent means of both defense and offense. He can cycle between his abilities to maximize his damage output, can scale walls and cling to them, blind beyond a certain distance, making enemies within the range invisible to the player. Daredevil uses Fury as a resource, holding up to 3 charges that are gained through abilities. I'm going to lose my voice by the end of this, holy shit. Crazy. His primary fire, Justice Jab, is a basic melee strike that grants 0.5 Fury per hit. After using Devil's Lash or Infernal Fury, he enables a 5-second window of time to use Righteous Cross as his next attack, where he lunges forward for 1 heavy strike and gains 0.5 Fury on hit. I don't know how I'm going to show this to you, to be honest, but that's his normal attack. And then when you enter this, you know, it's... God. Daredevil's gonna be hard. Okay. His secondary fire objection has Daredevil enter a defensive stance for up to 1.5 seconds, where he deflects attacks and projectiles from the front. He also gains 2 Fury after the ability ends if he deflected at least 1 attack.
Let's go ahead and show that. As you can see, it's good for defending yourself, like, you know, if need be, but I mean, the deflecting is the greatest. Devil Latch is a grapple ability that grants 1 fury upon completion and enables Righteous Cross. If the grapple hits an enemy, the target will be reeled in, which is great for closing distances and preventing opponents from escaping. As you can see. Then Righteous Cross. You can't, like, you know, I don't know how to say this. I don't know how to say this properly. You can't, like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm trying to say, but yeah, you just grapple people. Pretty straightforward. You can grapple to the ground, kind of like Spider-Man, when we get to that. It's important to mention that, like, you go towards the enemy doesn't come towards you, to be fair. But yeah, you can use it as like a normal grapple as well. Don't know why you would want to do that, but you can. Okay. Infernal Fury consumes 2 Fury to unleash either Devil's Chain or Devil's Throw, both of which enable Righteous Cross afterward. So, this ability here that pulls this out. Devil's Chain is a close range strike that grants 25 bonus health on use, and an additional bonus health based on damage dealt. If an enemy is hit within the strike point at the end of the attack range, they take nearly double the damage, granting you more bonus health. So that's going to be for Devil's Chain. So the way you want to use this, right, is you want the tip of that to like hit them basically. Because if you just do it like inside them, you're not going to get like the maximum value out of it. So you kind of have to learn like the distance on it. You can use it on the ground, like directly like that, technically. But it does have a bit of a range on it. But yeah, you want to get people in like that blast radius, basically. And then you can, you know, do your Righteous Cross afterwards. And yeah, you get bonus health. And Devil's Throw hurls the baton to bounce between walls and nearby enemies, slowing down the targets upon hit. Daredevil also gains 50 bonus health when this attack is used. So let's show that. As you can see, still allows you to Righteous Cross as well. So, I mean, like, it's cool. Probably not like your main attack you'd be using. But it does work from a distance if need be, for sure, you know. Devil's Chain is greater for sustain during one-on-one fights, while Devil's Throw is better for accidental picks and damage spread. So, you know, if you're in like a single 1v1 fight, obviously you want to be using your Devil's Chain more often. But if you're like in a group fight with like lots of enemies, then you'd want to use your baton. Or to finish off enemies as well. It's good for that. And then his ultimate, Let the Devil Out. Creates a visible dome around the player that ramps up damage over time and blindness effects for enemies within line of sight. While active, you continuously regain fury as well. This just basically allows you to combo like crazy. I have, you know, infinite ammo and stuff, so like I can't really show that properly, but... And then he also has this like ping thing, so you can like, you know, ping an enemy. You're not really probably going to be using that very much, to be honest, but I mean, it works. It shows like the enemy to your teammates and stuff, so they know like where you're looking. But I don't know why I didn't talk about this other thing, but you also get increased movement speed and damage reduction when they're attacked. So yeah, you probably won't be using it very often, but I mean it is a thing that exists. And then Deadpool for the third and last time. More of the same thing.
Wow, my computer is getting slow as we get to the bottom of this. Deadpool DPS Pool is one of the newest heroes as of the time of making this, and is going to be one of the harder heroes to explain at a basic level. Deadpool is a hybrid ranged and melee character who can upgrade his abilities as the match continues. Deadpool is in all 3 roles, allowing him to fit into multiple team compositions. DPS Pool has 250 HP and can throw his zero icon to deal damage with a boomerang style attack. When upgraded, this will be rethrown 2 more times before blowing up. Exactly like Support Pool, just without the healing benefit to it. So, throw it out, does damage. Let me just level up real quick. Alright, and we get this again. When it's upgraded, they'll be in a strike of 3, as you can see, and the third one will blow up afterwards. So, you know, I didn't mention this, but normally you want to aim like at their feet, because it's like in a dome around it. It's not just, I don't know how to explain this. It's not the way it actually looks. It's like it's a dome shape rather than like a saucer shape in the way that it damages people. So they could be like above it, under it, you know, whatever it may be. Deadpool has 2 passive abilities, same as the rest of them. Passive 1, Healing Factor, provides Deadpool with passive healing if he's out of combat for a short time. He can also survive most ultimates at very low HP, enabling him to flee from combat or set up a quick play if he is not damaged directly after. This will have a longer cooldown, however. And passive number 2, Maximum Flare. Deadpool gains style points for healing and damaging and performing combos. This charges up his ultimate that will go on a cooldown after being used, making it a unique ultimate that doesn't have the standard gauge, allowing him to build his ultimate quickly and using it multiple times in a fight. However, if he is taken out, he will lose all charge progress and start at the lowest level again, requiring him to stay alive to build his ult charge. If the passes weren't confusing enough, Deadpool has 2 ultimates depending on which weapon you are holding. At the time of writing this, DPS Pool should be using his pistol ult more often, maybe? I don't know. I feel like all of them need to use their sword ult, to be honest, but because you get the jackpot, which just makes it last longer and also makes it more powerful, just like the other Deadpools. But same thing, you know. If they miss a shot, they take damage, as you can see. Or if you pull out your swords, you do your thing, you get jackpot. It also gives a little bit of bonus health as well. I'm actually gonna mess this up. There we go. And this doesn't last as long as the other ones. This is like the shortest one, but yeah, that's that. Not much more to add to it. It's the same as the rest of them. So his pistol ult uses a single target. They'll take damage if he misses any shots, as well as damage over time. If it's upgraded, his sword ultimate starts a minigame that grants a speed boost and healing over time, damage boost, and recharges his sword dash. If you finish the minigame, his ultimate gets stronger and lasts longer, and refreshes his healing passive. And this is going to be Deadpool specific, but I know I said I wasn't going to talk about all these upgrades and what they do, but if you upgrade your sword dash in DPS form, your dash lasts forever as long as you're hitting another enemy, represented by these red arrows there. So if you miss, it disappears, but if you hit someone, you can just use it forever, basically. So, basically, if you want to be a good DPS pool, I don't know why you would, because there's better DPS out there, but just basically never miss with this dash, and you can have it forever. Sometimes you are going to have to use it to like get away from something, and that will happen sometimes, but for the most part, just try not to lose that bar. And to end it off, well, I'm actually going to lose my voice before this is over. We're like almost at the end. To end it off, I said it again. To end off the explanation at a basic level, Deadpool gains XP from eliminations, healing, and taking pictures on final hit targets that he uses to upgrade his abilities. The XP gained carries over for all Deadpool roles.
This is just the basic rundown, so I won't talk about which upgrades to get first in the bronze to platinum section. We'll get into that another day. Assuming I don't lose my voice fucking permanently after this, because holy shit. This is crazy. We're at like the final stretch here. I'm losing my voice. Will I make it through? I hope so. It would suck to make it this far and then have to do, like, a second take. Would not be good. Where's Hawkeye? Am I blind? There he is. Alright, next up is Hawkeye. Hawkeye is a ranged specialist capable of sniping enemies from very long distances, dealing increased damage the longer he focuses on a target. Has above average health compared to other duelists, and he has access to a double jump. Hawkeye has access to 2 different types of primary fire. His main one being the and can either be charged or shot rapidly at the expense of range. Hawkeye moves slower while charging his bow. This interacts directly with his passive Archer's Focus, which increases the damage of his piercing arrow if the player keeps the aim reticle at the enemy for roughly a second before firing. The shot can eliminate most non-Vanguard characters in a single hit if it deals critical damage. That's actually changing on Friday, so that won't happen anymore, but yes, it charges up. You can't really see my reticle too well, but there is like a little purple circle to sort of show the radius that this builds in. So, in the next update coming on Friday, or even tomorrow, he won't be able to one-shot anyone anymore, no matter what. So, that he's gonna be a lot worse, to be honest, after that, but, you know, he'll still have his uses. And then his blast arrow has limited shots and fires explosive projectiles in a horizontal spread, dealing direct damage on impact plus additional damage from a spell field generated by the explosion, which you can press Y to switch those up. There's no reason like charge this or anything, it blows up. Not much to really say about it. It's good if there's like a group of enemies, or like if you're trying to get away from someone, technically you could like, you know, do that. I think it'd be better to like do that so you get like a big burst on a target if they're like up close. But yeah, it shoots bombs. There's nothing else I could say about it. Hypersonic Arrow is a single fast piercing projectile that deals Hawkeye has access to effective close range moves. His regular melee attack. Should these not be separate sections? Am I crazy? Okay. Down to the ground, blah blah blah. Hawkeye has access to effective close range moves. His regular melee attack, which in addition to dealing damage also allows him to deflect direct hits from incoming projectiles, which I think is this. So let's... No, am I wrong? I don't know how to time it right, but I can hear the dings happening, so it is working. He can even deflect Magneto's meteor, but it has a small window of opportunity, and Hawkeye will still receive damage. Hold on, wait. Oh, this. That's the Sonic Arrow. That's why I was so confused. I was like, where is that? That's the Hypersonic Arrow. Crescent Slash is a rising attack that slashes enemies upwards. As you can see. Not much to really, say about it. It does its thing, I don't think that deflects bullets, though. No. Just his normal melee attack deflects bullets. If you can time it right. I can't, because I don't play Hawkeye.
And after the next update, I probably never will, to be honest. His ultimate, Hunter's Sight, temporarily creates static after images of the enemies when they move. When Hawkeye shoots these after images, the damage will be redirected to the corresponding character. So I can really only show this with someone that's moving, like Guy. And that'll show after images that you can hit and deal damage. They do fade away after a while. But yeah, not much else to really say about Hawkeye. He's good at the moment, but after the next update, coming in the next day or two, he's not going to be as good. Because he's not one-shot squishies anymore. It's going to be at least a 2-shot, I believe, now. Which kind of sucks, because, I mean, now you can just kind of spam a little bit now, after the update, because it's going to do, like, the same amount of damage. So, he's going to be in a weird spot after the next update. And next up is Hela. Hela is a long-range specialist with decent mobility, high damage output, and potential for conditional area of effect explosions. Can fall from heights. Her passive creates a small explosion on the target's location when Hela deals the final blow. As you can see, a little crow pops up that does damage. Her primary fire, Night Sword Thorn, is a high damage hit scan attack. As you can see, it does big damage. Not so much to bodies. You mostly want to be getting headshots with Hela, to be honest. Her secondary fire, Piercing Night, throws 4 blades that explode after a few seconds. These projectiles can latch onto enemies, and each blade deals individual damage. In addition to exploding after a brief duration, the blades will explode even if they are not attached to enemies. As you can see, there's the blades, and then boom, you attach it to an enemy, go boom, boom. And there is, like, there's a trail to it, you know, so you can miss shots if you're, like, moving around, you know. I missed a few there, as you can see. But yeah, it's good for, like, damage on, like, a tank or something. Just throw it into the middle of them. Soul Drainer is a lobbed energy sphere that deals minimal damage, but can briefly stun multiple enemies in a small radius. This ability can interrupt certain ultimates, which is your little void ball thing there. The stun is very brief, though, mind you, so like, don't get any crazy ideas with it. And it does a little damage as well. And it has an arc to it, so you can technically like throw that, kinda. Probably not. You probably don't want to be arcing it like that. But like over something like this, you know, you do like this, you know. Okay. Astral Flock transforms Hela into a high-speed crow and allows her to fly forth in any direction. Being useful as an escape or repositioning tool, she is completely immune to all damage and crowd control abilities during flight, which is good for surviving, obviously. But yeah, just allows you to reposition or to get out of fights, which is kind of her whole thing, you know. Is you just kind of find a spot, you know, where enemies can't really see you, and then you just take them out. And she doesn't have a lot of damage fall-off, like for a headshot. I can't actually get a headshot from this far away, so I can't even show that. Okay, don't try and do that. And then her ultimate, Goddess of Death, sends Hela high into the air. The player's field of view changes to first person, and the player can throw crows that explode on impact in a huge radius and deal heavy damage. When activating Goddess of Death, Hela gains a hefty separate health bar of 1,000. Even if the health is depleted, she will not die, but will instead revert to her normal form when the health, with the health she previously had before activating her ultimate. As you can see here. Seconds. And yeah, not much else to really say about Hela. You need good aim, you need to be getting headshots, good positions, you know,
Hela is a staple of this game when it comes to like DPS. You know, a good Hela can make or break your games. Absolutely. And next step is human.
Is it hot in here or is it just me? Oh, right. It's totally me.
That can also act as effective area denial, excuse me, for defending objectives or attacking enemies surrounding a certain area. Consistent free flight giving him advantage on attack enemies from the skies. His primary fire cluster, launches a scatter shot of fireballs that can do lots of damage mid to close range. Each shot consumes one fire cluster out of Regenerating fire clusters is extremely fast, as it takes 2 seconds to load from one cluster to all 6 of them. This can be used indefinitely without stopping, as when he reaches 0, the regeneration of his fire cluster is consistent, and thus can effectively keep launching them. It should be noted that while attacking when there are one or no fire clusters, that's a hard word to say, his attack speed will be lowered somewhat. So I can't show the speed decrease because I have infinite ammo on, but yeah, you shoot a scatter from, which is best used mid to close range. Does good headshot damage if you get a headshot. Body damage is kind of meh, you know. You mostly want to be getting headshots up close with Human Torch. His secondary fire, Blazing Blast, creates a small AoE field that damages over time. Human Torch has a limit of 3 Blazing Blasts he can create at any time. Each Blazing Blast takes 3 seconds to regenerate. Each Blazing Blast field lasts up to 6 seconds before disappearing. Enemies take the most damage with the Blaze Blast directly, but also take continuous damage if they stand within his field. So that's going to be this right here. As you can see, you can place multiple of them as well, and this combines directly into his other abilities as well. So, yeah, shoot 3 of those down, good damage. Plasma Body allows the Human Torch to fly at a slightly faster rate. The ability cannot be used at the same time as using his other abilities. So, you just fly a little faster, but you can't attack though. But it's good for getting back into the fight, like, I don't know, maybe you're getting damaged a lot, you know, you can go behind cover. But as soon as you attack, you can't get the speed boost anymore. Prio Present can be activated when 2 or more Blazing Blasts are active. When 2 are active and are within range of each other, can create a firewall which will damage enemies who walk over it. When this ability is used, when 3 or more Blazing Blasts are active, it will create a geometric shape with the Blazing Blast acting as connected dots. When making a shape like a triangle, rectangle, etc., the area also acts as a flame field to which any enemy caught within will take damage over time. I know that sounds kind of complicated, but you throw 2 of these down, and then you could do this, which will make a fire wall, like that. Or you can set up some sort of shape, like a triangle, and then do, and now they'll take damage within this area as well as, you know, the actual fire itself. So, yeah, like, I mean, the shape is dependent on you, I guess. Usually I just go for triangles personally, but I mean, you know, you could do, like, it's mostly just triangles. How do you even make a rectangle? Now that I'm thinking about it. I have no idea. I have no idea how to make a rectangle. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. If anyone knows how to figure that out, let me know. Because I can only make triangles, apparently. Flaming Meteor is an ability that allows the Human Torch to dive down rapidly and cause explosive damage, which also knocks back enemies caught within the blast. This ability will also destroy any blazing blasts caught within his damage field, dealing extra damage within the blast radius of Flaming Meteor. Human Torch also gains temporary bonus health on landing. So let's just show this normally. If I can get up here, you crash down, do like a big boom of damage. But if you do like that, and then you like dive towards that, it'll cause those to explode basically. If you go like this, I don't think anything happens. Yeah, no, nothing if you do like that. So the only time you'd want to like launch that down is if you're gonna dive on someone, basically. And then his ultimate supernova causes the Human Torch to explode with fire, causing damage to enemies around him. While in this state, his blazing blast will turn into flame tornadoes, in which deal significantly more damage to enemies within his radius. While in this state, his plasma body and blazing blasts do not have a cooldown and thus can be used indefinitely while the ability is active. This comes at the expense of prior prison being unused, so supernova's duration. So you can't like do this with the ultimate being active. But you can just spawn in 100 million tornadoes, or just like dive in, tornado, dive in, tornado, dive in, tornado, you know. And it lasts for a pretty damn long time too, I'm gonna be honest. That's like 9 seconds right there that you can just be spamming tornado around. You could do the math on that. That's like 10 tornadoes ish. Something like that. And yeah, that's it for Human Torch. He can be good, he's kind of weird, because like he wants to be close range, but he also doesn't for some reason. Because like he does more damage when he's up close, obviously, and he has this to get close. But that's more of like you dive in, shoot, and then like back out it, and then just kind of like repeatedly do that. Obviously you want to shoot one of these down, then go in, and then shoot. So it's a weird combination of just going up and down, basically, rather than trying to be like a little mosquito in their face, basically. And then, you know, if you have like a group of them, just boom, 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 just create, you know, just do that. You can dive in, finish them off. Pretty straightforward, I'd like to say. He's a weird one, you know. Like I said, he wants to be up close, but at the same time, so it's kind of weird. And you'll probably die more often than not trying to be up close as wants to be, because he doesn't really have any defenses at all. So, he's a weird one. Next up is Iron Fist. Iron Fist, I should drink the first one. We're almost there. Iron Fist is a nimble martial artist whose abilities revolve around mobility and survivability, avoiding attacks and lunging at the enemy lines to dispatch his targets in a quick and effective manner. He has access to a variety of movement and damage abilities to get in close range of enemies and unleash a barrage of attacks, capable of jumping 3 times while capable of running horizontally along walls. This guy just has a little bit of everything, to be honest. And you could just, you know, 3 jumps is a lot, to be honest. So you kind of just like, you know, you can come in, do whatever, and then just kind of leave. His passive gives him bonus health after assisting in defeating an enemy. As you can see, he gets bonus health. His primary fire consists of 5 consecutive strikes delivered at high speed. Each successful hit decreases the cooldown of Dragon's defense by 1 second. So let's just show it again. Nice little combo.
From legendary.
His secondary fire, Dragon's Defense, gives him the ability to block incoming attacks, whether melee or ranged, by granting him 30% damage reduction. Damage taken during Dragon's Defense is converted to bonus health. After the ability ends, he can parry almost any attack in the game while under the effects of Dragon's Defense, even from behind. This includes certain ultimates such as Iron Man's inevitable pulse cannon. After using Dragon's Defense, Iron Fist's primary fire temporarily changes to a flurry of punches, increasing his attack damage against higher health opponents. This grants Iron Fist the means to stay in close range with opponents, especially to take down both Vanguards and Specialists alike. So, show that off, as you can see. And then we have bonus health. That was the wrong ability, actually, I lied. That's the one I was looking for. It's just a quick little parry, you know, a quick little parry. And then damage turns into bonus health. And then you also have access to a much faster attack. That'll do more damage the more health the enemy has, basically. So you mostly want to use this against like tanks to whittle them down very quickly. Oh, and he has automatic like lock on. I don't think I put that in the lesson here. Harmony Recovery allows Iron Fist to recover health, converting the excess health into bonus health. Kind of like this, you know, block damage. You get this, you get bonus health, a lot more bonus health, and then yeah, you just kick some ass. You can't move around when you're like this though, and there is a cooldown on it, but that's how you recover your health. He also has a kick, a high range flying attack that covers a decent range. Its damage is more than double against enemies who are below 50% health. This ability, did I read that right? Against enemies with, yeah, okay. This ability is highly versatile as a gap closer or an escape tool, as well as a way to finish off enemies with low health. So, let's just show this on like a normal enemy. You go into like a little kick, as you can see. But if the enemy's health is low, you do a lot more damage. And you can use it to, like, you know, get out of fights and then jump away, basically. So you either want to use it to get away from something, or if you have an enemy that is low health, like so, you could just, you know, finish them off rather quickly. And then his ultimate, Living Chi, instantly grants him an enhanced version of his attacks, temporarily increasing his movement speed, increasing his damage dealt, and the range of his attacks. In addition, Dragon's Defense cooldown is reduced by 80%. So, you know, you do a lot more damage. The good old cheaper town hoe is what everyone calls it. And then, you know, you have your Dragon Kick as well. Does more damage. And then, you know, your other... Yeah, that's Iron Fist. He can be cracked if you use it properly. You mostly want to be focusing on enemies that are low health, or enemies like a Vanguard. Again, like, he can be close range, but like, to a degree, you know? Like, you want to plan your attacks accordingly, rather than just, like, going in all willy-nilly. So, you know, kind of, he's like the diver, I guess. You know, the diver play style, where you, like, you wait for something to happen, and then you know, do what you gotta do, kind of thing. But unlike most divers, he can just be in the fight the entire time as well. Especially with his kick, you know, way that you can, like, you know, heal up a little bit. They can, like, kick back in, you know? And then you could use that, get stronger. He's pretty straightforward. He's just a good melee character. Not much else I can really say about it. And next up is Iron Man.
People want to be led, I want to be in charge. Win-win.
Okay, so Iron Man is a long-range specialist who excels area of effect and single target damage while having unrestricted horizontal and vertical movement. Continuous free flight, granting him a high ground advantage to rain down continuous fire on enemies from above. His primary fire deals direct damage on impact as well as in a radius around it. After firing his main fire twice in a row, the third blast launches a faster projectile that deals more damage at the expense of consuming more ammo. As you can see, 1, 2, and then boom. So, this does more damage if you hit them directly, but it does have a burst on it. If you were to go up into the air, as you can see, it sort of damage them from the ground. Usually what you'd want to do is like hit them twice, and then your third attack would be like, you know, more of on the ground. But yeah, this is his whole thing. Literally just that. Have I been pulling this menu up every time I've been talking about these? Oh no. Oh dude, I haven't been doing that this whole time. Oh, it's gonna be so awkward. Oh god. Okay. Now that I've caught on to that, I'm so sorry if I picked this instead of this. Wow, that's embarrassing. Okay. His secondary fire, Unibeam, is a mid-range beam of focused energy that deals continuous high damage. This ability possesses one of the highest damage per second in the game. But it's great. Good attack, has decent range. Okay, not so decent range. But yeah, if you're like fighting a single person, you usually just want to use that. Hyper velocity jets Iron Man forward, temporarily doubling his movement speed. Instead of being on a cooldown, this ability consumes an energy resource that recharges over time. Works as an effective tool to escape from dangerous situations or to reposition quickly. As you can see, you fly around. Very cool, Mr. Stark. Very cool. When you're doing this too, you can also shoot missiles. I don't know if I say that in here. I'm just trying to read ahead. Yes, I do. Okay, cool. Armor Overdrive temporarily amplifies Iron Man's capabilities, increasing the damage of his Repulsor Blast and Unibeam, and makes the ammo pool infinite. Instantly refreshes the energy required for hypervelocity and makes the resource meter infinite, grants him bonus health. So, basically, always use this, just all the time, forever. Never not do this. Basically, you do more damage, you can get away indefinitely, you know. It's just great, it's good. You can also shoot missiles when you're like this as well. So yeah, you want to be using this as and then Micro Missile Barrage launches a bombardment of scattered missiles beneath Iron Man, dealing explosive damage in an area only available during hypervelocity and armor overdrive, which again, you can fly around, shoot missiles like that, or you can get overdrive, and then shoot missiles like this as well, which I don't see people doing too often. It's not great, to be honest, like as an attack, it's not the best. But if you're like above everyone should be as an Iron Man, it can be good in like a group, if there's like enemies, but you can see like the range of this thing is kind of all over the place, so it's not very consistent. But like if there's a big group of enemies, you could just, you know, just do that. No need to just like dive down, you know, power up, and then just do this. You know, you do a lot of damage like that.
And then his ultimate, the Invincible Pulse Cannon, fires a massive energy blast in a straight line that deals massive damage in a large area when it lands. This ability deals 1,000 damage upon impact, deals additional damage in a sphere around the projectile as it travels, as you can see. This thing just insta-kills everything, basically. There's no way around it, other than, you know, freezing him or shielding it or whatever, but the radius, pretty massive radius too. You can absolutely take out an entire team if you plan it right. So, like, if you see like a Doctor Strange or like a Magneto or something, and notice that, like, Magneto's a better example. If Magneto just bubbled himself and a teammate, you know that he doesn't have a bubble to use, so that'd be a good time to just wipe out the team. You have to plan right. It's not something you can just. You're like, oh, I'm gonna just do this because why not? You know, you have to plan for it, and you can wipe out an entire team if you use it properly, especially in like a close range. But you can also do, if you don't want to miss, is just come up to someone, just like do that. Totally an option because it won't kill you, which might change in the future. And then I don't know if this. No, it doesn't have piercing, so we'll just hit the first thing. But yeah, it's, I think, the strongest ultimate in the game ever, because it just insta-kills everything. Like, nothing will survive that. But at the same time, as soon as you say, you know, you're dead, usually everyone's going to look at you and do that. So it's kind of like a Scarlet Witch's ultimate. You want to like be behind cover, use it, and sorry, I did that wrong. Be in cover, come out of cover, and then use it quickly. You know, usually behind something, like up high, so they have like less time to react to you. Kind of like that. So yeah, that's Iron Man in a nutshell. He's pretty basic and easy to understand. Next up is everyone's new favorite Magic, who has gained a lot of love recently. So Magic is a sword-wielding skirmisher? I don't know if a diver, if you will. With great survivability, who excels at close-range combat, capable of getting in and out of fight using her stepping disc, portals, and umbral incursion. Has the highest melee range in the game due to her large sword hitbox. Her passive, Limbo's Might, converts 30% of all damage done into bonus health, up to a maximum of 150 bonus health. This gives Magic amazing survivability as long as she continuously strikes at her enemies. Her primary fire, Soul Sword, consists of slashes in a wide arc in front of her. Players can frame cancel the end animation of these attacks by using any of her other abilities, or you can combo with a normal melee button attack for higher DPS. As you can see, this is the normal swings. But if you do this, then punch, you can attack a lot faster that way. So let me show you the difference here. This is just attacking normally, you know, kind of takes a bit. But if you combine this with your punches, it happens just a little faster. Like, it's noticeable, but like it's not much. Her secondary fire, Magic Slash, is a charge-up attack that launches a projectile in a straight line. The damage increases based on charge time. So you charge this up, launch it at someone, you tap fire it, which is probably how you're going to be using it mostly. It's just tap firing it. And you do get bonus health for all your attacks. So this is a good way to engage a fight. As you do that, then you like, you know, you get in. Or it's good for hitting flying targets as well. There's not one around here for me to show that to you, but you can use it to hit flying targets. Umbral Incursion is a quick dash forward that covers a decent distance. Upon connecting with an enemy, Magic will follow up with a rising slash that launches her opponent upward. This ability gives Magic a lot of mobility and flexibility, as it can be used both offensively and defensively.
So, as you can see, you can sort of just, you can glide around. You get pretty far too. But if you hit an enemy, you launch them into the air, allowing you to combo them basically. And that puts them in like a slight stun as well. So, pretty crazy. You definitely are going to be using this to escape more than anything, but you know, you do this, do this, do this, you know, you're usually good. Or you can do this and then that, technically, but I feel like it'd be best to charge this up, do that, go with it, boom, boom, dead. Stepping discs. Well, okay. Stepping discs are Magic's main mobility and survivability tool. Magic is completely immune to damage when inside the portal, as well as briefly while entering and exiting. This ability has 2 charges. Upon exiting a portal, she can execute 2 different attacks depending on the button input. So pressing the primary fire executes like a whirl, a full 360 spin that deals reduced damage in a wide area around her. Or by pressing the secondary fire, she uses Demon's Rage, which temporarily summons a small stationary limbo demon that repeatedly strikes the air in front of it. You're probably not going to be using that one as much, but you know, you go like this, you do a little swing, or you go like this, and you can show a little demon guy. Little demon guy is really not that useful. I mean, like, there's going to be moments he's going to be good, but don't rely on it to get you out of like a sticky situation. So her kit mostly revolves around like doing that, you know, comboing people and whatnot. It's pretty straightforward. It's just like the timing of everything needs to be good for you to pull off some like sick maneuvers. And you can also use the portals to like move around, so you can like dash up then portal, you know. And then her ultimate Dark Child temporarily transforms magic into a demonic form. Two light slashes in addition to the initial slash. Magic Slash is faster, deals much higher damage, and has a shorter cooldown. Umbreal Incursion is faster, covers more distance, deals more damage, and has a shorter cooldown. Stepping Discs Teleporting is faster and has a shorter cooldown. And the 360 Spin deals 2 delay slashes in addition to the initial slash, and covers double the radius. Demon's Rage deals more damage, and the demon has higher health. So, just makes everything she does just better overall. Like, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, you basically want to get this as often as possible, and you will dominate people like crazy. It does wear off quite quickly, though. Just be aware of that. And yeah, that's all there is to Magic. Not much I can say. It's mostly just getting, like, you know, looking for a target, knowing exactly what you need to do, when you need to do it, and then sort of just, like, fall back afterwards. But she's good in, like, a normal brawl, too, because you could do this, like, the spin attacks, or, like, you know, there's a group, you can place a demon down, you know. So, like, in a normal brawl, it's pretty good, too, but you probably want to be using her more like a dive. But yeah, Magic's pretty good, and someone I would like to use more, to be honest. Alright, next up we have Mr. Fantastic, which is a bit of an odd one. Mr. Fantastic is durable mid-range brawler who can disrupt the battlefield with his stretchy powers while making himself and his allies more resilient. He has the single highest max health His passive, Elastic Strength, builds up his special elasticity, can't say that word for some reason, gauge, which when filled grants him an inflated state for 6 seconds, empowering him. The damage of his primary fire increases, and it now deals damage in a small area. He gains 450 bonus health when inflated. His movement speed increases by 20%. And elasticity stacks are gained each time Mr. Fantastic hits enemies with any offensive abilities, up to 100 stacks. So we'll just show that real quick on what that means.
That was unusually satisfying.
As you can see, you sort of build up this meter. Then you go into this inflated state, which does more damage, and you have more health. And then you go back down to normal again. His primary fire stretchy punch elongates his arms to deal damage from a distance. This attack can hit multiple enemies at once if the player quickly moves their arm around. So, you can either use it kind of like Groot, you know, just like your normal attack, but you can also swing it across as well to like hit multiple. It's weird to do, and you're probably not going to do it often, but it is something you can do, especially if like a lot of enemies are you know, taking a lot of damage. I don't think the sweeping works for that, but yeah, you can hit multiple targets if you sweep your attack. His secondary fire, distended grip, stretches one of his arms to grip an enemy. Pressing the primary fire on the same target makes Mr. Fantastic throw his other arm to pull the target enemy towards him. This ability grants 30 elasticity, even if an enemy is not hit. If there is another enemy nearby, the player can target them after gripping the first enemy, which results in Mr. Fantastic yanking both enemies into each other, knocking them up and dealing damage. So let's go ahead and show that. You do like this, you can bring them in. You can take him out that way. Or you can grab one and grab the other. I can't do that for some reason. Like that. Then like that. There you go. Then they'll hit each other. You probably won't use that too often, to be honest, but it is an option. Yeah, then you get bonus elasticity no matter what, which is good. Then flexible elongation causes Mr. Fantastic to grab a target and dash towards them while gaining 75% bonus health. This ability grants 30 elasticity and has 2 charges. It can be used on either enemies or allies. If used against enemies, it deals damage on impact. If used on allies, it also grants them 75% bonus health. So let's go ahead and see that. Whoops. So go ahead and shield him. You can't see his health, or you can go in and damage them. And then you can technically like combine that like with this. He's not very combo heavy like someone else like Magic, but. And then reflexible rubber temporarily stretches Mr. Fantastic into a larger form for 3 seconds, whereupon he becomes a shield that can absorb up to 300 damage. Any attacks directed at him will be absorbed and later redirected back at a small projectile. Can be cancelled prematurely by reactivating the ability. The redirected damage is equal to 60% of all absorbed damage. Mr. Fantastic also becomes immune to all forms of critical. This ability can even absorb damage from ultimates, most notably Iron Man's Pulse Cannon and Scarlet Witch's ultimate as well, which is this right here. And then you shoot a little projectile out. He's very held down like this, to be honest. He just has so much health. It's crazy. Damaging him is probably not even a good idea when he's like that, because he's just going to send it back to you. It's kind of why he plays like a tank, because you can just go in like that and then like be big and whatnot. His other attacks, like his grip and stuff, I mean, like it's okay, I guess. You probably won't be using it as often, aside from like that, you know, pull him towards you. And then his ultimate Brainiac bounce
causing Mr. Fantastic to jump high into the air and slam down onto the ground, dealing damage in an area. He will also leap at least 3 times. After leaping at least 3 times, he can leap 1 additional time whenever he hits an enemy, up to a total of 6 leaps. Each leap increases the damage of the next leap by 10, up to 50 extra damage. Each leap adds a stacking slow of 10% to enemies hit, up to 60% to reduce movement speed. Using this ability on areas with a low ceiling will cause Mr. Fantastic to bounce faster. So as you can see, you just gotta bounce around, you know. And you do more damage the longer that goes on for. But if you're in like a small, like little room like this, you just attack faster basically, because you're not going up into the air as much. So using this in an enclosed space is pretty helpful. And yeah, that is it for Mr. Fantastic.
The moon gives me strength.
We're almost at the end of this, boys. Almost there. Just a little more.
There, ahead. I found them.
I say a little more, but by a little more, I mean like, you know, 15 more pages or so. Alright, next up is Moonlight. Moon Knight. I don't know why I said it like that. Moon Knight is a long-ranged area of effect specialist with high mobility who excels at dealing conditional damage to multiple enemies grouped together. He has access to a double jump, can glide upon reaching a certain height, and has access to a grappling hook, which pulls Moon Knight towards the location. His primary fire, Crescent Dart, is the core of his gameplay, being unique as it can bounce between enemies close to each other up to 3 times. His primary fire, Crescent Dart, is the... Okay, I put that twice. Cool. Love noticing mistakes live. So, yeah, that's his main attack. It's great. It's awesome. It's the best. Everyone loves it. Everyone hates it. It's great. You can get headshots as well. Only if enemies are ripped out, though. I mean, if it's like one single enemy, it's not gonna be as good. You know, like if it's just one dude, it's not gonna be that good. But like being able to bounce around like that—that's just one shot. That's how much damage like just one shot did. So, you know. His secondary fire, Moonblade, launches a projectile in a straight line that deals higher damage than his Crescent Dart, but is limited by a cooldown. Much like Crescent Dart, it can also ricochet between enemies and Ancient Onks. Moonblade can be fired immediately after using primary fire. It can be used to cancel primary fire recovery frames as well. So let's just see that normally, as you can see. But you can combine it with, you know, just like that. Just to do massive, insane damage if planned accordingly.
Here they come.
And now this is going to be the Ancient Ankh. So Ancient Ankh is a tool that further enables Moon Knight's kit and makes his projectile ricocheting even stronger. Both his Crescent Dart and Moonblade will ricochet from it and to any enemy within the Ankh's spell field range. This gives his ricochet an additional area of effect and allows the player to strategically deal quick burst damage to isolated enemies. When thrown, the Ankh briefly pulls enemies towards it while dealing a small amount of damage. The Ankh can be attached to any surface and it will remain there indefinitely until destroyed. Ankhs persist even if the surface they are placed on are destroyed. A maximum of 2 Ankhs may be active at one time. So, as you can see, it bounce like you can hit the enemy and it'll bounce off of that. Like how do I show this? You don't have to hit the enemy directly. You could aim it at the Ankh itself, basically, to just do insane damage. Usually, what you want to do is you throw that down and then you just whoop boom boom whoop boom, and then you will usually kill whatever it is you're trying to kill.
And then if you have two of them side by side, they will bounce between each other. Now, normally if you have something to hit, like bounce off of, you don't really have to use these, to be honest. Like if there's like, you know, a big group of enemies. But if there's like one or two enemies just kind of on their own, you'd want to like solo them out like that, basically. And then his melee attack is Triple Eclipse. It is a 3-hit combo with his whatever that is called. The first strike briefly knocks enemies up. It may be used to provide space between an attacker when Moon Knight is attacked at close range. Let's go ahead and get these onks out of here real quick.
Rise and fall.
So we'll go ahead and show that.
Khonshu never rests.
And then his ultimate, Hand of Khonshu, creates a large radius portal in the location, creating a spell field that deals high multi-hit damage. As you can see, like this. Everyone knows about it, dude.
One for Jake, one for me.
Everyone knows that the moon will haunt you forever. But yeah, doesn't say damage. It's all it really is to Moon Knight. Not much else to get into here.
You are in the presence of royalty. It would be wise to show some respect. Here they are.
I like have to go to the washroom, but like I don't want to stop in the middle of this thing right now. But I might have to, depending on what happens there. How many more do we got? Oh, we still have we're like halfway there, I think. A little over half. A little over halfway done. Oh no, I forgot about these guys too. No, a little less than half then. Almost there. I am going to go to the washroom break quickly before we continue this. Sorry. Yeah, usually I wouldn't have to, but the fact that we've been going for like, I don't even know how long now, probably like 6 hours or something. I just need a moment. I'll probably fill up my water again as well. So, I'll be right back in just a moment. And then we'll jump right back into it to round it off here. I'm sorry that this is taking so damn long, but I told you it was going to take a while. And this is just the basics. Just imagine that, dude. 6 hours of just the basics. Things that everyone needs to know if you want to get better. Crazy. And if you're looking at this and you're like, wow, that's a lot, then like, you know, no wonder why you're stuck where you are, you know. If you're stuck in gold or silver, or even just platinum, you know, there's a reason behind it. And it's probably not your teammates. I'll be honest. Anyway, give me a few minutes, and then, yeah. We'll end the, we'll get into the final push here. And then that'll be it. So yeah, give me a few minutes. And we'll get back to it.
Alright, sorry about that, y'all. It was inevitable that I'd have to go to the washroom at some point, especially after 6 hours. But we're back. And hopefully my throat doesn't die out yet, because we're almost done. We're at the final stretch here. Also, excuse my burping. I ate a few crackers in the meantime. Where's the more? There you are. Alright.
Tides always turn in my favor.
Yeah, we're almost done though. We're almost there. Just a little bit more, okay? Literally 20 more pages and then we're done. Alright. So, let me get over to the other side. Alright. Give it a second so I know. Alright. So, next up is Namor. Namor is a long-range specialist who can summon sea creatures to wake his enemies. He has slightly higher base health compared to other duelists. Both of Namor's trident attacks are unaffected by damage falloff. Namor's kit revolves around aquatic dominion, which allows him to temporarily summon monstro spawns to attack enemies from a distance. This ability has 2 charges. Namor lobs the eggs of spawns in an arc in a small distance. Monstro spawns can be attached to any surface, including walls and ceilings. Monstro spawns deal low damage but have high attack speed. Monstro spawns will automatically attack nearby targets and do not need to be aimed. This makes Namor an excellent anti-dive duelist who can protect the bat line from flankings. So his primary fire, Trident of Neptune, has infinite ammo and travels at a slight arc. Each successful hit reduces the cooldown of aquatic dominion. Critical hits temporarily enrage all monstro spawns, increasing their attack speed by 150%. Don't worry, we'll get into that. But this is his main attack. It does pretty good damage. It is a projectile though, so it's not like it's not his scan or anything. So you do have to, like, you know, track your targets a little bit. Base damage, not as good, obviously, as a headshot. That's just true for anything, though, to be honest. His secondary fire, Wrath of the Seven Seas, functions similar to his primary fire, but deals damage in a small radius at a cooldown. Using this ability will command all monstro spawns to deal an enhanced attack to the nearest enemy, dealing vastly increased damage. While the trident hits an enemy, monstro spawns are temporarily enraged, dealing more damage on a direct hit, unlike the Trident of Neptune. So that's just that. As you can see, I forgot to turn down cooldowns. Turn off cooldowns, I mean. So, it's a decent attack. Mostly for his little squid dudes we'll get into in a moment. Blessing of the Deep makes Namor temporarily immune to all damage or crowd control while flying upwards. So this little bubble makes you immune. So if you pull out a squid, it'll deal damage over time. If you get a headshot, it'll attack faster, as you can see. If you use your other trident, it'll do like a big attack against the target, but also increase the attack speed as well, so you don't have to get a headshot. So basically, you just want to spam your squid guys around you and just try to go for headshots, basically, and this as well on like priority targets. It's pretty straightforward, I'm gonna be honest. It's not as complicated as people think it is. You know, kind of just like do that, go for a headshot, get a lot more damage, go for a trident, you know, stuff like that. Pretty simple stuff. And his ultimate, Horn of Proteus, summons Giganto to deal damage in a massive radius around the targeted location, knocking enemies down and stunning them for 1.5 seconds. Enemies nearest to the center of the radius take increased damage from Giganto. So that little
center there will be the most damage. It can still kill enemies like around it, obviously, but you know, if you have like a tank or something, you want them to be in the middle. And yeah, that is Namor. He's pretty straightforward. He does a lot of damage, and you just kind of have to get headshots. It's kind of like his only downside is that you need headshots. But with the right crosshair, headshots should be relatively easy if you go into that part of the document.
Did everyone miss me while I was off soaring through the stars?
Alright, next up is Phoenix, who plays similarly to Hela. Phoenix is a mid-range damage dealer that can absolutely dominate choke points with her unique chain reaction mechanic, spreading damage across grouped up enemies, kind of like Moon Knight. Her primary fire, Cosmic Flames, is a hit scan attack that deals moderate damage and applies 1 spark to enemies upon hit. When reaching 3 sparks, Phoenix will trigger an explosion that deals area damage and grants healing over time to herself. Critical hits will apply 2 sparks. The explosion effects will also apply 1 spark to nearby enemies caught within the blast. So, as you can see, that's 1 spark, that's 2 sparks, 3 spark, you go boom. But if you get a headshot, that goes up to 2 sparks, and then a 3rd, boom. So, again, kind of headshot focused. You want to get a lot of headshots with Phoenix. But good crowd control, like in a group, you know, getting these sparks off is good. It'll attach to other enemies as well after the explosion, just causing her to just unleash hell upon everybody, basically. It's crazy. Her secondary fire, psionic detonation, hurls a projectile that marks its landing location to send forth 3 uplifting explosions that apply 1 spark each on hit. The first explosion will stun enemies, while the subsequent 2 will instead briefly slow down enemies. So that's going to be this attack here. Looks like that. So if they're within the blast, they'll be stunned a little bit. Spark will be added. But it can be used like that to like slow them down. So you can do like this, and each target will get a spark on them. Pretty straightforward, I like to think. Telepathic illusion allows Phoenix to swiftly dash in the direction of movement and leave behind an illusion that explodes after a brief delay, applying 1 spark to nearby enemies. We'll again show that real quick. There's the dash. As you can see, deals 1 spark. That also causes explosions too, so if you did like that, go like that, you know. Or you can go like this and then like this. You know, there's multiple ways to use it. Usually you just want to use it to be like invincible, kind of use it like a dodge, more than anything. Darkest Sand grants Phoenix flight and increased movement speed while active. So that's just doing that. She has no slow falling though, like Hela does. But you can use it like multiple times as long as that meter is high enough. And then her ultimate lifts her into the sky, and then allows her to slowly dive down towards a targeted area on the ground. Upon landing, a massive explosion will be triggered that deals damage to enemies with a very large nearby radius and applies 1 spark to those hit. The explosion also immediately depletes all bonus health and kills enemy spawnables, making this extremely useful against opponents with high survivability such as Venom. Phoenix is immune to all forms of damage and stuns during the casting process of the ultimate. After the ultimate ends, Phoenix will reappear in the air from the original casting location and regain all of her missing health as a Phoenix would. So, go into the air, come down, boom, and then you come back. And that'll apply sparks to everyone, but it'll also detonate sparks as well. if I can show that off. So if we get like 2 sparks, go down, go boom. The sparks will also go boom. So you definitely want to, like, you know, get sparks and then do that. And yeah, this Phoenix, pretty straightforward. Not much to say.
Feature a very different version of me.
Sorry, I just finished this real quick. Take a little sip of some.
Here they come now.
Alright. We're officially 25 more to go. Pages, not characters, that being said. 25 more pages to go. We're almost right at the very end there. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Next up is Psylocke. Psylocke is a swift mid-ranged assassin with high mobility, who specializes in flanking to deal quick and high burst damage, as well as becoming invisible to her enemies. Her primary fire, Psychotic Crossbow, fires 4 quick bolts in a spread. If all 4 bolts hit the same target, it deals massive damage. Each successful hit decreases the cooldown of all her abilities by 0.25 seconds. So, you know, just kind of keep hitting them. As you can see, pretty straightforward. Headshots come pretty easily as well, as you can see. Like, I'm literally aiming at, like, the body. Still getting headshots. Her secondary fire, Wing Shuriken, shoots 5 shurikens in a spread that sticks to her targets. If all 5 shurikens hit the same target, it deals massive damage. Pressing the button again causes Psylocke to recall the shurikens, dealing damage to enemies caught in its path. Successful hits grant Psylocke a small amount of bonus health per shuriken landed. It's just going to look like that. Call it back. So to hit all of them, you get bonus health, and it deals increased damage. So that's kind of like her whole thing, is you do that, you do that. You can kind of insta-kill most people, to be honest. It's kind of insane if you do it right. But then you can also, like, move those to, like, hit other targets as well, kind of like that. You know, if you, like, threw this up here, kind of like that, you know. You probably don't want to be doing that because you want the bonus health, so you want to land as many of those as you can. And then when it's recalled, it'll also do some damage as well. It's kind of that's kind of her main combo, is your primary fire and secondary. Usually cleans up most people. Side Blade Dash is a quick lunging slash that can hit multiple enemies in its path. This ability has 2 charges. Using this ability automatically recalls her Wing Shuriken if it's previously thrown, even if Psylocke does not hit any enemy with the dash. So if you do that and then you dash, you'll call the shurikens back to you. This also does, like, I don't, very minimal damage. You know, it doesn't do a lot of damage, so you go like boom, 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 boom. I killed you too fast. Like this. You can, you know, she's pretty combo heavy in terms of that. You have to hit all your shots to be, like, really good, you know, because it goes in like a spread like that. Those also go in a spread, as you can see. So you need to be hitting all your shots. And I mean, from a distance, the main function's pretty good. The flying shuriken's not as good from a distance, but that's the main play there. And then you can also use this to, like, you know, get out of danger. Or move somewhere else. Or if someone's low, you can just do that. You take them out. That's the main combo you want to do, though. Just boom, 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 and then boom. Psychic Stealth turns Psylocke completely invisible to her enemies for 3 seconds, while also granting her 50% increased movement speed. As you can see, you go invisible. If you attack, you come out of it. This allows you to, you know, either get close to enemies or to get further away from them, depending on... Because you can, like, dash in, then go invisible, basically. but it's good for like sneaking around.
Out of sight.
She is a diver,
The enemy
so
is
you know you want to pick off targets when they're low. Just kind of go in, go invisible,
You
and then again, all her attacks, like you get your abilities back faster. Basically, the cooldowns are reduced. And her ultimate Dance of the Butterfly deals high multi-hit damage for a few seconds in a large radius around the targeted location. If multiple enemies are in the range of the ultimate, Psylocke will attack them at random, but will prioritize slashing enemies that have been hit at least once. If that sounds confusing, it kind of is, but you know, you do your thing. If enemies are hit once, you'll target them more. And I know back in Season 0, I think, this would do damage based on how many enemies are around. So, like, it will do less damage the more enemies are in your circle, basically. So you'd want to use this to, like, pick off a target or two, rather than trying to kill, like, an entire team doing that.
Did that hurt? Good.
And, yeah, that's it for Psylocke. Again, very combo heavy. You gotta, you know, you gotta do your stuff right. But she's cool. She's still good to this day. You just gotta use her right, unfortunately. It's a bit of a skill ceiling there. But again, you know, she's a dive, so you kind of just want to go like behind the enemies, basically, and use your dashes to move around. And yeah, that is Psylocke. Basic rundown. Next up is Scarlet Witch. Probably one of the heroes to use. Scarlet Witch. I'm going to take a sip, actually, before I continue this. Because, wow, my throat is ready to turn off. Scarlet Witch is a mid-range, elusive combatant who can cripple her targets with both sustained and burst damage. Her primary fire, Chaos Control, is a channeled energy beam that deals I don't know why I can't say this right now. Consistent flat damage, plus an additional percentage based on the target's maximum health. This ability has infinite ammo and doesn't require much aim. Scarlet Witch will automatically attack the nearest enemy within its radius. Hitting with this ability fuels her Chaos Energy, which is used to release her other attack, which we'll get into. But yeah, this is that. Straightforward. Not much to say about it. The more health they have, the more damage it does. Like against like tanks and stuff like that. Kind of like Venom's ultimate. Or Iron Fist's abilities. Her secondary fire is like a burst. Launches explosive magic missiles that both deal direct damage and also a small area of effect near the target location. This ability requires Chaos Energy to use and has 4 charges. So the Chaos Energy is those little symbols in the middle of the screen there, those 4 little symbols. So you throw that down, cause damage, and this will gain those back. So it's a lot of just this, throw those out, just kind of keep repeating the process over and over again. Dark Seal launches a chaotic bubble that periodically stuns enemies within its radius. As you can see, pretty straightforward, not much to say. Mystic Projection phases Scarlet Witch into combat, making her completely immune to all damage, excluding if she's hit by a delayed damage attack. This ability has 2 charges. She gains a bonus movement speed of 50% and free flight for a few seconds while she's phased, which is this, as you can see. So you can survive ultimates doing that. If you just go invisible, they can't hit you. Pretty straightforward. I mean, she's one of the easiest heroes to learn. She's limited on the damage she can do. She's very much like hard capped based on the enemy you're attacking, so you'll never do more damage than this, basically. You're kind of just always stuck doing the same amount. And then her ultimate is a charged attack released in a large radius around her, dealing massive damage and literally vaporizing enemies defeated by it. While charging, Scarlet Witch moves 25% slower
but gains a free flight. When activated, she gains a 100.
And so it begins.
The ultimate deals the highest damage in the game. Basically, next to Iron Man's ultimate, these ultimates just insta-kill anything. As you can see, everything just kind of dies, no matter what. It does take a while to actually use it, though, so, you know, the enemy team will just look at you if you're in plain sight. So usually what you want to do is, well, you can go invisible, first of all, but usually you want to go, like, behind some cover, you know, pop this, and then come out when you have, like, 3 of those red orbs around. Or, what you can also do is go invisible, go up, and then use it as well. But again, it just takes so long. The enemies are just going to snipe you down very quickly. But I mean, you know, if you're new to the game, she's okay for the lower ranks for sure. You know, she gets the job done. Higher ranks, not so much. Not gonna be able to do much with Scarlet Witch after that point, but to get used to the game, you know, she's good.
Someone's gotta stop Doom. I mean, Dooms. I hope there's only 2.
Sorry, I need to keep my throat, like, ready to go. Okay, so next up is Spider-Man, who is my favorite superhero of all time, by the way. He's one of the hardest characters to actually use, so just be aware of that. Again, this is just the basics of characters. I'm not teaching you a million combos and stuff like that, the best, you know, techniques. That's not what we're here for. We're just here for the basics. So Spider-Man is an incredibly agile and complex hit-and-run fighter, capable of assaulting and eliminating enemies from the air with his combos, and then swiftly leaves the scene. His exceptional mobility allows him to reach I don't know who says that. To reach advantage positions for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, making it very hard for enemies to pin him down. Capable of webbing, and unlike Venom's Venom Swing, Spider-Man has 3 charges of the web swing, capable of wall crawling and sprinting on walls, and also capable of double jumping. He's got it all, as a spider does. So yeah, your typical Spider-Man stuff, like web swing and everything, just like normal. You can also, if you shoot it at the ground, you could, you know, towards a target, like so. You can also do it on a wall, kinda, if you're, like, low enough. But, you know, if you ever played the PS5 Spider-Man games, you should be sort of well-equipped for this. Especially if you set your controls to the exact controls of that game. Again, he's my favorite superhero ever, just because winging is just so fucking awesome, to be honest. But again, he's one of the hardest characters to use. That's why you never see me use him at any point ever. The core gameplay of Spider-Man is attaching enemies with his spider tracers, which enable his kit and even changes the priorities of certain abilities. So we'll get into that. His passive Spider Sense alerts players of nearby enemies in the form of an icon above Spider-Man's head, as you know. His primary fire, Spider Power, is a 3-hit melee combo, being 2 punches and a kick. This deals extra damage if an enemy has a spider tracer attached to them. So let's just go see this normally. This is his normal combo there. And then you can apply a spider tracer to them to do more damage. His secondary fire, Web Cluster, launches a web that deals damage and attaches a spider tracer on his target for a few seconds. This ability has 5 charges, which is going to be your left trigger to, you know, shoot webs, which opens up his entire kit, by the way, so you kind of always want to hit someone with that at all times, no matter what. And then Get Over Here shoots a web string that pulls enemies towards Spider-Man's location. If the target is attached with a spider tracer, Spider-Man will launch himself towards the enemy instead and perform a flying kick. Let's go see this normally. Close them in. You know, pretty cool. If there's a web tracer, you can throw yourself in, doing a little kick, which opens up his combos. And then Amazing Combo is a rising uppercut that launches enemies upwards. It deals extra damage if the target is attached with a spider tracer. This ability has 2 charges. So again, you know, just your regular uppercut, but if they have a spider tracer, it does more damage. Spider tracers are like the key to everything he does. So, you know, what you want to do is get like a spider tracer, pull him in, get another one, uppercut him, you know, do some attacks. You can double jump and then do like this pound attack as well. If you double jump, I didn't mean to do that. So it's very much like, you know, you fly in, hit a target. Whoops. Sorry, I'm not good with Spider-Man. You kind of fly in, hit someone. I keep missing. This is not a good example of how to be a good Spider-Man. You fly in, hit someone, do that, boom, boom, you know, hit him again, boom. You know, kind of like that. It's kind of like how you play Spider-Man. Those spider tracers are the key to everything you do, though. So, you gotta manage those, you manage all your cooldowns and everything, basically. But I mean, another thing you realistically could do is if you're flying around, you can like pick up an enemy like that to like move them towards you. Which is how you see like a lot of enemies, a lot of good Spider-Mans like pulling people off the map. It's because they do like that from a distance. But you need like momentum to do that. So it's weird because you would have to like you have to do it while moving, basically, which I can't show you because I'm not good enough for that. But if you're moving and then like use that at the same time, you can stop targets. But yeah, his web cluster is the key to his whole thing. So you gotta use that as much as possible, is to get those webs on him to deal the most amount of damage. But again, he's a diver, so it's a lot of just picking targets, you know, knowing when you can and cannot kill someone, and then just kind of fleeing the scene. And then, you know, heal up, get your cooldowns back, and then, you know, you can go back in to the fight. Kind of like that, you know. Again, it's complicated to explain Spider-Man because he's hard. And then his ultimate, Spectacular Spin, is a multi-hit barrage of web clusters that deal consistent damage in a radius around him. Each hit adds a stacking effect to the enemy of -3% slow. Once it reaches a certain number of stacks, enemies become stuck in webs. Stunned briefly, Spider-Man gains bonus health equal to his max health during the execution of this ability. So you want to be using this with max health if possible. And then you just kind of... Your health immediately goes away afterwards, so you want to be using that at full health. But it's a good ultimate, does a lot of damage. It's pretty damn good. I would like to be a good Spider-Man one day, I really would, because, I don't know, he's like the most fun hero, you know? Not all heroes need to be about, like, it being fun and whatnot, but he just do a little bit of everything. And like his movement is just so clean if you're in like an open area. If you're in a more like enclosed area, not so good. But there's a lot of combos you can learn with him too. It'd be like this, and then like I don't know how to do it. I've only done it once, but you can like shoot this down and then also throw out a cluster at like the same time to give yourself like a boost of speed, kind of like that. I can't do it perfectly because I don't know how to do it, but I kind of did it. But I can't do it continuously because the timing is just so tight on it. You kind of saw it there. But yeah, he has a lot of different combos that you're going to have to learn on your own time. I mean, obviously I will get into that in like a different section of these lessons, because this is just your bronze to platinum stuff that you need to know if you want to get to platinum. And I'll explain why you'd want to do that at the end of this. But yeah, Spider-Man is one of the hardest characters to learn because there's so much the game does not tell you about him. But at the same time, because of that, he can also carry games pretty effortlessly if you know how to use them properly. Because you could just go for like enemy supports, you know, or like even from up here, just like do that. I guess I can't do that from up here. You know, I'm too high to showcase what I'm trying to show, but you get the idea.
Sure, those are bad guys.
He's very combo intense. Next up is Squirrel Girl.
This is Tippy Toe.
Not much to really say about her.
Powers of just a regular squirrel.
I'll be honest, I don't like Squirrel Girl, but hey, that's just me. Okay. Hold on, let me readjust this shit. Are we good? We're almost done, we're almost done. Final strike. Yeah. Squirrel Girl is a long-range specialist with high vertical mobility who can consistently bombard enemies with area of effect damage from safe locations. Has slightly higher max health compared to other duelists. Her primary fire, Burst Acorn, is a large projectile launched in an arc that explodes on contact or after bouncing twice, dealing high damage. This projectile is incredibly versatile as it can bounce off the ground, walls, and ceiling, giving Squirrel Girl means to dish out damage without putting herself at risk by using terrain advantages. So, you know, if you hit an enemy, it blows up. It can bounce on the ground, like so, as you can see, or it can bounce it off a wall as well. I mean, good luck trying to like aim that properly, but I mean, you can do it if you put in enough practice, you know. So theoretically, you could be like all the way down here where enemies can't even see you, and you're just like, you know, bombarding the enemies, if you will. And then her crosshair, default crosshair, just shows like the drop off basically. And the drop off's kind of crazy. Like hitting enemies from like this far away is a bit hard. But it's not impossible. You absolutely can just sit at the back of the map and there's no damage fall off, so she's good from a distance, which also means you're probably going to be hunted down a lot, but from a distance she's really good. This is, you know, the enemies never have to see you for you to kill them, basically. As long as you have, like, you know, enough bounce, if you will. Her secondary fire, Squirrel Blockade, launches a large projectile that deals direct damage and briefly imprisons the target. This ability can be charged to increase the projectile speed and widen the arc that it travels in. Much like her primary fire, this ability can bounce off terrain, so that's going to be this. As you can see, it'll stun them, but you can also bounce it off walls. That guy is never coming back. You can roll it on the ground as well, obviously. Or if you like aim like behind them, you can like do something like that almost.
They don't look friendly.
Or you can just tap it like that, it'll still stun them. It just gets bigger and, you know, harder to miss if you charge it and bounce off terrain. How many bounces does it have? I need it to like stop hitting the enemy. Your bouncing is very weird, I'm gonna be honest. What is that, like 5 bounces? That was like about 5 bounces. So, yeah, I mean, just throwing at enemies is pretty straightforward. Tail Bounce is Squirrel Girl's main mobility tool, launching her directly upwards. With triple her normal jump height, Squirrel Girl is briefly immune to all crowd control while propelling herself, so it's good to get out of damage. And you also just, you know, bounce super high, pretty straightforward. Allows you to be even harder to, you know,
hit, because you could just be like that, throw that down, we'll go like that, we'll boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? Pretty straightforward. You know, she's not hard at all. And she can be good if used correctly. It's just like any other hero. And then Mammal Bond instantly reloads her burst acorn and allows her to use Squirrel Blockade or Tail Bounce once without triggering a cooldown. This effectively means a player can either fire 2 Squirrel Blockades in quick succession or use Tail Bounce twice in a row to reach higher heights. So that'd be the right bumper. So you can use whichever ability twice. This also refreshes cooldowns as well, so let me just show that real quick. So if I were to throw one of these down, I use this, and then I can throw another one down, and then it's on a cooldown. And then you can also do like double bounce, tail bounces as well, depending on the scenario you are in. But it basically refreshes your cooldowns. And then her ultimate, Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami, summons a horde of squirrels to charge forward. The player can aim the direction they want the stampede to move. The horde will bounce off walls and terrains, traveling in a straight line. The stampede will seek enemy players within range. As you can see, you can angle this, you can bounce it off walls if you wanted to. And it'll keep looking at targets that are within range. So using this ability in close range is probably your best bet, because it'll just bounce off of everything and then just target, you know, the enemy just like that. So, you know. And yeah, that's Squirrel Girl. Not much to really say. Pretty straightforward. She's pretty easy, and she can be good if you use her properly. Just like anyone else. Next up is Star-Lord, who's also pretty straightforward. Where is he? There you are.
I found a family out here in space, and I'll do whatever it takes to keep them safe.
Alright. So Star-Lord is a slippery mid-range flanker with high mobility, capable of using acrobatics and limited flight to rain bullets from the skies. Guns akimbo. Its primary fire element guns. Yeah, element guns consist of rapid fire shots that spread as Star-Lord continuously focuses down his targets. So, as you can see, you know, I needed to be at a distance to show this. But like, you have your normal burst, which has a big spread on it. Or you can tap fire it to sort of make it more tight, if you will, like a tighter spread on his bullets. But yeah, does fast damage. You kind of want to burst it if possible, just so you get the maximum amount of damage. If you're going to just spray it, go for the body instead of the head. But yeah, he has like one of the fastest shooting guns ever. His secondary fire, Stellar Shift, allows Star-Lord to dodge into any direction, granting him brief invincibility. Using this ability automatically reloads his element guns. The dodge can avoid any attack in the game, including ultimate abilities, which is going to be this little flip here. You can dodge anything doing this, so do not just use it all willy-nilly, okay? Like, if Scarlet Witch is about to ult, you can use this last second, just to completely avoid it during those little invincible frames, as you can see. And it will also reload your weapon as well. And then Blaster Barrage has Star-Lord shooting in multiple directions, dealing damage to all enemies in a radius around him, which going to be this. It's good for clearing enemies, like if they're already low health, or to like start a fight as well. If you like, you know, if you drop on them, then do this. that you can like dodge out of the way. Rocket propulsion jets Star-Lord forward, granting limited flight while temporarily doubling his movement speed, is an effective tool to escape dangerous situations as well as to reposition safely rather than a cooldown. This ability consumes a special energy resource, so that's going to be this. As you can see, he has like a stamina bar that'll refill over time. And then his ultimate, Galactic Legend, grants Star-Lord temporary free flight and causes his elemental guns to auto-lock on enemies within his sight. During this ability, he gains 20% increased movement speed and he reloads 70% faster. As you can see, this kind of locks on to whoever, you know, pretty straightforward. And then you can use your flips when you're in this as well, so you could avoid like an ultimate if you're in this. But yeah, I mean, just makes your aim better basically. It helps you move faster. Star-Lord is pretty straightforward. And then next up is Storm, who just got a change, so I hope this reflects those changes. I don't think I've ever really used Storm, so y'all have to double check this for me. So Storm is a long-range specialist who can damage enemies clustered together while empowering nearby allies and having free movement on the maps. Constant free flight, granting her high ground advantage to attack enemies from above. As you can see, just kind of fly around, do your thing, you know. Her primary fire, Wind Blade, launches projectiles that pierce through enemies. So that's going to be this, as you can see. But it'll also pierce through enemies as well. How do I go down? I don't know how to go down. There we go. Okay. It's kind of hard to get an angle, but yeah, you can see it piercing a little bit. Kind of hard to do, because she's kind of tall. But our secondary fire, Bolt Rush, launches a spell field in a straight line that deals area of effect damage, which is going to be your right trigger, right? Yeah, just that. That's it. Not much to say about it, man. Not much to say about it. Okay. So Storm's core gameplay, I feel like I need to burp, but now's not a good time. Excuse me. Storm's core gameplay revolves around her weather control, which grants herself and nearby allies with passive buffs. She can switch between two stances, Tornado and Thunder. Right now we're in Tornado, and then we press this, and now we're in... Never mind, that's the wrong one, this one. This is Thunder, this is Tornado. So Tornado grants Storm a 16% movement speed, while her allies gain an 8% movement speed, like this. And then you can turn it into Thunder, which grants Storm a 16% damage boost, and her allies a 8% damage boost. So if you're damaging people, do this. If you need to get away, do Wind, basically. Pretty straightforward, I'd like to think. Goddess Boost is a cooldown ability to temporarily enhance the effects of weather control for 8 seconds with a 15-second cooldown. Enhanced Tornado increases Storm's movement speed bonus to 40%, while her allies get 20%, and also slows down nearby enemies by 15%. So we would switch to this, do this, and now you have much faster speed, as you can see. And then Enhanced Thunder increases Storm's bonus damage to 30%, while her allies to 12%. It also summons lightning to strike down at nearby foes every 2 seconds. So we switch to lightning, empower it, and then lightning will strike down. And it will just do massive damage. And you can technically switch between the two. You know, if you need to get up, do more damage, get in close. You know, you can switch between which weather you want to use as that ability is active. So, Storm is very good if you can, you know, use the abilities properly. But definitely more of like a competitive, high-ranked sort of character. Because you need your team to be coordinated, you know, and stuff like that. Wait. No, yeah, no, okay. Her ultimate, Omega Hurricane, allows Storm to teleport to the targeted location and summon a large hurricane around her and deal massive damage to enemies caught in it. When first activated, Storm vanishes from the battlefield, and the player has 5 seconds to choose where she'll spawn. Storm can move while in her hurricane. During this ability, she gains almost double her maxed health as bonus health. So let's go ahead and share that. Kind of like Jeff, you can just kind of go wherever, and then you show up, and you start killing everything. You are the goddess of thunder and wind, I guess. And yeah, I mean, it's good. Like, in a group of low enemies, it's good. You know, drags him in too, just kind of like stuns him a little bit, kinda. And yeah, that's it for Storm, realistically. Not much else I can really say. We're almost through this, too. We're almost there. So close. Y'all can taste the victory coming through. That sounds weird. I apologize, it's a bit. Alright, next up is Punisher, aka John Call of Duty. Punisher is a fairly simplistic but very powerful and resilient living arsenal, specialized at dealing damage at any range by swapping between his weapons while on the move, has a higher maximum health compared to other duelists. His passive, Warrior's Gaze, briefly grants the Punisher vision of enemies who disappear out of his line of sight for 3 seconds. This means that players using the Punisher will still see the highlighted silhouettes of opponents, even if they are behind walls and obstacles, basically giving him just infinite wall hacks, as you can see. So you can just kind of be like that, you know? A lot of people don't really realize this is a thing. That's because you have to see them first, and then they will stay there, just allowing you to, you know, keep your crosshair on them. They also get like a little trail as well if they're moving around. Punisher is able to switch between 2 primary fire weapons at will. He has a long-range automatic rifle that deals consistent rapid-fire damage at long range, which is this, as you can see. If you manage to get a lot of shots in at once, it's very good. But then he has a shotgun, a mid to short range shotgun that packs incredible power at closer targets. It deals higher damage the closer the Punisher is to his target. He can reliably 1 or 2 shot most standard health enemies if all shots deal critical hits. So, as you can see, you're just dead, you know? You're just kind of dead. This is good for protecting yourself against divers. As a distance, as you can see, you don't want to be doing that. So, usually use this if, like, you're already close to the enemies, so you can just kind of do that, you know? Or if you're getting jumped or dived by, like, a Spider-Man or something, you know, he comes close to you, just look up, boom, now he's dead. So, good way to protect yourself. Close range. His secondary fire is a grenade, as the Punisher lobbing a smoke grenade that deals a small amount of damage on impact, but creates a large smoke cloud that obstructs enemy vision. The Punisher leaps forward when throwing the grenade, making it an effective dodging or spacing tool to widen the gap between him and his opponents, as well as to temporarily, disorient them. Combined with his passive, this gives the Punisher a combat advantage, as he can still see his enemies even while they are obstructed by the smoke bomb. So, as you can see, do that, you can still see them through that. as well. So it's a good thing to like, you can escape with it as well. As you can see, you can like, you know, jump around a little bit. So it's good for like dodging. If someone's coming at you, you can like do this, boom, and then like that. Or you can do this, then do that. Or this, then that, I mean. It depends on the situation. But yeah, so you can use this to travel around. And yeah, just grace the smoke screen. Can be useful. Maybe you have like an Iron Man that's about to alter or something, so you can like make him invisible like that sort of thing. You know? There's usually you're just gonna use it to dodge. But there is times where you will use it for other reasons. He also can launch a hook with a cable that attaches to any surface, enabling the Punisher to move rapidly through it like a zip line, which is going to be the little grappling icon there. That's too far. But yeah, it's a zip line that you can make. And you can reuse them as well. They do stay on the map. So having these out of the gate of spawn is usually a good idea. So you can get back into the fight pretty often. You can go back on them as well. And kind of like Fortnite zip lines, if you jump at the end, as you can see, you sort of get like a little boost of speed there that you can use to like bunny hop around. I'm in too close of an area to be able to actually show that properly, but these things are important. These zip lines are absolutely important. You have to know when to use them, how to use them, but they can make or break a good Punisher player for sure. And then he also has a turret that he can deploy, a stationary armored skull-shaped turret that causes the player to enter a first-person view. The turret allows the Punisher to rapidly fire explosive bullets that both deal direct damage as well as explosive damage in a small radius. The bullets fired by the turret are not affected by damage fall-off, so you can be as far away as you want, meaning they will deal full damage no matter how far away the Punisher is from his targets. While mounted on the turret, the Punisher becomes unstoppable and completely immune to all forms of crowd control. This also applies during the transformation. It is also important to mention, and I don't know if I have this on here, but it also is important to mention that his turret has its own health bar. So, if you're in your turret, and your turret gets destroyed with a 600 health, you won't die automatically. Like, you're still alive after that fact. So, like, if someone's about to ult on you or something, you can technically pull this out. As long as this turret stays alive when the ultimate hits you, you will survive. But yeah, you basically, you want to get some high ground distance, and then just kind of, lay into the enemy from a distance. It does massive damage. And then let's say, you're getting flanked, you can just whip out your shotgun. What I would recommend you do, though, if you want to play Punisher, is whatever gun you're holding is the gun you're going to have when you come out of the turret, So I recommend you have your shotgun out when you're entering the turret, because if you are getting jumped by someone, like let's say you see to the right, like this person's coming over here, you can pop out, have your shotgun out, and be able to do them dirty, if you will. So just do keep that in mind, that, that is an important thing to keep in mind, because just using this, it's not going to be as good as this when they're like right in your face. It's hard to miss this, and it does massive damage. And then his ultimate temporarily equips the Punisher with 2 massive Gatling guns and a shoulder-mounted missile launcher, both with infinite ammo. The Gatling gun has one of the highest rate of fire in the game. After Star-Lord's element gun, the missiles automatically lock on to the nearest enemies, up to 3 at once. While under the effects of Final Judgment, Punisher becomes unstoppable, completely immune to all forms of crowd control. This also applies during the transformation. As you can see, you just become this endless killing machine. It's crazy. You know, it shows the cooldown at the right there as well. It says 5 seconds. And the missile will lock on to the nearest target. So you technically don't even have to shoot for the missiles to go off, as you can see. It'll just auto-lock on to enemies. And yeah, that's his ultimate. I mean, it's awesome. It's great. And that is it for Punisher. Next up is Winter Soldier. How many more do we have left here? I'm trying to take a look. We have Elsa to do, Wolverine. Oh yeah, we only have like 2 or 3 more left then. We're at the finish line here, ladies and gentlemen.
I was rebuilt to be a weapon, but now I'm the one who pulls the trigger.
Yeah, I think we have 3 more. Alright. So, Punisher. No. I'm just gonna... Let's just forget that just happened. Ain't no way I'm gonna mess this up 7 hours in, you know? Like, at the fucking finish line, ain't no way. Winter Soldier is a combo-based assassin that can quickly shift from mid-range attacks to devastating close-range combos with conditional area of effect potential, above average health compared to other duelists, which can be brought even higher thanks to his passive. His passive is Ceaseless Charge, automatically reloads his primary fire whenever he uses any of the bionic arm-related abilities, while also providing bonus health. This means his kit flows. This makes his kit flow in synergy, as players can use bionic arm abilities instead of manually reloading, as the what? Oh, as the situation demands to connect his combos seamlessly. I need to clean my screen off because I thought that was a letter, but that is just a mark of something. His primary fire not only has fast projectile His primary fire not only has fast projectiles and deals high damage, but also has a unique property of dealing splash damage that hits enemies in a small cone directly behind the primary target, granting Winter Soldier a powerful conditional area of effect damage. Does that sound confusing? Probably. So, it's kind of hard to show this. I don't think I can. But yeah, I mean, you know, he does big damage up close. Does great damage. And I mean, from a distance, like, his damage isn't that bad. But you don't want to use him super far away. I know you feel like you want to, but you don't. I mean, like, from a distance, he still does great damage. But it's because of all his other abilities, you need to be, like, sort of up close. So he's kind of like a melee character, but, like, with a gun. Kind of like Blade, I guess, in a way. And probably even Deadpool, I guess. Is that a meme now? I don't know. Let's not even think about it, but you want to use him more close range for the rest of his abilities, basically. So his secondary fire, Bionic Hook, which is a charged attack that extends the length of his bionic arm in a straight line to hook and pull the first target caught in his path towards Winter Soldier. This ability is the core of the Winter Soldier's combo-oriented gameplay, allowing him to pull key targets overextending, such as Strategists, to quickly follow up with his other abilities in order to deal devastating damage. Bionic's hooked range increases based on charge time, extending twice as long as at maximum charge. In addition to dealing direct damage for the first target hit, it also deals damage to enemies in a small cone directly behind the target. So let's show that. Maximum charge brings him in, or you can just tap it, but obviously it won't go as far.
Here they come.
So I mean, this has its uses. Depending on like the map you're on and stuff, you can totally pull enemies off maps and stuff like that, but this will combine him into other combos that we will get into. It's crazy that I'm talking about combos for the basics of characters, but that is just how hard some characters are. You have to know literal combos to use the character efficiently.
before learning the more advanced stuff. So Trooper's Fist is a short-ranged forward dash that ends in an uppercut. Enemies caught by it are pushed and launched upwards. The dash can hit multiple targets if they are very close to each other, leading them perfectly into the uppercut. So let's go ahead and show that. Just like that, as you can see. And, you know, if you're starting to understand the way this game works, I hope you are, then you might have seen this one coming where you do this, and boom, boom, and then boom. So you hook, uppercut, and then shoot him in the head, basically. Or if you can move fast, you do this, turn around, and then like uppercut. It's weird. It's a weird motion to do, and I can never do it properly.
Not today.
But like you want to uppercut them, then turn fast, because the punch will push them, basically. So most people are gonna like do this, do that, but I just don't move fast enough to make that happen. But if you play against like people on PC, that's probably what they're gonna be doing. But yeah, that's his uppercut. And then Tainted Voltage is an energy projectile launched in a straight line after a small buildup. The projectile has piercing properties, allowing Winter Soldier to hit multiple enemies if they are caught in the line of fire. Enemies hit by the blast are slowed by 35% for 2 seconds. Excuse me. If this ability hits flying enemies, such as Iron Man and Star-Lord, it will knock them down to the ground. That's going to be this little charge up here.
Nothing personal.
Which again could be combined with his combos technically. Because you could be like this, then do that, then like that, you know. But this is more for groups of enemies. Or you can like start with that, and then do that, and like boom, boom, you know. Kind of like that. Because your uppercut can hit multiple enemies at once. So this guy's like a little low. I didn't do that right. Target this guy, bring him close, uppercut, you'll shoot that. And you can finish off most people. Again, he's very combo oriented, and these are not good examples of perfect combos whatsoever, but you get the picture. And then his ultimate Kraken Impact has Winter Soldier leaping high into the air while charging his bionic arm, projecting a large circular reticle that shows the area of effect, before performing a downward strike at the ground with unleashed tentacles, dealing high damage in a large radius. Enemies hit by Kraken Impact are temporarily marked with a debuff called Culling for 5 seconds, displayed as a small dark red bar overlapping the left side of an affected target's health bar. This dark red mark represents 20% of a character's max health. If a marked character's health drops below this 15% threshold, they will be killed instantly. When Winter Soldier is using Kraken Impact, enemies already below 15% of their maximum health are given a unique icon above their health bars. This icon signals to the player using Winter Soldier that these enemies can be killed with his ultimate in one blow, which also regenerates the ultimate instantly. That's a lot. That's a lot for a little arm going boom boom. But as you can see, you know, you got a little red icon there to show that he's low health. Let's just use this normally. Just hit an enemy, as you can see. Then he has a little red bar, and basically, you know, let's just do this. If their health falls below that red bar, they automatically just die, which is completely insane and broken, to be honest. Because that'll allow you to just one-shot enemies, basically. But what you want to do is to get their health low, so it's in that red like that, and then you do this. And then you will gain another charge of that back again, shoot them, and then you can just go in this endless loop for about 6 seconds. Because once it runs out, you can't use it again, so you can technically wipe a whole team if they're low health. You know, you just kind of go in for the kill. It's a very good ultimate to use.
But yeah, he's very combo oriented. You have to get these red marks. That'll basically insta-kill them. So you gotta keep an eye out for that.
And stay down.
But also, if you hit them when they're not full health, they get that little red bar, and then if they go below that, they just kind of keel over and die. Which is good for headshots. So, Winter Soldier, completely busted. I'm gonna have to use Winter Soldier more often, to be honest. Get those combos. And I think Wolverine's the second last. I think we've done everyone else up to this point that I can physically see. Aside from Elsa. So Elsa should be next. Yep, okay.
You picked the wrong day.
Okay, so Wolverine is a close-range brawler with high mobility and survivability, capable of consistently harassing his targets while progressively increasing his own attack power. He has a massive max health compared to most duelists, and he has slightly higher base movement speed compared to other duelists as well. Wolverine's gameplay revolves around his damage percentage bonus. Unlike other heroes, Wolverine deals a small percentage of the target's maximum health as damage in addition to a flat amount of damage. The more health an enemy has, the more damage Wolverine will deal. This makes him exceptional at taking down opponents with higher max health, specifically Vanguards. And his passive, or his first passive, Regenerative Healing Factor, automatically grants Wolverine bonus health once his health depletes to 0, while also removing any debuffs he previously had. This bonus health amount scales with Wolverine's current stacks of Berserker Rage, from a base of 150 bonus health to 300 bonus health with max Rage stacks. After 3 seconds, this bonus health is converted into a direct heal at a 1-to-1 ratio. This passive has a lengthy cooldown of 90 seconds once triggered, but is decreased by 10 seconds every time Wolverine eliminates an enemy or provides an assist. So, pretty crazy. And the Berserker Rage is a stackable passive that builds up whenever he deals or takes damage. Every offensive ability that successively connects, including his ultimate, provides a different amount of stacks for Berserker Rage. Each stack grants a small bonus of percentage damage to all of Wolverine's attacks. These bonuses max out at 100 stacks. The Berserker Rage gauge is shown directly below the aiming reticle. This is also a visual indicator when Wolverine's claws begin glowing orange, akin to heated metal, in addition to his body becoming enveloped by a blood-red aura, both of which becoming more intense as Berserker Rage stacks climb. At max stacks, his hair becomes spiky, and red sparks pulse around him. So let's just go show that real quick. As you can see, we build it up, we get stronger and stronger until we just become this demonic monster that is Wolverine. His primary fire, Savage Claw, unleashes 4 quick slashes with his claws, with the 4th attack having a slight delay afterwards. This attack deals damage equal to 1.5% of the target's max health, with an extra 0.045% damage for each stack of Berserker Rage. So, the higher your gauge is, the more damage you will do. But the higher the maximum health of the enemy, the more damage you will also do. So he's very much like a tank buster, He's going in and taking down the big guys. Secondary fire, Vicious Rampage, is a quick lunge forward that unleashes a cross claw strike. This attack deals damage equal to 1.5% of the target's maximum health, with an extra 0.045% chance or percent damage for each of Berserker Rage, for each point of Berserker Rage. That'll be this claw attack, as you can see. It'll get stronger and stronger, capping out at whatever amount of damage that is, which isn't a lot. It's not a lot. It's good to combo with his abilities, I guess, but it's more of used as like a dash, to be honest. rather than like an attack. Feral Leap is a jumping leap attack that ends with Wolverine smashing the ground upon landing, dealing damage. After using Feral Leap, his primary fire, Savage Claw, temporarily becomes Berserker Claw Strike for 4 seconds. Berserker Claw Strike has vastly increased attack speed and removes any delay between attacks. If the leap connects with an enemy, they will be grabbed and pulled alongside Wolverine and become unable to act until being briefly stunned once Wolverine lands on the ground. Feral Leap is capable of grabbing enemies directly behind or to the side of Wolverine, which is weird. This ability may be used to pick off key overextending targets or to separate them from the rest of the team. Kind of like a wolf, if you will, you know, just kind of, you know. But yeah, I'm not good at using this, to be fair. But yeah, your attacks get stronger, and then when you're in rage, you just, you know, you're already unstoppable as it is. It says you can pick up enemies behind? So if you're behind me? Oh, okay. That's weird. Is that why I suck with it so much? I just have to be, like, near them. Because, like, I'm always aiming in front of them, and then I just jump over them. But if you're just beside them, that makes sense. And then aiming straight down doesn't do anything. You can aim up a little bit, like if you pick them up. It's hard to get an angle on that. I guess it's if they're behind you. If they're behind you, then you can like go straight up like that to get maximum distance. But if they're beside you, that doesn't really seem to work too well. But yeah, this attack is like Wolverine's main thing, you know, picking off the enemy team one by one. He might be someone I have to learn how to use, to be honest. I'll get into that at the end of this, as like a little update, but yeah. Both the Snatch and Slam deal damage are equal to 1% of the target's max health, with an extra 0.05 damage to each point of Berserker rage. So again, the more rage you have, the more damage this does. And this does damage just on its own when you pick them up and slam them down. So let me see if I can get a full bar here. And then let me pull you up and see how much that does. Not a huge noticeable difference, to be honest. But yeah, that's mostly his thing, you know, taking enemies, pull them out. Again, mostly tanks, because the more health the enemies have, the more damage you do. Just keep that in mind. And then Undying Animal provides Wolverine a 50% damage reduction from all sources for 5 seconds, which is this. So that just lets him get in close, which is cool. And then his ultimate Last Stand is a Rising Claw Strike that knocks enemies directly upwards. Upon connecting, Wolverine will leap high into the air, prompting the player to strike down and deal damage in a radius. The first enemy caught when Wolverine descends will be snatched and slammed to the ground, being briefly stunned. Both attacks during the ultimate deal damage equal to 10% of the target's maximum health, with an extra 0.3% damage for each point of Berserker Rage. So again, he's very much the tank buster. You're taking down enemy tanks. But yeah, you can use that, launch him up, and then you can dive back down. The more rage you have, the more damage, the more health they have, the more damage. He's just an ultimate killing machine. He really is. It's kind of his whole thing, dude. And you can use this to dash, as you can see, and like pick enemies up as well. You don't have to just slam onto the ground. So you want to like pick them into the air and then, you know, kind of do that. I feel like I didn't show that properly, but You launch them up, and then you can sort of do that. That's like an insta-kill for anyone in your path. Or you can just slam down as well. Needless to say, Wolf Raid is fucking insane. If you can use them properly. Again, use your cross attack as mobility. Okay? Don't think about this as like just an attack to deal damage. Think about it more as a way to get around. Because you want to damage yourself, go in, do damage, you know, maybe, you know, kidnap a player, bring him over, you know, just build up your stuff. And then you can cross in, use your ultimate if need be, and then finish off whoever's in your way, or you can just sort of pin them to a wall or whatever it may be. Pretty situational, but it should basically just eliminate anyone. And yeah, that is Wolverine, and now we go into the newest character officially. I feel like I'm about to get kicked out of the training range here real quick, so I'm just going to reset this real fast before that happens. Because that would not be good. We're at the end. We're at the end, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the end. We have survived. Like fucking 8 hours later, we have survived. I didn't think this was going to take this long. I thought maybe like 4 or 5 hours at the most, but we're like doubling that. Okay, so this is Elsa Bloodstone, who's the newest character. I just pressed something. I don't know what that just did. If I'm being honest, I don't know what I clicked on. I'm just going to have to live with that for now. Okay. So, the newest character, Elsa Bloodstone, is a all-rounder combatant that slowly ramps up her survivability and damage potential over time. Many of her abilities have a short cooldown and or can be used to make for quick eliminations on vulnerable opponents. She kind of plays a lot like Psylocke, if you play a lot of Psylocke, you know. But we're not here to know about that yet. Her passive, Inherited Instinct, charges instinct through damage dealt as displayed by a yellow bar at the bottom of the player's interface. For every level of the instinct she has, the cooldown of Helix Advance is reduced. Instinct does not decay and is only reduced by 1 level when Elsa is eliminated. Elsa gains 1 level of instinct when earning a KO, and 2 levels when KOing an enemy caught by Smokey's snare. As you can see at the bottom there, there's those little white bars, and those will fill up as we get some eliminations. So Elsa Bloodstone has two different versions of her primary fire. The double barrel blaster is her default weapon, which is a shotgun that fires 2 rounds in quick succession, as you can see. Whoops. That is her main fire. A Monster Piercer fires 1 heavy shotgun blast from her elephant gun. The bullets pierce through enemies and deal percentage damage. What that percentage is, I couldn't tell you. But yeah, you use ability and then you can find that. As you can see, it does decent damage, you know. It's nothing too crazy. It's more about the piercing effects on it. But we'll get into some like combos and stuff after, but that's why her crosshair is the way that it is, because this has spread on it, which is inside the circle, but then the elephant gun has this like, you know, diagonal spread on it, represented by those red lines. Basically meaning, if this red line was slightly on the enemy, it would still hit a few of the bullets. Or if you have like 2 targets aligned, like kind of like this, you know, as long as they're lined up, you'll hit both of them. This crosshair was made by me, by the way. All the other crosshairs I use are from the guy I credited at in the settings portion, but this one was created by me. It may need some tweaking here and there. I'm not too sure yet, but I mean, it gets the job done. Her secondary fire, Living Bullet, shoots a round that splits into seeking shards on impact. Enemies hit by the shards are marked and grant Elsa a 40% movement boost for 1 second when hit by either of her guns. Shards deal extra damage to barriers and enemies with bonus health. So this will, as you can see, split a bullet. You can hit enemy. Hold on. You can go up to an enemy and hit them, and it'll split like in between. Then you get, you know, that bonus speed boost. But you can also like hit it off the ground, and it'll split. You can hit it off a ceiling, technically. You can hit it off of like obstacles, but it has to be close enough to the enemy. But this is good, like crowd control, because it'll split between the enemies. Then you can have like a speed boost, and you can go in with your elephant gun. Again, we'll get into that afterwards. But yeah, that's the bullet. And then I'm just going to mention this quickly because she is the newest character. She does have a team up with Deadpool, and that it basically allows the Living Bullet to deal damage over time, but you can also recall the Living Bullet to get like bonus health back, basically. That's only with a Deadpool team up, so just don't get that confused. Helix Advance is a basic dash that grants bonus health. It also enables a 6-second window where Elsa's next primary fire will be the Monster Piercer. At max instinct, the cooldown goes as low as 2 seconds, granting you the means of on-demand bonus health and cycling back to your elephant gun for maximum damage output. This is going to be your main thing with Elsa, is this dash right here, okay? You need to be dashing as much as possible. Again, it's not a 2-second cooldown, so just try and get used to that. But this is why she kind of plays like Psylocke a little bit, is because when you shoot and then you pull out your elephant gun, you can keep shooting as you have that. So you just kind of do like this continuous burst of damage on an enemy as long as you keep holding down the trigger, basically. I mean, as you're dashing around, it's going to be hard, especially on controller, to sort of master that properly, but again, you just want to master that dash completely. You can use it to, you know, maneuver around. You can't get up anywhere with this. Which dash is this? Because there's 2. Helix Advance. This is the right one. Okay, just want to make sure. But yeah, this pulls out your gun. That's it. This is just your main way to just do continuous damage. So you need to get used to this. If you want to be a good Elsa, you got to be prepared to play like fucking Sonic the Hedgehog, okay? I'm gonna be honest. On controller, very hard. On mouse and keyboard, probably pretty damn easy, because it's just Psylocke, you know, you just go around, boom, you know, do whatever. So I might need custom settings for her, because I'm trying to learn dive characters. I'll get into that afterwards. Let's continue. Relentless Pursuit, her other dash, and this dash launches an enemy into the air. Elsa can then reactivate this ability within a 5-second window to fire a follow-up shot. It propels the player back and slows down opponents. Also grants bonus health upon activation. Both the dash and follow-up shots enable the window for Monster Piercer. Again, this is another like combo-focused thing. So if you use it, you do that, and you have access to Monster Piercer as well. You can do a follow-up shot, which will also unlock Monster Piercer. Do you see where I'm going with this? Okay. So you can like dash in, shoot, do this, boom, shoot, boom, boom. It's a lot. It's going to be a lot. I know she says she's a fucking 3-star, but that combo alone is pretty Spider-Man-ish, honestly, because you can mess that up quite a bit. Especially if they're like moving around, but then you can like throw a living bullet in there as well. It's crazy. There's a lot of dashing. You have to get used to dashing. But dashing is the most important thing, though. With that bonus health, you just become unstoppable. You know, just do that. You can. It's important to mention that you can dash anywhere, well, with the right dash. There's the left dash and then the right dash. But with the left dash, you cannot go up. So You use this in like a combat scenario to pull out the elephant gun. But if you need to just get around, use your right dash, and you can do that. And then you can also get extra airtime with the follow-up shot as well. So think of your right dash as more of a way to transport yourself rather than an actual attack. Both dashes should be used as, like, you know, moving around, but that combo alone is not going to be like game-breaking or anything for you. Now, if an enemy is low health, like that, for example, I mean, absolutely go in for a dash, because then you could just fall back like that, you know? She's an insane character if you can get the combos down pretty well. And then her smoky snare deploys a small trap that becomes invisible and invulnerable after 1 second of being on the ground. When stepped over, the target is briefly immobilized. While Elsa is able to perform a targeted dash, Elsa gains 2 levels of instinct when eliminating a trapped enemy. Now, the dash on this thing is kind of not great, I'll be honest. But we'll go ahead and show that. As you can see, it sort of locks them in. Then they'll have that sort of outline around them, which will give you like a bonus instinct. But then we'll check out the dash. There you go, and you can dash in. Again, the dash kinda sucks. Gonna be honest, that needs to be changed or something, because you don't go very far and it also doesn't do anything. But you could do this, jump back, do that, boom. You know, something like that. So realistically, you'd want to put this on your back line or like choke points or like where you know an enemy's going to go. And then, you know, dash in, do that, boom, boom, boom. You know, you can kill them fast if you gotta use it properly though. You can throw it into the front line as well, technically, if the enemies are, like, just being bombarded by too much. But she's very combo heavy. It's not just, let me shoot gun and get killed. It's very much of, let me, like, hunt for my fucking prey, and then, you know, jump in, take him out, flee the scene, go back in, do the same thing. Just like any dive character. And then this dive, again, is on a 2-second cooldown, so you'll be using it the most often. Let me just show that real quick as well. 1, 2. Now you can do it again. This one has, oh, let me use it, a 6-second cooldown. So again, you're very much using your dashes as much as humanly possible, okay? Always be dashing. Any chance you can, just dash. Even if you're not using it to like hit someone, you know, just get that bonus health because it'll keep you alive so much longer. And then of course, you know, you can go for a combo like that, you know, dash in and whatnot. Just never stop shooting, basically, is like the lesson here. Never let go of the trigger, basically. I mean, obviously do, but like if you're attacking someone, just keep pressing that down. Because you can do crazy damage. Okay, just watch this for a second, okay? I'm gonna just hold this down. Right? I'm gonna hold this down. And then I'm gonna do a combo. Okay? And just watch what happens. You see how fast that was? I mean, like, genuinely, did you see how fast that was? That was a bit bad because I didn't get any headshots there, but I think you get the point, right? Just never stop shooting. Like as soon as you're about to go in for a kill, just keep shooting the entire time. Do not stop. Because as you can see, you get that extra shot every time. So yeah, she's cracked if you can use her properly. Again, newest hero in the game right now. Just for a basic little, you know, rundown, because I know people don't even know the basics of her yet, but that is the basics. Is you need to get those combos down
It's just so important to the way you're going to be playing this. And again, you know, treat her like Psylocke or Magic. You know, you want to find opportunities to get the enemy. You know, do some damage, get in close, and then, you know, finish them off. So she's basically Psylocke 2.0, essentially. And then her ultimate as Apex Predator summons the Glantrox to charge forward and drag along enemies in his path, then bite down for damage once he reaches the end of his travel distance. Elsa can reactivate the ultimate to recall the Glantrox to her position, allowing her to quickly combo with relentless pursuit for devastating damage. Basically meaning if big guy hits wall, not much happens. But if you pick up an enemy, call him back, you can combo that as well. You can also do damage to them as they're being picked up as well. So you can do like that. You know, it just combos with everything. It's just so good. And you can, like, you know, knock enemies off the map and stuff. And you can pick up multiple enemies at once. I feel like it's important to mention that. As you can see, just pull them in and just do that. Boom, dead. This ability is overpowered right now. It's crazy. But it has to be used properly, because if it hits a wall, it's just kind of gone. Look how far away that thing can go, by the way. Let's just watch that one more time. Just so you understand the distance of this thing. And then you can call it back. Like, this thing does not end until it reaches you or it hits a wall. Just to put that into perspective, okay? You can kill anyone with a distance like this, dude. If you got a whole team like this, you can also move further away to make it last longer as well, and you can just be killing them the entire time. This ultimate just lasts like a million fucking years. It's crazy. And then again, you can damage them as they're being dragged. So, in an open space, very good. In a closed space, well, let's just see how that goes. Not great. Like, in a very closed environment, not great. But yeah, she's just insane if you can use her properly and, you know, understand that you need to be dashing all the time. Your left dash is important. Your right dash is also important. Just a lot of dashing involved. When you get into any fight, you need to be dashing as often as possible. Also holding down your trigger to do more damage, because you can get faster shots this way, assuming you can stay on target. And then you can go in for your mega combos as well. And that is officially it. That is everyone. Every hero from a basic standpoint. You know, we're not getting into combos and stuff like that, because that's not what we're here for. And let me go somewhere a little quieter. Nope, I'm gonna look this way. Alright. So yeah, that is... Oh god, that is... We're still not done. There's still 4 more pages to go. Okay, don't get ahead of yourselves, but we're at the very end here. But that is every basic thing you need to know about Marvel Rivals up to this point. Okay? The basics. Yes, it took like 8 hours for the basics. Okay? And you wonder why you're stuck in like a low rank. Okay? This is why. You need a PhD just to understand the basics. It's kind of insane. But no one's really made a style of video like this, as far as I'm aware. And again, everyone that doesn't want to watch this live because this isn't the way this is supposed to be like taken in, I'm going to be chopping this down into smaller segments as like a YouTube course style format, so you can watch it the way it was intended to be watched. But because I can't physically record a video, this is
the only option I have is to do it live and then edit from there, basically. Which is kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. But yeah, we're coming into the final chapter here, chapter 7, to end us off on the first lesson of Marvel Rivals. To get to from bronze to platinum, I'm going to talk about why that's important at the end here. But you need to know all of these things if you want to get to platinum and above platinum, okay? When I say these are the basics, I literally mean these are like the basics. Everyone who wants to be good at this needs to know all of this stuff, okay? And I'll get into this part now, but sometimes if you're watching this, you might be asking yourself, like, oh, why would I need to learn, like, Groot, for example, if I never want to play Groot? And it's more of the fact that you need to know how all of the heroes work individually, you know? Because just because you don't want to be Groot doesn't mean your team doesn't want to play a Groot, or the enemy team isn't playing a Groot, you know? So now you know what to expect from the enemy team. We're not going to talk about like counters and stuff like that. This isn't what this is about, because you don't need to know that stuff to get to platinum, okay? You just need to know what characters are good at, what characters do, maybe even a few team-up abilities, but even then you don't even have to know that. You just have to know the basics of the game to get to platinum, okay? So if you're hard stuck below platinum, genuinely speaking, okay, and we're going to get into this in the final part here, but genuinely speaking, from the bottom of my heart, more than half the time, you know, more than likely, your team is not the issue if you are below platinum, okay? I'm just going to be straight up about that. Sometimes, yes, your team sucks. It happens, you know? But if you're below platinum, genuinely, you just don't know enough about the game yet, you know? And I was like that too when I first started. I was stuck in gold for the longest time, just because I just, you know, you see the way I play sometimes, where I'm just kind of shooting and I'm shooting and I'm shooting, and I'm not really thinking about what I'm doing sometimes, which is why I'm stuck in diamond right now. But now that you know all of these things, you should be able to, you know, I'll get into that in a second, okay? I'll get into that. But yeah, before we get into the final chapter here, everyone just take a minute or two, you know, drink some water, fucking eat something, do whatever you gotta do. I'm not gonna do any of that because I'm honest to God probably gonna go to bed the second this ends, because wow, it's been over 8 hours and I'm exhausted already, to be honest. I'm surprised I was able to talk this long though, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're not done just yet. We got one more chapter to go through, which is just some more basic stuff, just some like last minute stuff I want to throw in. So just give me a moment, then we'll jump into this final like smaller section, and then that'll be it. So I'm excited to end this off, honestly. I'll talk more about that in a second. Let me just, you know, give a moment.
I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Doing no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad.
Yeah.
Baby, I'm bad.
I just wanna stay bad, stay mad. Chip on my shoulder cause they treat me like an outcast. I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back. I'm sick of being cautious. I'ma go cause some pain, can't stop this. I'ma steal everybody's lane, call it shoplift. Sick of hearing everyone complain when they thoughtless. taste the pain. It's like candy canes, it makes me go change into a better frame, into a better name. Society's insane, we all live for fame, yeah. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I won't obey. You cannot tell me what I cannot say. I'm here to last, so yeah, I'm here to stay. I'll live each second like my final day. You can't take that away. Got cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I look at what's in front of me, don't focus on the other things. I know that if I'm struggling, that only leads to a tough for me. And I want and need something that could challenge me. Build up all my calluses, push through all their callousness. Becoming reckless, I'm ambitious and I'm restless, yeah. Was an apprentice but possessed a different engine. So I asked a lot of questions and I learned a lot of lessons, yeah. Got different weapons and I worked on my direction, yeah. We gon' hike through the flame, we gon' die with a name. We gon' fight through the pain, we gon' rise up and change. We gon' strive to make gains, cause we don't hide from the blame. We take pride when we train, we gon' rise up and change. We gon' hike through the flame, we gon' die with a name. We gon' fight through the pain, we gon' rise up and change. We gon' strive to make gains, we don't hide from the pain. We take pride when we train, we gon' rise up and change.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to the final chapter. Insane to think that we just went through 121 pages of information, okay? Let's just, give yourself a round of applause, pat yourself on the back for making it this far. It's dedication, okay? And this dedication you're gonna need if you want to get better, alright? So if you fell off halfway through, like I said at the beginning of this thing, where I was like, you better turn around now if you can't even make it past 12 pages of information, Be proud of yourself for doing something that most people can't do, and that is why they are stuck at the low ranks that they are stuck at. Okay? Just gonna be completely honest with you. So, you know, reward yourself if you're watching this as the live that it is, or if you're watching this in the step-by-step format that is supposed to be consumed in. You know, just congratulate yourself for making it this far, to the end of the basic lesson of Marvel Rivals. Okay? There's only more information from here on out in other lessons. You know, Diamond's going to be its own thing. Grandmaster's going to be its own thing. Celestial's going to be its own thing. You know, Eternity, Top 500, tournaments and stuff like that. They're all going to be their own thing on what you need to know to get past that rank, okay? But this is everything you need to get to Platinum. And I'm not sure if I say this below or not, so I'm just going to say it now, but the reason why you want to get to Platinum in the first place, and this is something I should have said at the very beginning, and I forgot to, the reason why you want to get to Platinum in the first place is because that is how you gain access to tournaments that pay real-life money, okay? And I mean like thousands of dollars. If you join in the esports scene, then like millions of dollars probably, but for the average tournaments, you know, a couple $1,000s here and there. It's a quarterly tournament that happens 4 times a year, every 3 months or so, give or take. That's how quarters work from a business standpoint. You know, January, February, March. You know, that's all 1 quarter, and so on and so forth. So, you want to get to Platinum if you want to enter into tournaments, okay? Everything, and I basically the tutorial of the game, okay? Just straight up, it is literally the basics of everything. If you cannot get to Platinum, then either you need to get better and rewatch all of these lessons to learn what to do, or you might want to think about retiring the game as a whole because it's probably not meant for you. If you've done everything you've learned in this, plus whatever else you're watching, you know, and you're still struggling in Platinum, or to get to Platinum, then realistically you might want to rethink your decision on trying to be good at Rivals. I don't want to be mean, I don't want to be rude, okay, that's not what I'm here to say, but I'm being just honest and truthful, okay? Getting to Platinum is the tutorial of competitive, okay? So if you can't get past that, there's not much I can do other than this. This whole 125 pages that has taken over 8 hours to get through. You know, everything you need to get to Platinum. If you still can't do it, let me know. Maybe I can help you personally, but we'll get into that. But that is why getting to Platinum is so important, is because that's the minimum rank requirement to enter into tournaments that pay real life money. And there's 4 tournaments a year. Okay, so do be aware of that. So, with all of that out of the way, you have now learned the basics of Marvel Rivals from a competitive point of view. I know most of you are probably a little brain dead after all of this so far. That is why I suggested taking this in a step-by-step format rather than all at once. Your brain needs time to process things after all, so I completely get it, you know. And this is going to be advice and last-minute adjustments. I didn't know what else to say. I didn't want to say advice and last-minute advice because that wouldn't make any sense. This is just how we're going to end things off here. So 7.1, when adjusting your settings, this is what I talked about at the beginning, okay? This is going to be so important. Please write this down. Do this. Do this. If you take anything from this lesson, do this. Okay, this is one of the most important things in this. When adjusting your settings, understand that it will take time for your body to adjust to the changes. So give it some time. Let your brain adapt to the changes before thinking something doesn't feel right after a massive adjustment. That is why overhauling your settings is best done when your muscle memory is fresh. Honestly, if you're really struggling or don't know how settings work, try using AI, like Google Gemini. That is what I used. And just make a prompt like, once you get better at ABC thing. ABC is what I struggle with the most. ABC is is the way I hold my controller or press buttons. ABC is my setup and what I play on. Okay, this has drastically changed my settings, and there's physical proof of this working. I showed you the screenshot at the start where I got the highest score I've ever gotten, like 132 points or whatever in the practice range. So this will have you going through multiple tests to figure out what works for you and what doesn't. With something that actually knows information on a detailed level, and will even highlight why things do or don't work for you. Then you can ask it to add this information to be used on all types of heroes, not just like Hitscan, and go from there. It honestly worked pretty well for me over the course of a week or two, and I went back and forth figuring out what worked and what didn't work, and to make fine-tune adjustments on settings that I honestly didn't really know made a difference. Now my aim feels almost perfect for all heroes, and I advise you to do the same since the AI can evaluate your performance on a personal level, I can't tell you what settings are best for you, but Google Gemini can. If you give it enough information and you literally tell the bot like exactly what you want to accomplish, and also give her permission to like ask you questions back, it will discover what you need to do. And again, it took me a week or two to really fine-tune everything perfectly, but now everything feels amazing. My aim feels amazing. My my headshots are great. Everything great. And realizing I don't think we actually went over these settings. Ironically enough, I think I totally went past that. My bad. But if you are really struggling with settings, you don't know what settings do, or you just... I would show you the prompt I used, but I can't at the moment because I'd have to sign into everything, and I don't want to do that on camera. But trust me, this is a game changer, okay? Try it. Do it. Do it for multiple days. There's going to be a lot of testing involved, like shooting bots and stuff, but you will fine-tune your settings perfectly for you, okay? Not someone else, just you. And the type of controller, even like the way you sit, the way you move your aim, Like for me specifically, I really struggle with aiming slowly. Because it just tenses up my whole body, and like that's the same with like trying to draw and stuff like that. Like if I just move too slowly, it causes my body to tense up for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's like a nerve defect or something. But this, telling Google Gemini those issues, it was able to find something that works perfectly for me. And it might not be perfect for you, but it's perfect for me, and it works flawlessly. You have to give it the time to actually get there, though. So please, use an AI, specifically Google Gemini, and just give it a prompt like that. Tell it exactly all the details it needs to know, and we'll start going through multiple tests to figure out what's perfect. And then once you're good with characters, you can adjust those settings per hero, because not all heroes are hit scan, not all heroes are melee and stuff like that. And it can get these settings down perfect for you. It really can. It'll work for me, it'll work for you. Trust me. And no one's talking about this. Okay? This is like my secret hack to all of this, dude. Is this trick right here that no one is talking about. Okay? Trust me. It'll make a big difference. Made a big difference for me. Alright, 7-2, before I fucking pass out. 7-2. Your main focus at these lower ranks should be just learning heroes and how they work. Just learn the basics, man. Here, you're not here. There's so many spelling mistakes I need to fix. That's like the fifth one now. You are not here to learn the most insane plays, weaknesses, etc. You are here to master the basics, which, as you can see, takes time on its own. If you are stuck under platinum, chances are you just haven't put enough time into the game yet. Maybe your aim sucks, maybe you're using heroes wrong, maybe your team actually just sucks and you did everything right. It's going to happen a lot. But as always, we can always do better. You got to put in the hours and the effort to make it out of bronze to platinum. Consider the training ranks before you enter the actual competitive scene. Because trust me, if you think this is a lot already, then there is a reason you are stuck at the low ranks. I don't say this to be mean or rude, it's just the truth. Everything from here on out is only going to be more in-depth guides and advice that won't mean anything if you don't even know the basics or have tried to get better. You have to get better. You have to want to get better, or you never will. And going into 7.3 here, almost at the end. Yep. Throwers. Let's talk about throwers real quick before I fucking just collapse and die, okay? Throwers. I want to make a separate guide on this topic alone, because everyone has to deal with it. But I want to give a bit of advice while I have your attention. Marvel Rivals has a big thrower problem right now in the game. And if you don't know what that is, it just means someone who plays, or who is playing poorly on purpose, so you lose the match. If this happens, please report their account, as that's all we can really do at the moment. This will happen to you regardless of what rank you're in. Even the top ranks have to deal with this problem. Trust me, a lot of the player base is leaving the game or competitive scene because of this alone. And the devs need to work on something to fix this problem, as it does ruin the enjoyment of the game. However, I do have some tips if you enjoy Marvel Rivals, but are finding the thrower problem is making you want to crash out. And let me tell you, okay, I have been hard stuck in Diamond 3 and Platinum 1. I'm like 80 hours into this season now. That is a 70-hour difference that I have been hard stuck at the same rank. 70 hours. Like, what the actual fuck, okay? Holy shit. It is a big problem. And I understand the crash out, dude. Like a week ago, I was like, this is it. Like, if I lose one more match, which I've lost a lot, I think my longest losing streak was like 15 losing matches in a row. And that's enough to make you want to just never play again. I'm going to be honest with you, okay? But let's get into these little tips here to help sort of combat that a little bit. So, first of all, understand that this is not just you. It's happening to everyone, all the time, at all ranks. Just get used to that fact, okay? It's not just you. It's everyone, at all ranks, okay? Just get used to that real quick. This isn't a Marvel Rivals issue either. It's a gaming issue. Marvel Rivals somehow just turned it up to 11. Don't know why. Don't ask me, because I don't know. But this is a problem in every game that you play. People will intentionally just do bad so that you lose. It happens in everything. Especially when it's a competitive scene, you know? All the top 500 people, they don't want you to be top 500. They want to maintain their spot. So they'll hop in like alt accounts just to perform badly so other people can't claim their spot, you know? It's competitive for a reason. But if you're feeling like you are starting to get upset or too stressed, stop playing the game, okay? Trust me, this is true for any game ever made. Games are meant to feel fun, satisfying, and escape from reality's own problems. If gaming is getting to you, take a break, okay? Straight up. Go do something else. Go for a walk. Go to sleep. Go hang out with some friends or family. Because at the end of the day, you are here to get better, but you can't get better if you're not performing well. Notice the signs, take a break, come back when you feel better, okay? It's fine. Rivals will still be here. Unless you get into like a car accident or something, then I guess, good luck. But The game's not going anywhere, okay? If you're getting just so frustrated at it, just take a break, okay? Straight up. It could be for like an hour, it could be for like 10 days, doesn't matter. Just take a break, alright? Take a break, come back when you feel better. When you notice the signs again, take another break, okay? Because just frustrating yourself and overstressing yourself is not going to help you. It's not going to help you, you're fighting a losing battle at that point. Tip number 4. I don't want to advocate for this. I really don't. I really do not want to advocate for this because I don't want to do this. But I mean, even top 500 players are doing it, so there is a reason behind it. Make an alternate account, okay? If the thrower problem is getting to the point you have lost all enjoyment for the game, create an alternate account. This way, you'll be back to lower ranks and can try to focus on new things without ruining your stats. Or if you go on a losing streak, just hop onto your alt account for a while so you can still have fun while also still being able to play. However, if you want to get better at Marvel Rivals, you're going to need to keep playing in your respected rank, which, yes, that does mean you will go on losing streaks and you'll want to uninstall the game. This is the kind of pain your brain needs to help you get better. You'll start thinking more about how you're performing to avoid feeling that way. So come to terms with that fact, kind of like trying to get used to the fact we're all mortal, You can't change the fact we're all mortal, so why fight it instead of trying to live with it instead, Just kind of a fact of life. It's gonna happen. You're gonna lose. People are gonna try and ruin your matches. It's just gonna happen, okay? And that gives you two options. You either have an alt account you go to when things are getting a little too chaotic, which will impact you getting better, or you just deal with that fact. You're like, yep, that sucked, but let's do another one, You have to get used to that if you want to get better. Unfortunately, until the problem can be fixed better, that's kind of just what you have to do. And then lastly, of course, remember that this is just a game, okay? This is ranked. We are not in a tournament worth real money, so don't get stressed pretending it is. Yes, you need to be Platinum Plus to enter into tournaments, but that is an adventure on its own. Once you get past that point and are in tournaments, that's when you can allow yourself to just crash out, okay? Till then, remember you are alive on this beautiful planet and enjoy the ride. Try listening to something like Full Moon, Full Life from Persona 3, for example, Trust me, songs like this can go a long way to help your emotions stabilize or push them outward to release them, but this song is how you should think about everything in your life. At least that's how I feel about it, I don't really play Persona games very much, but I mean, this song in particular is just, it's a good way to, go about your life. And then 7.4, come back to these lessons every 3 months. The fact is, we forget things, okay? After a few months of trying to get better, you'll start forgetting the bigger picture. So make it part of your plan to come back to lessons, okay? Straight up, I'm not just saying that to get me more views and watch time or whatever and more subscribers. I'm saying that genuinely. You will start forgetting things, okay? Just tune up on it every so often. Come back to these lessons, quiz yourself even. I might have quizzes in the future for other lessons, but, just come back to things every 3 months or so, because you will start forgetting a lot after some time has passed. And no, still not done yet. And 7.5, practice, practice, practice. You need to put in the time and effort into getting better. Avoid quick play or non-competitive modes once you know how a hero works. These won't help you actually get better. You have to be in the arena with the wolves. Set hours or even days to dedicate some time to playing ranked matches, 2+ hours if possible. You need to consistently be training and learning. Once you stop, so does your progress. I'd say 8 hours a week is a good place to start. If you want to enter into tournaments and stuff, you're going to need to treat it like part or full-time work. You're going to have to show up, you're going to have to learn, you're going to have to use what you learn, get better, and repeat. You will not get better overnight, okay? Straight up. This isn't some, make money quick type of shit, okay? That's not how progress works. Again, you got to show up, You gotta learn. You gotta use what you learn. Okay? If you're learning things and not actually acting on it, it's not gonna help at all. It's just information for your brain to just hold on to for no reason. You have to actually use what you learn. Get better and repeat the progress. Okay? Just straight up. You gotta put the time in, okay? Unfortunately, if you don't have like 8 hours within a week to just spend training, and that doesn't have to be 8 hours in one day, obviously. You know, you can spread that out 2 hours a day or whatever it may be for you. But that's the only way you're going to get better is by putting the time in to get better. Because the time that you're not putting in is the time your enemies are putting in, okay? And if you spend like 2 weeks not getting better, that is 2 weeks someone else has spent getting better, okay? That is just a fact of it. If you want to go to tournaments and you want to win prize money, you know, thousands of fucking dollars, real money, 4 times a year, you're gonna have to put the time in. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. If you don't have the time, don't even bother, okay? Don't even think about it, because you don't have the time as it is. You know, you got to treat it like a sport because it's competitive. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. Okay, that's true for any competitive scene. You have to put in a lot of time, and when you're going into tournaments, you really do have to treat it like full-time or part-time work. You have to be spending most of your time training and preparing and learning and adapting and strategizing. You know? As soon as signups close, that tournament is starting within like 2 hours after signups close. You have like a 2 to 3 month window between tournaments to get better for the next tournament, essentially. So that's why you have to treat tournaments with the utmost respect like that. You know, it's worth real life money. You know, thousands of dollars can go a long way depending on who you are. You know, someone like me in particular, I made a whole video about this. But someone like me in particular, even $1,000 would like literally change my life right now. You know, quite literally. That will impact my future to come. Just that small amount of $1,000, you know. Like, do I need $1 million? No, it'd be cool though, but like I don't need that much. But like even, you know, you can make that part-time work within like a week, roughly, you know, depending on where you live. But within 2 weeks, you usually make more than that doing just part-time work on average. So you do have to give the time in, unfortunately. That's just the reality of it. And 7.6, in future lessons, I'm going to make a community of some kind of like-minded people who want to get better so we can focus together, learn together, and play together. If that is something you're interested in, let me know. I have a team in Marvel Rivals. If you are someone that wants to get better and do tournaments in the future, you know, you can hit me up. I can let you join the team, or you can join on like the lessons and the practices and the skirmishes and stuff that we do in the future. Right now, I'm just sort of getting a baseline after that last tournament fell very flat. Unfortunately, you can check out that video if you want to see how that tournament went. Needless to say, my whole team wasted his time, wasted my time, and it sucked. And now we're just kind of stuck waiting for the next one. So, our team is looking for people, because I have to kick some people out if everyone hasn't left already. And yeah, that's just the reality of it. I think I may have missed the Deadpool tournament, though, which is supposed to be this weekend. I will have to check that after I finish this off to see if the signups are still going or not. I think they're going till Friday. I just could be wrong. That one's not worth actual money, unfortunately. It's just worth like in-game money, but it's still a tournament to be a part of, you know. And the tournament ends when you either get 3 losses in a row or you get 3 wins in total, basically. So it's like it's a shorter tournament. And to end this off here, 7-7. I know it sounds like a fucking Bible verse. I know. I'm sorry. Consider subscribing to my channels. Follow if you're new and find any of this helpful. Drop a like or comment to let me know this was helpful to you or how it helped you. Share with people who also want to get better. Please show any level of support if you found any of this useful, as I am not getting paid for anything I'm doing right now, and this 125-page lesson took me 3 weeks to create, with days of spending 8+ hours working on this. Every little bit of support helps me know this was worth it, and provided value, and it wasn't all for nothing, okay? And keep an eye out for my other guides, as after this we'll be going in depth into everything else you need to know, from positioning to team compositions to hero weaknesses, etc., etc., etc. If anything else to add in the future, it will be added to this document. Again, link is in the comments, or it's going to be in the description afterwards. Thank you all for taking the time to learn, and I'll see you on the battlefield. Let me know what lessons you want or what you're struggling with the most, so I can try and help you the best I can. And then just, you know, my credits, because I need my credits on this. And I think I may or may not put like some channel ads in this document, you know, just so people aren't just sharing it all willy-nilly and then nothing really happens. Because I do want people to have access to this document, to be able to like download it and look at it themselves. But I also would like people to know who made this and why, you know, instead of just having my credits at the bottom. But, you know, created by me. You can find me on YouTube, Kick, TikTok, as well as my business email for any business inquiries. If you, I don't know, if you need someone to make documents, I guess, I don't know. Or for future stuff, and like, you know, if you want to inquire about the team and whatnot, you know, kind of send those over there if possible. I didn't add my Discord or anything, because that's mostly for like in-game stuff. Not that I really want to use Discord anymore with everything that's been going on, but no. With that, and almost fucking 9 hours later, that is everything. This is officially the bottom. So again, you know, congratulate yourselves, round of applause, pat on the back kind of thing. You know, this will be edited into smaller chunks throughout the next coming days, so I can add this to a proper course, so it can be taken in the step-by-step format it was meant to be in. For this live version itself, though, I'm going to leave chapters for everything, so you can just skip to it as well. And yeah, that is everything. That is all of it. I hope you enjoyed. Again, drop a like if this helped you at all, if you learned anything. Even I learned like 3 things out of this, and I created this. Let me just put that out there, okay? It is a weird life I live sometimes, okay? You know, I'm teaching about something, but it also helped me learn a few things, which is kind of weird. But I mean, it's cool though. But it's just weird how that happens. And I'm sure that's going to happen with the other lessons too. It's going to be some things where I'm just like, oh, wow, how did I not figure that out sooner? Even though I already, like, taught about it. It's weird. I don't know. But yeah, I hope this helped somebody. I hope. I might have to change, like, the title and thumbnail and everything like that. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I want to try and get this to perform the best it can. Especially the edited down versions of like those to perform the best they can. I'll try and find a way to like promote this on like shorts or something and like TikTok if possible. I don't know how I would do this on like a short style format. Aside from the hero talks, I could probably shorten those down for like short videos, but then that's just all the heroes for no reason. But yeah, thank you all for coming out, hanging out, learning a thing or two. Just, again, I know I've said this quite a few times now, but I am going to be chopping this down into smaller segments. So if you're tuning in now, or if you tuned in like halfway and you were like, wow, I don't even know what's happening, you know, this is going to be in a step-by-step format, especially on YouTube for YouTube courses. So it will force you to watch things in the order I provide them. And that'll be a lot easier for you to sort of adjust to things. You can take it like day by day, you know. You don't have to worry about all this other stuff at first. You can worry about like your settings for a bit and then move on to the next thing and so on and so forth until you get to the bottom here. But that's the way I'm going to do it. I may set up like a school platform thing, if you know what that is. I'm kind of thinking about it because I can use it for other things as well. And then all the videos would just be linked to YouTube anyway, so I mean, it's not really that much of a difference. And it would give us a spot to like have a community of like-minded people within the school platform itself, while also being able to like monetize future things. Because again, I'm not making any money at all right now. I don't have a part-time job. I don't have a full-time job. This is my job. Learning and creating is my job right now, unfortunately, and trying to stay alive. So, you know, if people want to like pay like $5 for like another lesson or something on like how to get out of diamond or how to get to top 500 or maybe even just like one-on-one like coaching or something, I don't know. We'll figure that out when we get there. I'm not in a position to be in that category quite yet because this was just the basics. But the fact that I worked on this for 3 weeks, 8+ hour days, and it's 125 pages long, you know, that's pretty damn credible. I don't mean like incredible. I mean like that's just credible to me. Like, obviously, like, I'm putting the time into this, and this will give you value if you want to get better, because this is everything I did to get to where I am right now. And then everything I learned to get to the next step is going to be like the next lesson, so on and so forth. It's things that I've actually have done, and they've worked. And if it worked for me, it'll more than likely work for you. Okay? Just putting that out there. So, if you want to get to platinum, you want to go into tournaments, you want to win real fucking life money, then you gotta learn the basics. And this is all the basics. So, again, thank you all for hanging out, YouTube and Kick. Everyone over on Kick, I am so sorry that this is the only version of this you'll have, is the like 9-hour long version of this, rather than the chopped up version of this. And everyone on YouTube, if you watched this during the like 9 hours I've been talking for, or you're just tuning in last minute, just thank you. You know, consider subscribing if you are new and you're like, wow, this guy is completely insane for doing all of this. You know, I'd appreciate that. I'm trying to get to 1K so I can start earning ad revenue again, because I really need it right now, for being honest. Not to say I'm doing it just for the money, because it's never been the point of doing content. I've been doing content for 12 years, going on 13 years. The whole reason behind starting content was because I wanted to send a message to people that, like, don't give up. You know, that's been like my whole thing, is just not giving up. You know, it can't rain forever type of thing. You know, and you know, you can see the other videos where I talked about the past like 5 years and why my setup is not the $3,000 setup it used to be, and why I'm starting from rock bottom again. But needless to say, the position I'm in right now, everything I'm trying to do outside of content is focused on money, because money is the biggest thing holding me back in life right now. I haven't been able to buy like a full cart of groceries in 4 years, okay? That's a problem. Like this can kill me kind of problem, okay? So I'm just putting that out there, okay? Not to say that that's going to happen, but it's a possibility. There's a chance, okay? There's a big chance. The more days that go by, the higher this fucking chance gets. But, you know, it's just a reality I'm kind of stuck in, so everything I'm doing is focusing on money. That's why I'm learning how to start a business, you know, because I need money, and I can't get even just a part-time fucking job anywhere. And trust me, I've been trying, and I hate everything about life right now, to be honest. But, you know, I'm not giving up. I'm doing everything I can every day. I'm learning. I'm creating. I'm fucking putting things I learned into something, you know, like my business technically is ready to go to get clients, and has been ready to go to get clients for like past like 6 months now. Like, it's been ready. I just don't have that like $80 a month to almost $500 a month to get that money, you know? Like, I have to put in the money to get value out of it, which unfortunately sucks, but I mean, like, one client pays for that easily. Even if I lowered the price I'm asking for clients, they pay for that so easily. And then all the money after that just goes towards the business. And myself, obviously. I need paychecks if I'm gonna survive. And buy groceries again after fucking 4 years, going on 5 years now. You know? But that's just the reality I am in. You know? Making content has never been about the money for me. And it still isn't. But, you know, this year for me is do or die. And I am doing everything within my goddamn fucking power and beyond to not fucking, like, die. So, I'm doing everything I can to make it through all of this shit, you know? Even, like, next week, I want to try and find a part-time job if possible. Like, literally just begging managers to be like, just give me a chance, please, for the love of God. I know there's gaps in my resume, but let me tell you a little something about the past, like, fucking 7 years, and it all makes sense to you, you know? Instead of just being like, here's my resume, you know, call me if you want me. Just kind of leaving, you know, I need to, like, beg for this shit, unfortunately. Like a peasant. Like, please, sir, can I have some more? Kind of thing, you know? Unfortunately. And it sucks. It really does. Especially when getting out of high school, and finding a job is fucking easy. You know? Up until the age of, like, 21, 22, it became so much harder. And that's because, one, I'm not in school, and two, I have all those gaps in my resume from getting sick all the time. And it really has ruined my entire fucking life, and I don't think anyone genuinely understands how bad it is. Like, it's so bad. It really is. I'm not gonna go into it right now, but it just is that bad, okay? Straight up. I don't fucking wish this on, like, my worst enemies ever. Just like that nerve pain I had. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies either. But anyway, just wanted to sort of clear that up, you know. That's why I want 1,000 subscribers, so I can earn ad revenue again, because I haven't got paid off of content for like 9 years probably, give or take, somewhere around there. The first year we didn't get paid, second year we didn't get paid, third year we got paid, but we didn't have the views to actually bring in the money, so we got like $12 throughout the entire year, you know? And then we lost our privileges after that because they changed the fact that you need to get it to 1,000. So, I was getting paid way back in the day, but, you know. But we have the watch time hours. We have 4,000 fucking watch hours, okay? That is 4,000 hours people have watched in the span of a year. That's a lot of hours, okay? If we can do that, we can hit 1,000. 1,000 subs, easily. I just gotta beg for it more, instead of just, like, pretending people are just going to do it without me saying anything, you know? Which was my issue back in, like, 2017. During our fucking peak, dude. We were growing steadily, everything was perfect, and then all of a sudden I did a U-turn. I was like, why am I asking people to do this when they could just do it themselves? You know? I just feel like I'm doing what everyone else is doing. But everyone else is doing it because it works. You know? I didn't realize that when I was a stupid fucking 17-year-old who was concussed the year prior. You know? Anyway, that's everything. That's all I want to talk about. Thank you all for hanging out, watching, learning. Everyone, YouTube, check, subscribe, like, follow, comment, something. And yeah, hope you look forward to the edited versions of this. Again, nothing special. I'm just using the YouTube editor, so it's literally just cutting parts out and just adding that to its own thing. But it does have to process every time I do that, so it's going to take me a few days to get that all sorted out. I don't know if I'll be making another video this week until the weekend or not, so like today, Thursday, or tomorrow, Friday. I don't know if there's going to be something. There may or may not be. I don't know. I just got a lot going on. So, but then of course, when it's the weekend, back to competitive and ranked, and practicing and all that good stuff. Especially now that this lesson is done out of 3 weeks, that gives me a lot of breathing room, a little bit, not a lot of breathing room, but a little more breathing room until the next lesson, obviously. But I can't do the next lesson until I get out of Diamond, technically, because then I can't be held accountable for anything I say. I know a lot of the things I need to work on, and I have been adjusting that. But there's a lot more I need to do on my side of things before I can teach more about it. Because again, I went from bronze to platinum in 10 hours. And this is everything I did to get there. All of this. Everything in this 125-page document is everything I did to get to platinum. But now keep in mind, it's been like 80 hours of the season now. That is a 70-hour difference that I have been stuck at the same rank. 70 hours compared to the 10 hours that I climbed 4 ranks. Halfway through the entire ranking system in 10 hours. Just to hit a full-on brick wall. And I've just been stuck there ever since. And yeah, it's very frustrating, but that just means I don't know enough, I'm not at that point yet. Anyway, thank you all. Appreciate you all. I'm tired. My throat hurts. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to talk tomorrow, to be honest, after talking this long. I mean, I probably still will be able to. It just might be a lot harder, but yeah, that's everything. Download the document for yourself. I think any changes I make will be updated. Unless you download it, obviously, then there won't be any changes to it as far as I'm aware, but if you keep this link on standby, I should be able to make changes to the document, and you should have those changes updated as well. So like when new heroes get added, those are going to be added to this, plus the more advanced guides in the future. Like how Elsa Bloodstone literally came out last weekend, and she's already made it onto this document before it was published. So, just to show how active I am with all of this. And, yeah. That's it. That's all. That's the basics. Congratulations. Thank you. I hope it was worth it for you. It was worth it for me. I hope by the end of all of this, again, give me a couple days to chop it up and, get that dished out to people. But either way, I've been excited to make this video, to talk about this, and to finally show off this document I've been working on, because it's great. Yeah, fucking 9 hours, great. Anyway, I need to stop talking. Again, thank you all. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you all in the next lesson, if you're here for that. Or I'll just see you in the next video, if you're here for that as well. In the meantime, just give me the time I need to make the chapters and whatnot, which I'll probably be spending the day tomorrow doing that, to get that done. Chopping this up into a few episodes. And then, yeah, we'll just go from there. So, thank you all. Appreciate all of you. Love you all. Stay safe. And, yeah. I'll see you all in the next one. Oh, I'm going to show these goals real quick, too. Just one more quick note to mention. The blue bars on the top right of the screen there for the goals, that's the YouTube goals, okay? Those are the ones we want to hit. The green ones, those are kick goals, okay? Don't get it confused. I know I should probably put like a name on there or something, but the blue bars are YouTube, the green bars are kick goals. 2 separate goals, okay? The blue ones are the ones we're closest to. So, let's get to 1,000, please. I want it. I need it. I've been doing this 13 years. Let's make it happen, okay? Now that I'm back to begging for it, and this is the kind of effort I'm putting into things, 125 pages, 3 weeks worth of effort into a document, okay? A document. Of all things I could have done, a fucking document, okay? So, just support. Okay, I'll see you on the next one. Thank you. Stay safe. And yeah, that's it.